Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to the World Championship. Today we have the top 4 players in the world playing it out to see who is the top dog, and I'm very excited for this. In our first match, we have an ODM versus RTK duel. This is going to be Anticity, our defending world champion, playing against CHAMPS, the pride of Poland. All right, let's get it. Let's have some fun. So taking a look at the brackets real quick, should be able to pull these up here. Let me see if this works. So there we are. So this is the current run of the tournament. All the remaining matches, the semifinals and the grand finals, are going to be best of 5s. So we have Anticity versus CHAMPS, and then Blood Penguin is in the top 4 on the bottom side of the bracket, having defeated Ulrich Rahl 2-1. And then we have Boss Toss and Danikentrop who are playing on the bottom side as well. So what we're going to be doing once we get things going is we're going to be alternating between the top matches and the lower matches so that there will be no downtime in between games. So essentially, we're going to be casting Anticity versus CHAMPS, and during that time, Blood Penguin and whoever his opponent is going to be getting their match ready. So we're going to be jumping back and forth between those, which should be quite a bit of fun. But that is the tale of the tape for the day. Those are all the players. So Anticity actually had a really contested series with SIPA in round 1, a 2-1 series. Maximillionaire defeated Attack Speed Enjoyer 2-0. Berserk defeated Martinius 2-0. CHAMPS defeated B6 2-1, a contested series. Gondola the Patient was defeated by Blood Penguin, Ulrich Rahl defeating Navigator, Boss Toss defeating Serkia, and Danikentrop taking out Melkor in the rounds of 16. After that, in round 2, Anticity with the 2-0 over Maximillionaire, Berserk defeated by CHAMPS in a contested series, 2-1, and Blood Penguin also barely scraping by with a 2-1 against Ulrich Rahl. And then Boss Toss and Danikentrop are playing out here. No own goal today. He's actually on vacation. He did qualify, but him and his family were on vacation, so he is just going to be watching today. Or watching the replay later, I'm sure. Yeah. So I'm going to be casting the matches in the earlier rounds as videos. So I will be casting not every single game. Some of the games are very one-sided and aren't really worth highlighting. But I'm going to be casting a bunch of the matches from the earlier rounds. I already casted the entire Anticity SIPA series. I did some matches from, I believe, there was another one I did. Boss Toss and Serkia, I did one of their matches. A whole bunch of those we're going to be going. So, yeah, that's what's cracking, man. Welcome. All's good. Yeah, we're having a great time here, and we're going to be getting into round 1 here. So players are doing their picks and bans right now. Essentially what's happened is Anticity, in these are traditional competitive best of 5s. So each player is allowed to ban one faction that cannot be played for the entire series. So in this situation, we had CHAMPS ban Slaanesh. So Slaanesh is not available for either player in this entire series. And Anticity actually banned Bretonia. So he was afraid of CHAMPS' Bretonia. So we're going to see what's cooking. They're working out their first match right now, and we're going to get going from there. Yeah, Penguin's been killing it. He really, really has. Let me see what's cooking, and they're working on the matchups right now. All right, so these are the matches that these two individuals have pulled up. So let me go ahead and show you. They're drafting their 3 factions right now. Let's do this, and perfect. Right on. So Anticity has picked Warriors of Chaos, Empire, and Wood Elves for his first game, and CHAMPS has picked Tomb Kings, Norsca, and Tzeentch. Very different factions. It's awesome to see that, like, the meta is in a good spot, right? It's not like they're both picking the 3, Ogre Kingdom, Slaanesh, whatever, right? They both have 3 different factions. This is only for game 1, of course, but they're going to be working that out, and we will see what they end up picking here. Yeah, no, you gotta ban Ent Slaanesh. You have to. He's too villainous on it. You gotta put him out. But Ent knows this, and he's going to be playing different factions. CHAMPS is definitely one of the best Tzeentch players in the world. He's very, very good at Tzeentch. And that's what's tricky about CHAMPS. I mean, Wood Elves are his best faction, and he's probably going to save them for later on in the best of 5, but he can surprise you with his underplayed factions like Tzeentch and Tomb Kings, and definitely pull off wins. All right, so let me check here. So yeah, we're looking. The bottom side match still is not decided yet. So the homies are still playing it out between Boss Toss and Danikentrop. This is going to be fun, though, man. This is going to be fun. All right, so you guys want to know what the prize is for today's tournament? Is it time? Let me have some water real quick here. We got a pretty sweet prize for today's event. Yeah, Ent has been smashing it. Ent probably puts in the most work, I think, of anybody in the community, because he plays this, he does it for a living. I think he does YouTube for a living now. I'm not sure what his situation's like, but he also just grinds like tournaments every single day, 5 days a week. And he's naturally very skilled at RTS games. So he's got pretty much all you need to be a champ, right? But we're gonna see. Charix is no joke, man. Charix is is an absolute menace. He has some insane micro. Yeah. No, Applebee's gift card. No. So here's the prize for today's event. The top 4 players are guaranteed a prize. So pretty much everybody who's reached top 4 in today's event has already qualified for a major Creative Assembly invitational that I'm doing with them a little bit later in the month. And they're going to be guaranteed a big prize pool. There's going to be several $1,000s in prizes. And if you just qualify for the event, you're going to be getting, a big prize already. So guaranteed prize money for the players, entry into a Creative Assembly official event, which we're going to be trying to organize in early access build. So it's going to be very, very fun. So you're going to get to see the top 4 players in the world playing with some really, really cool tech. So that's what's going on. So all these players have already qualified for a major Creative Assembly official event, which we're going to be doing. And yeah, it's going to be great. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I don't know the exact prize pool, but I would assume it'll be around $2,000 to $3,000, something in that ballpark. All right. Yes. It's gonna, and most likely, yeah, we're in early access to Tides of Delay. That's right, maybe. Yeah. We're working out the details still, but that is the jam. So how you guys doing? Congenic, thank you for the $10. I greatly appreciate it. Yes. So let's see what it's going to be. Anticity looking at Zinch, which means he's evaluating Charix's options here. Yeah, so Charix, Enta's looking at what Zinch can do right now. That's pretty fun. Hey, T-Rex, use this to bribe CA for dedicated servers? Dude. Okay, we don't even just need dedicated servers from CA. If they could just give us access to hosting our own servers, like what Warcraft 3 Champions does, we could probably, crowdfund that, Shit, I pay some out of pocket. Did I see the new AOS minis? Okay, so I did see T-Rex push-ups, man. Thank you so much. And Assyrian, thank you for giving out a sub over on Twitch. You guys are old, man. Thank you for supporting the old man multiplayer here. Now, we're going to look at all this stuff together because it is super, super cool. All right, Warhammer. All right. Dude, I have never been so tempted by Age of Sigmar. I have to say, these new Nurgle minis that are coming out are so damn good. I think it just might be the end of me. It's I don't know what the game is like right now or the rules, but dude, okay, look, hold on. Let's go here. Look at the new Festus. Look how sick that is. He's riding like a toad dragon larva, and he's just sitting there with like a pimp cane on his throne. It looks so freaking good. Right, and then you get, this is him on the backside. You can see it's like a toad worm beast thing, and it's Festus riding on his pimp chair. Then you get these new Nurgle Knights. Oh, they look so good. Look at these guys. Oh, that looks so sick. I mean, literally and figuratively, right? And then there's a whole bunch more. So these are like Nurgle Chosen Knights, and then you have these like new Putrid Blight Kings, which I think look amazing. Just big chonky boys with great weapons. They look awesome. Yeah, and you can keep going down. You have the Rot Swords, which I don't know how these play out, but these guys look so cool. This is like everything. I love this aesthetic. I wonder how they get that color scheme. It looks really good. Then you have Pestigors, so they're adding Pestigors to the game as well. Yeah. Yeah, so they're getting a new battle tome. I mean, come on. And then they have this new lord here, this like Prince of Sores. They have like new cultist, demon prince, caster type characters. Pretty nutty. All right, guys. So we've taken a look at that. Anyways, let's go back. Yeah, why no stomach mods? Yeah, it's a bit of a change for sure. Let's go here and do that. All right. So first match buys, we have it. It's going to be Archeon most likely. We have Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings in round 1. Anticity is going to be on Warriors of Chaos, and Charix is going to be on Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings have been getting almost no love this season. Granted, I haven't casted a lot of Charix's games because I've been streaming more at night, and he's, of course, EU. So excited to see what's cooking here. Yeah, boy. Let's get it. Gatterly, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate it, you guys. Thank you. All right, let me see if they have any stuff. Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings is going to be the match. Outstanding, outstanding. And we still have our bottom side match going as well. And I assume they'll be done by the time we finish this game. All matches for the remainder of the tournament are going to be best of 5. So that is going to be a long day. A lot of hanging out in between games. We're not going to bully the players too much on their army building. You know, gotta let them figure out their strategies. But if they take like 20 minutes to build an army, we will say something. So we will indeed. If CA hasn't added AOS units to Warhammer 3 yet, I don't think we're going to get Age of Sigmar units. Rather, we're going to get End Times units would be my guess. Yeah, so like, you know, the stuff that comes from End Times. I would wager we're going to get that in Total War Warhammer. Tomb Kings have a 59% win rate against Warriors of Chaos. We could actually look at the data real quick. I would assume there's not that many matches played in this one. I actually think Warriors of Chaos have some really powerful tools against Tomb Kings myself. So Tomb Kings apparently have done well against WoC, but it's only like 30 games. It's really not much. That's just like one SFT worth of games for some high-level player, you know? So yeah, I think it's a pretty even matchup. Excited to see it. Forsaken are really good here, and that's really suits Anticity, because Forsaken can outmaneuver Ushabti, and they can also, well, they're similar speed, but they can bully the Tomb King's infantry. Burning Head and Archeon is really nasty. Valkia is viable. Festus is probably not super good here. Festus, unfortunately, just gets killed by the Sphinxes. It's going to have a bad time. Oh, dude, Nurgle needs some Putrid Blight Kings in this game. They need it. They need something like that that can just really, really be that difficult to kill. What name does Charix stream under? Charix does not stream, unfortunately, to my knowledge. I don't think he does. All right, guys. So welcome to Game 1 in the World Championship. This is going to be best of 5 between Anticity and Charix. Hang on one sec. Fasten your seatbelts. Okay, the chicken is also very viable too. Wow, look at the build. We have Grand Hierophant Kotep coming in. What does Tomb Kings do against Hell Cannons? Face-to-foot style, carry-in. You can try and overwhelm it with your own horsemen. There's a couple ways to go about it, but sometimes you just eat the Hell Cannon. Anticity is not somebody who uses artillery very often. He doesn't mess with that, so he's usually more of an aggressive player using like Forsaken and Hellstriders and all sorts of goodness like that. So that is what is going to be cooking. Loading into the match here. Looks like both players going to be in, and let us hope that everything is smooth. Pray to the dark gods right now. I certainly am a little bit. And it looks like we're golden. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, spawning on the northwest side of the map, it is going to be the defending world champion Anticity here with his Warriors of Chaos. And of course, he never leaves home without Hellstriders. It's going to be 2 Hellstriders here and 2 on the other side as well. Very good in this matchup. They defeat the Tomb King's Horsemen pretty decisively, so I do like that pick from Ent. Aside from that, it's going to be Marauders, Aspiring Gigachads, and 2 Forsaken, if I'm not mistaken. So he's probably going to use Forsaken to pressure his opponent's back objective and try and use their speed to go pressure objective 3 and take that away early on, while using Aspiring Champions to try and hold down the middle objective. Up in the sky, it is going to be Sartorial the Ever Chicken with Final Transmutation. Always a good spell. Like, this spell and Spirit Leech are just always good. Like, every single matchup, having something that can just nuke a Lord or a Blob is powerful, right? Now, looking at the Pride of Poland, the challenger here today trying to take the World Championship for himself. It is going to be Charix, Skeleton Spears in the front, Skeleton Warriors, and Tombguard Halberds actually in reserve as well. Chosen of the Gods, very good against Forsaken and multi-entity models in general. They're okay against SEs, but typically are a counter against Forsaken and those type of things. Kotep is going to be on horseback, and he is going to be rocking the Nero's Incantation. Usirians for AoE damage. Well, not AoE, but just to kind of do a Buna type effect. And Jaff's Cursed Blades. All right. The big centerpiece for this army, obviously, is the Sphinx. So this thing is very, very good in tabletop, and it's pretty good in this game as well. We are going to see what it is going to be capable of. So place your bets. Let us know who you guys think is going to be winning here in the first game. Be curious to hear your thoughts in chat. So moving over are the Skeleton Horseman Archers. Going to be grabbing Objective 3 very, very quickly here. And Anticity is going to be grabbing Objective 1 and 2. So Objective is going to be going to the Warriors of Chaos out of the gates with their Vanguard deployment coming in from the Hellstriders. Tomb King's probably going to be partitioning their army. They're going to need to send something good to the back, though, because like we talked about, Anticity is doing a massive back push right now, guys. He's moving in with Forsaken all up on that backfield. We do also see a couple Marauders coming in as well, so 2 of those bad boys are going to be cruising for a bruising and getting ready to head to the back point here. Kotep going to be using Usirians, most likely perpetually on the Hellstriders would be my guess, and we do see some melee Shopti being called in as well. So the melee Shopti are really good against Forsaken, Aspiring Champions, and Marauders, and Ent is coming for that back objective, dude. He wants it bad. They are moving in. They are moving in. All right, Forsaken, Hellstrider. Only thing defending Objective 3 at the moment are a couple Skeleton Horse Archers. Definitely got to be careful. They're not the fastest. They only have 76 movement speed. So they can get run down by Hellstriders if they let the Hellstriders close the distance a little bit too much. You got to be very, very careful. All right, guys. In the middle, we see the big Giga Chad Sphinx holding it down, and there's nothing on the Warriors of Chaos roster that wants any of that smoke. Granted, what Ent is going to be doing is parking his Hellstriders here to maintain the capture weight and keep the Tomb Kings from getting the point. Look at the damage, though. Whoa, Shopti Grapos melting the Forsaken here. And also, we do see the Hellstriders of Slaanesh getting obliterated by the Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. So Tomb King's really going at it right now. It's going to be tricky, though. I would say one of the playstyles that Anticity does like. He loves enveloping people. Getting a big surround on you with multiple high-speed armies and then collapsing all at once, getting full envelopments like this. He rarely engages in the front. Like, if you watch Ent play, he almost never takes head-on engagements. It's always like splitting their opponent's army in two and taking multi-pronged engagements. It's just really how he plays. All right, on this side, we do see the Forsaken sitting on the point. Melee Shopti going to be moving in. Kotep going to be lurking nearby. Is he going to be dropping a Darude Sandstorm? Most likely will. On this side, we do see Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, going after the Skeleton Spearmen a little bit, but they are being shot down by the Chosen of the Gods. Charx getting a lot of value here in the early game, but we do see the final transmutation on to Kotep here, as a big angry rooster is going to be hunting him down. He's going to need a little bit of milk right now, guys. Darude Sandstorm activated, does do a little bit of damage here, but overall, I mean, losing Kotep would be a game-losing play for sure. That would be a disaster. I mean, he is cheapish, but still would feel very, very bad. Carrion being called in from Charx, going to be heading after the Marauder Horseman back here and then chasing after these ones. Charx going to have to figure out a way to keep Kotep alive. Now, he is going to be parking the Sphinx near Kotep, but this is not cost-effective for Charx at all. Right, like having to allocate a 2,000 gold monster to defend your lord, it's a lot of business there. So we do see Jaff's Curse Blade activated, and Anticity immediately dodges it, which was pretty nice. And the Ushapti a little bit surrounded here, of course doing okay against the Forsaken, but overall Ent is able to get a really good surround here, and that chicken causing a lot of problems. I think Charx is going to have to run Kotep to the other side of the battlefield and just keep it away from the chicken. Otherwise, eventually the final transmutations probably will be able to kill Kotep. He ain't having a good time. Carrion landing over here for Charx, and they do get a little bit of damage and chase back some horsemen, but at the end of the day, Ent is able to clean him up, and now the Hell Cannon is out. Nice. Love the Hell Cannon choice. Cool to see Ent using some artillery, not the most common sight in the world. Over here, though, the big Sphinx going to be moving in. Skeleton Spearmen crumbling down. Warriors looking a little bit worse for wear as well. And is Kotep healing at all? He is going to be healing from the Realm of Souls. That will heal him up a little bit. And the big Tomb King's monster are going to be scary. We do see Marauders getting routed, Forsaken getting routed, and the chicken actually moving in a little bit. A bit of a dangerous play. We could see the Sphinx turn around, and it looks like that's what's going to happen. The Sphinx is going to be going after the chicken and forcing the Lord of Change back into the trees, as Anticity's forces in the woods here are routed a little bit, and it looks like that objective is going to be going back to the Tomb Kings. In the backfield, we do see Sepulchral Stalkers coming out. Tomb Guard would actually be pretty good right now, because Anticity didn't bring Burning Head. Normally they're very risky because of Burning Head, but considering the build Ent brought, I mean, obviously how could Charx know that? But, that is something to think about there. On the side, Marauder Horseman throwing axes, going to be eating some Great Bow fire, so the Great Bow is really unleashing quite a salvo, while we do see the dreaded Sphinx Usef here fighting against the Hellstriders, and doing pretty damn good. But will Kotep get sniped? Ent is probably sitting there with a full Rage Boner, waiting to get a full final transmutation on Grand Hierophant Kotep. Hellstriders moving into the secondary. It looks like Skeleton Horsemen going to be sacrificed to screen those bad boys out, while Sepulchral Stalkers are going to need to rotate over. Ent's also calling in Chaos Chariots, which he's going to be using to try and bunker bust the skeletons in the front line. Skeleton Horsemen sacrificed into the crucible here of the Skeleton Horsemen, or into the Hellstriders, and Kotep is going to be getting afflicted by a final transmutation. Looks like he might be able to weasel away here, but oh man, this is rough. Looks like we might see the Chosen of the Gods getting run down by a unit of Hellstriders. Charx definitely having problems defending against his all-out aggression. And the Hell Cannon still shooting into the Horsemen here, but the Horsemen actually able to endure and fight off those guys relatively well. Kotep is in weak binding, so at this point in the game, Charx basically just has to hide Kotep. Stalker is missing an opportunity to chunk a ton of HP off the chicken. Charx was not paying attention there. Probably could have gotten a big laser beam shot on the chicken. Meanwhile, on the back objective, we do see the big Sphinx trying to fight, but the Ushapti Great Bows are getting taken to Pound Town right now, and Anticity is pulling a pretty good value lead for the first time in the game here. Tomb Guard Halberds doing very good work here, fighting against Chariots. Ushapti Summon also buffering them out, so the middle fight is actually not terrible for the Tomb Kings, but the fact that Kotep is on death's bed Very, very sketchy. We also have to remember the Tomb Kings do have passive healing from the Realm of Souls and their lore passive. And on top of that, the entire army of the Tomb Kings does get healed from that. So we do see a bit of a rout here as Charix is able to push Anticity off the back point. But Ench is really, really heavily up in points right now. And even though he is kind of slowly winning the middle fight with the Tomb Guard, although the Aspiring Champions might be able to beat them, because this is just a new Shopti summon. But yeah, it is looking like Anticity is going to be up here in this game. Hell Cannon just kind of sitting and blasting away at the Chosen of the Gods. They are crumbling right now, and the -8 leadership is relevant, of course, for helping break them. Firepower coming in from the Chosen of the Gods as they do try and melt down some of the Hellstriders right here. Anticity lurking in the woods like an absolute gremlin here. You can see him in the bushes with his Marauder Horsemen, as well as a couple tattered infantry, all of which are very beat up. Sphinx is sitting back here. Ent is, not Ent, but Charix is really going to have to find a way to get the middle objective. Pulling over here, we do see the Carrion. Carrion probably going to go try and harry back some of the Marauder Horsemen, and it's going to be very micro-intensive and important here for Charix to keep his Lord away from Ent's Lord. One more final transmutation, and Katep is dead, but it'll be very obvious when he goes for it, right? He's going to have to move in, and then you can just run away, lure him into your backfield, and do your thing here. Nehekar Warriors going to be sent over to the flank here, and Sepulchral Stalkers are moving in to try and chase back Sartorial the Ever-Chicken. It's going to become a triple cap situation, which is really, really not good for Charix. I mean, sure, he might be able to do it, as his army just kind of gets some good healing value, but it's really going to be tough the longer the game goes on here. He does have that big Sphinx, which is going to be nice for terror routes, but we will see how this goes, man. We will see. Moving on in, Nehekar Warriors going to be engaging against the Legions of the Damned, as we do see Forsaken and Marauder surging forth to battle these mighty ancient Nehekar Warriors, although those Forsaken are looking quite a bit mightier than them at this point in time. So, moving on in, Skeleton Horseman going to be trying to help. We need to get the Necrotect on the objective here for Charix, and for the Great Anticity, what has he got going back here? We do see a dive from Charix. Charix actually going for a Carrion dive on the Hell Cannon. A good play, but Anticity able to respond very, very well there. So he's able to get his Forsaken to chew those guys up, so free money for him. In the meantime, Carrion are actually pretty good against Hellstriders because Hellstriders are trash against infantry-sized units, and Carrion are infantry-sized. So you can use them with Skeleton Horsemen to actually uptrade into the Forsaken Hellstriders here. Yeah, Charix actually going for a triple cap right now, feeling pretty confident, but Anticity is able to bully his back objective. We do see Darude Sandstorm going to be getting activated, so yeah, the base getting dropped there a little bit. Skeleton Archers being sent in, and we do see Nehekar Warriors moving as well. The Ushapti Chosen of the Gods finally offline, and Ent looks like he's coming to get a final transmutation back here, 100%. I think we're going to see Katep get karate chopped here. Charix is not paying attention to this, and might actually lose his Lord. But the back point is potentially going to be flipping. We do see the Tomb King stealing the back objective right there, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very impressive. All right, so this point, Influx, the Undead trying to hold it out. Katep is in danger. We talked about this. That could be a throw right there. He did not need to have Katep get close to that chicken. He simply could have just ran away. But in this case, it looks like Katep is going to be going down right here. Granted, Charix can just resummon him for sure. Oh my god, does he live? No way he lives. Oh my god, 14 HP, he's crumbling. Okay, no way. I was going to say that would have been pretty cracked if he actually lived there, but looks like he is going to be croaking. Skeleton Horseman pushing on the back point, and does look like the Sepulchral Stalker is going to be buffering out that chicken. On the back point, Charix actually starting to take over a little bit on the objectives. It does say Ent is up in value, but it doesn't track healing, and a lot of other things in this game are a little bit haggard. I love the late game Chaos Knights coming in from Ent. That's pretty solid, man. People usually don't run the Necropolis Knights. And, you know, the Ushapti Great Bows are offline, the Sepulchral Stalkers are on the other side of the battlefield, and dealing with all these, like, annoying Skeleton Horseman equivalents, the Chaos Knights are going to be very, very good at that. That's beautiful. Over towards Objective 3, Sepulchral Stalkers trying to hold back Anticity's chicken, and the chicken is hiding in the trees with about 5,400 HP. But the Skeleton Horsemen do have him tar pitted a little bit. Charix looks like he's kind of cooking here a little bit. Granted, in the middle, the Great Kraken King does get multiple units of infantry, including the remnants of the Aspiring Champions. Trying to hold that point down. Charix going to be sending in some Ushapti. But the Tomb Kings do endure on the back point, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, Anticity is triple capped by Charix. The Sphinx is going to be hunting down the Chaos Knights with some Skeleton Horsemen, trying to get picks where they can. This point's probably going to be flipping eventually, but Charix just needs to hold the triple cap long enough to make sure he can win on just 2 points. That's really going to be the epicenter of his strategy here. Nehekar Warriors moving to the middle. We do get a good engagement for the Tomb Kings as they do get their Ushapti against armored infantry, which is very ideal for them. However, it still will flip to the Warriors of Chaos since they have so many more units up here on the point. Sphinx battling it out versus Chaos Knights in the backfield, able to get some nice kills as Skeleton Horsemen going to be rotating back this way. And the Sepulchral Stalkers continue to poke that chicken in the woods, but the chicken is able to stabilize. Necrotech probably going to need to pull back here. More Hellstriders on the way in, going to be very menacing. Ushabti and Horsemen coming as well. Sphinx staying hot on the case here of the Chaos Knights, and it looks like Ent is going to be able to wrestle Objective 1 here with his Hellstriders and most likely get that. Ent is still probably in a commanding position, I would say. Charix is the one playing on the back foot here, but this game could go either way, 100%. That big Sphinx is going to be tough to deal with. Wherever that thing goes, it's going to be hard. So there it comes. I would imagine that Charix is going to resummon his Lord at some point as well, just to get the leadership back on his army, but I don't know. It seems like leadership isn't really that big of an issue for him right now. As the chicken continues routing the Necrotech here, Sepulchral Stalker is going to be turning around to try and blast that chicken with their frickin' laser beams. Ushabti trading very, very cost effectively, bullying a lot of these units down, but being attacked by Hellstriders is pretty painful for them. They're going to want to get some infantry under their feet and see what they can do. Skeleton Horsemen against Hellstriders here, the Haggard battle of battles. And to the back point, the big Sphinx coming back here, routing those Chaos Knights. So that's a rough momentum shift from Ents. Calling in the Chaos Knights, having them get bullied like that. Could use the Sphinx to go after the Hellstriders here, but chasing down those Chaos Knights certainly isn't a bad call. On the middle, we see it going back to the Tomb Kings, but very, very slowly here, ladies and gentlemen. The Ushabti are making their way through. It's going to be pretty big for Charix to try and hold this point here. We're going to see if he can, but Ent is already preparing a Helm's Deep. Sending Marauders to his back point to make sure he can just win on that is a very good play. But there's going to be a big terrorizing Sphinx, causing perpetual pressure back there. And Tomb Kings are pretty good at playing it. Oh, look at that. So this is such good foresight, right? Like, Ent prepares the Helm's Deep, knowing his opponent is going to go balls deep for that objective. And then he preemptively sends an annoying Marauder to his opponent's back objective to force the defensive play there. It's just brilliant. I mean, he's got such good decision-making, game mechanics, and, of course, micro as well. But Charix really gave him a run for his money here in this game, as we do see the Tomb Kings getting a double cap, but they are in a situation where they need to get... I think you got to leave the Stalkers back here, man. I don't think you can afford to leave those. If Charix loses his back objective, he just straight up loses the game. That's going to be tough. On the backside, Skeleton Horseman coming in, and the big Sphinx is being harried by the Marauder Horseman. Going to need some carrying to probably chase that thing down if he can. And over on the back point, coming in the back, Skeleton Horseman will be able to stabilize that objective temporarily. I like that, actually, with some carrying to deal with the Hellstriders. That's pretty smooth play there. So 2 Ushabti units going to be surging towards the back objective. It looks like it's going to be coming down to everything back here. The Sphinx is feasting, but the Marauder Horsemen are doing very good damage against it. It's already down to about 6,000 HP, having lost quite a bit. Hellstriders on the chase right here as well. And on the back objective, it looks like the Marauders are going to be forced back, Carrion and Skeleton Horsemen chasing them down. But this little Gremlin play right here is forcing Charix to overreact to that back play, which is going to be taking pressure off the home objective. So Ent needs to hold objective 1 for a hot minute. His chicken's still rotating about, seeing what can be done. Hellstriders here defeating the Skeleton Horseman, no surprises, while the big Sphinx is going to be coming, trying to clear things off. The Ushabti, a little bit afraid to advance into the Marauder Horseman throwing axes, it looks like. And what is Charix going to be doing to pressure the back objective? We do see Nehekar Warriors being called out, probably just to secure objective 3. In the woods, Carrion running a little bit of an intercept, and those guys are not going to get there in time. The Marauders will break through and start threatening that objective, but we'll see how this goes, ladies and gentlemen. We will see how this goes. Big Sphinx able to help break some of the Hellstriders, and here comes the Sepulchral Stalkers as well. Right now, almost 1,400 points, guys. Almost 1,400 points. Yeah, all right. So taking a look on the other side here, we do see the Carrion holding back these units. Will it be enough time for the infantry to get there, the Nehekar Warriors? Charix might have to send a horseman over there. We'll have to see. Chicken getting blasted. Ent is going to be approaching 1,400 points right now. Really on the back foot, though. Ent is getting pressured very, very hard. His Aspiring Champion's getting knocked down. But if Ent can ninja the back objective and win this way, Charix might have blundered by sending his unit away from there, man. I think he should have just left 1 unit here. If he doesn't have a Skeleton Horseman to call out of reserve, he's going to lose his back point, and he's going to lose the game. He is going balls deep for Ent's home objective, which he most likely will be able to get. But if he loses his back point, he's gonna flip this. Marauders are coming over here. Do we see Skeleton Horsemen to come in and mitigate this? Charix really needs to pay attention to objective 3, man. He really needs to pay attention to that. Moving to the back, Skeleton Horsemen in droves, and the big Sphinx as well. What is Charix doing with his back point, ladies and gentlemen? Oh my god, he should not have left it. Oh, he probably would have had the game. Because right now he's gonna bully Anticity on this point. Ent is just Marauder Horseman holding. And right now, Charix only has the Hekar Warriors coming in. There's no way, because now Ent is just going to top load on his objective 3 there, and Anticity is going to win the game by the hair of his chinny chin chin. A game which I think Charix actually had won here, but he just kind of threw by abandoning. All he had to do was leave a Skeleton Horseman back here, like 1 unit, and he would have been able to get it. But we do see the Horseman coming across. Very, very tight game there, as Charix is able to overwhelm, actually even killing Sartorial here using his Big Sphinx. But that's going to be it. Anticity able to gobble in the back objective, which was brilliant. Charix definitely with a bit of a throw there, but still, you got to give the boy props. He played very, very good and was able to almost win this game, man. His opponent's going to get it here. He's only got 15 seconds left. A little bit. Yeah, about 15 seconds. And Anticity calling in Chaos Chariots, heading to the middle. The big chicken does go down. I mean, massive battlefield advantage for Charix, but he just got outmaneuvered here and is going to be losing the game by a couple points here. What a great game, man. What a great game. God damn, that was good, man. Hey, Tyrant, thank you for resubscribing, man. I greatly appreciate you. That was just a sweat match, dude. I mean, that game could have gone either freaking way. All right, so let me update the score. High-level play at its best, man. It just came... All it comes down to in these high-level games is just that one decision from Charix to pull... He pulled too many units away from it. If he had just left 1 unit, he wins that game. Yeah. GG, well played. GG, well played indeed. Go. Okay, let's do this. And so let me go ahead and update this. We do have an update. So Daniken Trop was able to win 2-1 against Boss Toss. So now we have Blood Penguin versus Daniken Trop on the other side of the brackets. So Blood Penguin and Daniken Trop. Host lobby. Get match ready. And, okay. Leave spec slot and wait for me. All right. Tomb Kings did pretty good there, man. They were both looking real strong. They were looking real strong. Yeah, these guys are fun rivals for sure. The dreaded Zoomer match. So, yeah, Sartorial, a pretty good fighter. You know, he's able to get some work done in there. Hellstriders, of course, always a menace. But, you know, they were kept in check this game. I love the Chaos Knight pick. Granted, it didn't do well, but I still love it. And Charix's build was great. I mean, Charix, I think his build worked very well. Just a couple maybe positional blunders with Kotep, and, of course, abandoning his last objective. That cost him the game, but he played well. He played well. All right, so the next map in this series is going to be this. Okay. Checking there. And what is the next map here? So that's going to be Skjallandir's Cave is going to be the next match. Remember, this is best of 5. This is best of 5 here. The Sphinx was a menace. It really was. I saw the new Nurgle stuff. It looks awesome. Yeah, it really does. Okay. I'll cast this one, then. Okay. So let me tag these guys here. We'll be alternating between both best of 5 after this game. So be ready. Make armies well. Yeah, the Sphinx was a menace. It was. It started to struggle a little bit in the late game when it got Marauder Horseman, but before that, it was great. Kotep is very good. Yeah, he's a solid lord. Lore passive spam, you get a free Sandstorm, which is good against infantry. He's cheap, you know. As far as that matchup goes, I don't know what would be the best lore choice. I mean, Cetra would probably be fine too if you wanted to go like Cetra on the Sphinx. Yeah, they're doing 3x3 brackets today. They are. So they're going to let me know what they pick. New Nurgle stuff, not for this game. It's for, yes, correct. All games are casted now. So I cast one of theirs, then come to your... All right, sorry guys, just doing a little bit of admin stuff, talking to the crew over here. Daniken is... getting it set up with old Blood Penguin. So they're going to be waiting with a match. So as soon as this next match ends between Ent and Charix, we are going to be diving into a sweaty match over there as well, which is going to be great. Arkan is okay. He is just as vulnerable to being sniped. Death Magic is decent against Warriors of Chaos, of course. Buna is decent. Spirit Leech is always good. I thought the Tomb King's magic was nice, though, because the lore passive is very good. It heals the entire army here. So Ent and Chark's going to be playing a game. They're going to play first because Blood Penguin and Danikin just got into the lobby together. So they're going to be waiting with a ready match. So as soon as we finish this one, we'll be jumping across. Very sweaty. I mean, that was an amazing game. Really, really good match. Hey, Hootie, thank you for resubscribing, man. Penguin, no, Penguin did not beat Boss Toss. Danikin did. Nurgle got new stuff in tabletop. Yeah, we can look again. We just did, but we can look at the new miniatures. Okay, let's do this. You didn't miss that, Ross. It's still coming. Don't worry. They got a new Festus the Leech Lord. This is the first time I mean, the Chaos Dwarves were exciting for sure, but I already played them in Fantasy. But I have a Death Guard army, and when I saw these new AOS Nurgle minis, man, they look so good. Here, look. So this is Festus the Leech Lord. He's got a giant leech coming out of his stomach, which is literally grabbing a dude. Pretty nasty. He's riding like a miniature toad dragon. And then you have some new Nurgle knights. These like Rot Knight looking guys. The Sloven Knights. They're basically Rot Knights, right? Super cool. I love that aesthetic. Like that armor. It looks so good. That green metallic. Oh, man. Yeah, Festus is a Demon Prince now. So this is him, yeah. And then you have the new Putrid Blight Kings, which are just big, chonky boys. Those will be a little bit easier to paint, but it looks like they use the same paint scheme they use for Death Guard, actually. It's like just Death Guard green. Maybe a little bit less. There's like a more white hue to that, so maybe they mix some paints. And then you have these guys, which are I think, Blight Swords or Rot Swords. Yeah. These are like the Chaos Warriors for Nurgle. So these are going to be the rank and file Chaos Warriors. They look so good. I love the Nurgle aesthetic, man. It just looks so good. And then you have Pestigors. There's their new Battle Tome. This looks good too, though. Look at this guy. He's like a new Demon Prince, the Lord of Swords. And then he's got these like 2 Nurgle Demon Beasts. And then you got new Cultist as well. Yeah, it's going to be cool. All right. Anyways, there we go. Let's do this and see what they're going to pick next. So checking with the players, and they're going to be doing their 3x3 system right now. All right, it's cool. So one sec, guys. Just going to fix this. I need to get the score going here. So that's going to be Danikin. Need to make the name fit. Hold on, guys. Almost got it. This is the other lobby that's going to be coming here. Oh my god, it's so hard to get it. Okay, I'm super focused right now. Give me a second. I'm just prepping the other lobby. Okay, there we go. And that's going to be Danikin versus the Penguin. The Penguin. He cometh, man. Penguin's been killing it lately. He has. The dreaded Blood Penguin or Plague Penguin, depending on where you catch him. He goes by many names. All right. So we'll be getting to that match soon, but we're going to be casting one more game here as well. Yeah, Chosen of Nurgle look really good in this game in Total War Warhammer. Okay, so let's see what's cooking here. And right on. So they'll be doing their 3x3s here. You want more Project Zomboid? Don't worry, I'll be uploading another Project Zomboid video soon. I have the next part in the series with Big Hank. It's coming for you, man. It's going to be good. When more zombies. Don't worry, it's coming. Today is the World Championship for Total War Warhammer. That's going to be our jam. All right. So Wood Elves for Charix, it looks like. I mean, that's his main. If Charix loses on Wood Elves, that's going to be a big... Yeah, when you whip out your big guns at a match, like that would be like Anticity going to Slanesh and losing on them. Although I feel like, hey, Frost, thank you for resubscribing, man. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you. Is it me? I don't know. You guys probably, I interact with Anticity more so by casting his games in my streams. I do tune into his streams occasionally. They're great. He does a great job over there. But I obviously don't watch him play in the season finals because I'm casting over here. But I wanted to ask you guys, for those of you guys who do watch Ent on his streams playing tournaments, in high stakes events, what is his mental state like? Is he somebody who, when he loses a couple games, will just stay steadfast? That's the impression I get from him. I feel like he has a very firm mental state, and he can, it doesn't seem to affect him too much when he takes a couple L's in a series. He like fights back. Like in the last World Championship, I remember Ent was down against Sipa. I think he actually reverse swept him. I can't remember. And then he just was able to really, really play well under pressure. I feel like he plays well under pressure. Hey, Caro, I'm from California. Yeah, I live in California. He's always hungry. Yeah, I feel like he's totally fine under pressure. Have I played Dawn of War 4 yet? No, I'm trying to get into the early testing thing, but I haven't heard from them. I'm working on it, man. When he was playing CP yesterday, he was calm, but kept saying how stressed and how his stomach was in a knot. Okay, so he does feel it. He is human. Yeah, okay. He gets nervous. Yeah. Got it. A Zen state and basically is GG, go next guy kind of guy. Got it. All right. So let me see here. Okay. So right now we have the 3 factions that they've worked out in their picks and bans. This is going to be the running of factions here in this game. And for all 5 of you Heil fans in chat, I know there's a couple of you. We actually have Kislev, Norska, and Wood Elves for Charix. Charix, of course, is Polish, so he has to play Kislev. And then Anticity is going to be doing Ogre Kingdoms, High Elves, and Kislev here. Those are going to be the runs for his next faction here. A High Elf pick would be crazy. Yeah, you don't see them a lot in competitive. You don't. Matt says, didn't you game with ABBA and AoE 4 once? Yes, I did. Yeah, he played on one of my streams with me. Yeah, it was fun. Him and I did ABBA, my wife and I, and Professor Pone, we did a D&D campaign with him once. Way back when. There are dozens of us. 5, that's generous, I know. But those are the factions that we're seeing here. And then the other side is going to be ready to go by the time we get there. So you will fear us again? Real? I don't know. Okay, my predictions for the next 6 months are just like an apocalypse of Slaanesh and Norska just shitting on everybody. That's my prediction. I feel like Slaanesh is already the strongest faction in the game, and they are getting a ton of new stuff. That's probably going to be good, Yeah, Charix is one of the best elf players in the world for sure. He's good at although Charix doesn't really play Dark Elves, but Wood Elves and High Elves, Charix is like S tier at. He is so good at them. Really, really good. Look, I hope I'm wrong. I would love to see High Elves be dominant for a while. They deserve it. High Elves, here's the thing, guys. High Elves have never, ever been dominant in Total War meta. Ever. There's never been a time in competitive Total War in the frickin' 7 or 8 years. How long have I been doing this? I don't know. Something like 8 years, 7 years. Where High Elves have been like the dominant meta faction. Now, there was a time where they were stronger when they were using, when Larry came out. The Ever Queen, and she had the big cheesy healing with monster spam. There was a time, but yeah, never have been, the Dark Lords or anything. They'll be dominant. Look. I'm not gonna even complain if High Elves are the strongest. They were never the best faction or like top 3 ever. High Elves have never been top 3. High Elves were not dominant when Warhammer 2 dropped. No, they weren't. They were fine, but they weren't dominant. That's for sure. Yeah. All right. So it looks like they are going to be deciding on their factions here in a moment, doing their 3x3 system. I'm excited for Norska. Yeah, I'm excited to try some Norska out with the new stuff. That's who I'm most pumped for myself. Slaanesh, I feel dirty playing Slaanesh. Like I don't like playing overpowered factions. I'm hoping Norska won't be too overtuned, but they're the ones that I'm most excited for in the new update. Yeah, top 3 in my heart. There you go, and that's what really matters, right? Yeah. I'm blanking on his name, but there was a dominant player that loved dragons, including how that was Falcon. Yeah, Falcon. Mm-hmm. Falcon was the father of dragons. Malden says, I feel dirty playing Slaanesh. I think you're supposed to. Well, I don't feel dirty playing Nurgle, and Nurgle is the filthiest faction of the game, so, in terms of actual, aesthetic. Was Imric nasty on tabletop? I don't know. I never played Imric, yeah. Never had that experience. He's not in the old world. Who is the crazy Wood Elf player in Warhammer 2? Xiphos, yeah. Xiphos. He still lurks around. I think he still hangs out and watches Total War occasionally. Xiphos is a great guy, really nice. He let me show you guys this real quick. So, yeah, this graphic here, Xiphos designed this. So he made this from scratch. He animated it. He did all the goodies for that. So, yeah, he's a very talented guy. Xiphos has also done some really cool modding for Total War. He did mods for like synced animation and synced fighting. He has a YouTube channel if you look him up, Xiphos. He's done some really neat stuff. But he designed this. Yeah, this graphic here. The music is from the Total War soundtrack. So we just added that over the top of it. But no, Xiphos designed this graphic, man. Yeah. All right, we got Ogre Kingdoms versus Norska. Hey, Dunadil, thank you for becoming a channel member. Really appreciate that, man. Great way to support the channel. So thank you so much, brother. Vicious Satsumo was a great player too. He was awesome. Yeah, he was very good at greenskins, I remember. That was one of his jams. What up, what up? What's cracking? Everyone's going good. We just had game 1. The games are going to be going faster after this, guys. I know it's been almost an hour and we've only had one game, but we did have a little bit of an intro talking about things. Also, while we have everybody here, we can talk about the prizes again. So the top 4 players for this event, the number 1 player obviously going to be earning the world champion title, but every player in the top 4 today, so as we look at the brackets, is earning a spot in a official Creative Assembly Invitational, in which all of them are guaranteed participation prize money, and there's going to be a massive prize pool for first and second place, obviously. So definitely a solid situation for these guys. So it's a feel good for all 4 of them, right? Even if you get eliminated in round, in the first match of the stream today, you're guaranteed another shot in a couple weeks at the Creative Assembly official event, the Creator Clash. And we're going to be casting that, and it's going to be very, very fun. This is the grand finals, the World Championship for the last season, which is going to be determining the number 1 player in the world right now. So that is the jam. And the prize for the World Championship today is entry into a big prize money invitational, which is going to be fun. All right. Yeah, so the invitational will have a big prize for first and second place. But even if you get 4th place in the invitational, you're going to be guaranteed participation money as well, which is going to be probably $300, $400, $500, something like that. I'm not sure, but it'll be solid. So we don't have a date ironed down for the invitational yet, but it's going to be probably, I'm guessing, around the end of the month or early next month. We're not sure yet, but we're working on it. I'm working with some people on it. All right. So let's freaking get it, man. Ogre Kingdoms versus Norska is going to be the match. These homies have figured it out here. Got time till I finish this series. All right. And perfection. So Ogres and Norska. It's a matchup you see a bit. These are 2 very S-tier factions, I would say. Norska's got good tools here, though. Their javelins and their infantry trade really well. Their lord choices are pretty decent here. Throg is a little risky, but he can definitely fight against the big ogre stuff. 100%. 5th place got shirtless turn picks. That's right, dude. They can see the potbelly in all of its glory. That's what they really want. That's what plants crave. You're priming some high elves while listening to the stream. Nice. High elves and tabletop are basically just a dragon cheese faction, though. Like, if you want to play strong high elves in Warhammer tabletop and Old World, you basically just dragon cheese. Just like a prince on a star dragon with the seed of rebirth, and then like another dragon, and you just like shit on your opponents. It's like the guy. So I when Old World first came out, I was very active in the tournament scene down here in California. I played in a bunch of tourneys. And there was a high elf player who's very good. He won several tournaments, but basically what they would do is they just run 2 dragons that are impossible to kill, and then they just run mass like horsemen and mobility. They avoid you with their horsemen to not give up any points, while their dragons just shit on your entire army because they're so imbalanced. That's basically like the Old World in a nutshell. Granted, Cathay has kind of taken over the meta right now, but yeah. You're going to play an attorney tomorrow with your Chowie double Deathstreaker. Nice. I won a tournament with Chaos Dwarves with double Deathstreaker. I ran double Deathstreaker, double Iron Demon, Bale Taurus, Sorcerer, Bale Taurus, Orc War Boss on a Wyvern, and then a bunch of Hobgoblins was my list. Yeah. It does still work, Mr. Morden. It does, yeah. Yeah, Cathay is the strongest list in tabletop right now. They crush everybody. They're really imbalanced. That's why I kind of stopped playing Old World. It's just the balance is horrible. And, you know, I play Empire, which is especially suffering. Like, Empire just gets absolutely pooped on by these factions. So, yeah. The Hobgoblins, yes. All right, Ent is ready. Chark's going to be readying up here soon. And like I said, there will be much less time between matches after this game. We're just waiting on the other side of the bracket. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been interested to try out Age of Sigmar from a competitive standpoint. Like, I want a good competitive tabletop game. Right now, Lord of the Rings has been my jam. I play a shitload of Lord of the Rings tabletop. I play the Urukai. I usually play a Saruman or a Lurtz list, which is really fun. All right. We could see, yeah, Daniken could play Cathay today. It's very possible Cathay gets played today. Daniken is one of the best Cathay players in the world, so... All right. Whoa, look at that list. It's a Maneater list, dude. He's got double Maneater with Great Open and a freaking Iron Blaster? What the hell is this? Okay, I mean, I am not sure what to expect there. Let's go ahead and get it, man. So, Skjallandir's Cave. Big open map. A lot of mobility. A lot of mobility. Let's see what's cooking here, guys. Let's see what is cracking. Player should be loaded in here in a couple seconds. The Ogre army, though, using an Iron Blaster with 2 Man-Eaters. Oh, that does not seem good against an infantry-heavy army like that. Sorry, I was AFK for the stream invitational. Will you stream it here? I'm going to be streaming it here. Don't worry. Yeah, that is one cool thing. Like, pretty much all the official Creative Assembly events, we get to stream on our own channel. So they do let us do that, which is cool. So that'll be here on this channel. You don't need to be anywhere else. I'll announce all the details and the time frame and everything like that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break it down and see what's cooking. So for the defending world champion, Inticity, drawing first blood in game 1, just barely winning it though, so he had to work hard for that one. We got Marauders with Grey Opens, or Man-Eaters with Grey Opens, excuse me, which are good against Skin Wolves, Smear, and Mammoths. Pigback Riders on the ground, Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, and then we have a Hunter on a Stonehorn, and an Iron Blaster, which is super, super fun. Yeah, all right. This is a very off-meta build by Inticity. Very much like a value trading build, but we'll see how it goes. I feel like he's going to get triple cap pretty bad. And for Norska and Charix has a mass line of Marauders, so the Norskins are out to Unga and Cowabunga today. So we got 4 and 5 Marauder Javelins. I mean, okay, if I was looking at this build right now, if I was looking at these two players... Let's say I didn't know who was playing what. I didn't know it was Inticity. I didn't know it was Charix. I would say the Norskin player with the builds has an 80% chance to win, maybe 70%. Like, this build is such what I perceive as a solid counter, but due to the fact that it's Inticity, and I don't know what sort of a madman scheme he has cooked up, maybe it's something he's practiced in this matchup, maybe he'll be able to pull it off. But otherwise, like, I can't help but feel that Norska's build is much stronger. Final Transmutation, Plague of Rust. We'd also see Wolfric with his Lure of Boats, so he's going to be launching boats at his opponent here. Launching it like it's hot. And, yeah, Norska's just going to advance on them with 1 million spear units and javelins and some baseline marauders. And Inticity is going to be trying to get some cheeky snipes with the Iron Blaster. So the big thing for Norska is to avoid cheese. You just got to make sure that Ent can't cheese you and can't snipe one of your big assets using the Iron Blaster and his characters and his Spirit Leech spam. So that's what's going to happen. Ent is going to be trying to use Spirit Leech over and over with the Iron Blaster and the Hunter to snipe some of the characters. So the Shaman Sorcerer, Wolfric, these kind of characters, right? Best of 5. Best of 5. Every series today is going to be best of 5. Both semis and the grand finals are going to be best of 5. That is the jam. All right, guys. So moving on up, we do see the sniping build coming in from Ent. He loves his sniping builds. Oh, look at that. The harpoon throw, the crippling throw. So the Hunter throwing a harpoon at Wolfric, and Wolfric gets harpooned here. But Charik's really going to be pushing the tempo here, as Ent is going to be trying to rotate over. And we do see the Javelins pushing up, Ent running away with his entire army here. Going to be yielding the triple cap to the Norskins right now. So you do see Condom Wolves coming from the other side. And for Charix, honestly, just hide Wolfric behind this rock the entire game. Just sit him there, pop him out to do a little something, run behind the pillar. I think that's going to be your best bet. So what Ent is going to be doing now is using Blood Vultures. And he's going to be using the Blood Vultures to try and shut down the Marauder Hunter Javelins. But the Marauder Javelins aren't actually bad fighters. They're almost like Marauders here, but Ent getting some good value. Ooh, nice Iron Blaster shot right there, guys. Really nice. Nailing those Condom Wolves, doing like 40% HP to them. Really nasty. But I don't like how recklessly Wulfric is being played with. I mean, he doesn't need... There's no reason to have Wulfric here. I mean, maybe a Hunter of Champions on somebody, but overall, that is a dodgy play. All right, so Wulfric is going to be getting in there. Skin Wolves are charging forth, and these are the Maws of Savagery, the ROR Skin Wolves, guys. Those guys are nasty. And they do get on top of the Slaughtermaster. Now, what... Okay, let me explain what's happening right now. He's sending in the really aggressive Skin Wolves to try and kill the enemy Lord, and he's trying to hope that Ent is going to overreact, and then he's going to blast him with the Final Transmutation, which, boom, is happening right now. So there's the Final Transmutation coming in from the Shaman Sorcerer. That's going to be hitting everybody here. That gets the Slaughtermaster. That's going to be getting the Hunter right now. And Charix should just go pedal to the metal. He has a triple cap. I would say he's in a commanding position army-wise. He's going to move up here. The Maws of Savagery getting some good damage in, but they themselves are also taking quite a bit. Look at that. Doom and Darkness from Anticity. Very cool to break those guys off. Wulfric needs to be careful, though, but Wulfric is going to be going in. He's got to be really, really cautious. Javelins coming across the board here, and it looks like all the objectives. Ent going for a Ninja on this side. He's going to be trying to get it with some Noblars, but Charix needs to maintain the triple cap if he wants to win this game. If he lets Ent get one objective, he has a good chance of losing, honestly. So right now, the Norskins are pushing all the way into the Ogre spawn zone. Skin Wolves on top of Lead Belchers. That is not good for the Kraken King here, as Anticity does get his Lead Belchers caught. He may have cooked a little bit too hard with this build. We'll have to see. The Lead Belchers are getting pimp-slapped by the Werewolves over there, and we do see the Hunter getting Plague of Rusted and hunted. I mean, Norska are the kings of hunting monsters. And I know that's kind of their theme, but it's also they're very good at it in this game. Norska is one of the best Monster Slayer factions. Their Javelins are so damn cost-effective, Skin Wolves, and Wulfric isn't terrible either against some of the bigger threats. But Ent is down by about 800 value. And on this objective, we do see the Frost Doggies being sent in, but they moved into their Doom and ended up attacking into the Pigback Rider. So that was a big blunder by Charix, actually. Charix going to be calling in Skin Wolves to try and help out there. We will see if that makes a difference. In the meantime, Ent's getting pushed back very, very hard as Charix does approach 1,500 points right here. And this is usually the situation that Anticity has his opponent in. Like, Ent is the one who has his opponent spawn camped and pushed back like this, you know? Maneater's going to get dragged down by spears. I mean, this is such a bad fight for the Maneaters, man. Such a bad fight. We see these guys getting chewed up. The Skin Wolves, as well as the Marauders, able to grind those guys down. Javelin's putting Overwatch Fire in, and the Norska army just going to pull back here. Ent is probably going to go all in on trying to win Objective 3, which is a smart play. Because, of course, it's the only way to stop the bleeding right now. The middle is just too locked down. Skin Wolves need to come here, though, and help. Although Pigback Riders are still alive, these Marauders are shaken, but remember, Norskin Marauders are absolute Giga Chads. They have the Enrage mechanic, so they get Leadership, Phys Res, and Melee attack as they do pile in. Skin Wolves in there. Norska still has the freaking objective, by the way. Damn. All right, then. So, on the backside, we do see the Ogre Bulls getting dragged down. A couple Lead Belchers do return to the party. Maneaters moving back in, but I don't know why Ent would send the Maneaters into that fight. They're going to get wrecked by the Spears and by the Skin Wolves, but we do see, okay, maybe with Blood Vultures distracting the Spearmen a little bit, we'll have to see. And it looks like the Maws of Savagery, the Condom Wolf ROR, is going to be moving around, and they're going to be getting on top of the Lead Belchers, and Ent doesn't really have anything to protect them right now. So these guys are going to get ripped up real good like. As you can see, they're getting Lead Belchered, and here comes the Werewolves. Oh, that guy just got slapped up, dude. I mean, yeah, that would suck, man. Fighting those werewolf dudes, not fun. The Ogre Lord also in trouble. I mean, Charix could just get both his Javelins and click on the Ogre Lord and potentially just end the game right here. We're going to have to see. Now, back in the woods, Charix continuing to fight for this point here. We do see him moving in with Marauder Horsemen. Werewolves moving in as well. And you can see that Norska, despite not being updated for like 30 years, is still a top-tier faction. Very good. Moving in here with the Marauder Spearmen and these bad boys. But Ent's also brought a very cheeky off-meta Lord Sniping build. Like an Iron Blaster, a Hunter with a Javelin throw, as well as a Spirit Leecher, Ogre Slaughtermaster. It was very much designed to cheese the enemy Lord. And if it doesn't work out, you know, you're going to have a bad time. Wulfric's getting in. Does he have Hunter of Champions? He does not, but he's not going to need it. The Ogre Lord here is trapped up. He's going to get slapped up there. Javelins are just unleashing on the Ogre army, and yeah, that Slaughtermaster just got absolutely bullied right there as he's going to be knocked onto the ground. And the longer the Norskins fight, the stronger they get. That's what makes their infantry so much better than the other Chaos, or the Chaos Undivided, for example, that Rage mechanic. And Charix with a dominant victory there, guys. Dominant victory. Man. All right, 1-1, guys. And Charix playing really good today, man. That last game could have been his too. But Anticity with the cunning back cap at the last second, able to pull it out. But in this case, Charix is going to be winning that match, and now we have a contested series here. Very happy to see an even match between these, an even series, I should say, between these players. But yeah, what we talked about in the beginning, massive, massive build favor for Charix. Charix's build was just so well designed to counter Anticity's build. And yeah, I couldn't really see what Anticity could do to win that other than cheesing, Charix's heroes. Very, very tough. All right, so let's get the next game set up. We're going to be jumping to the other lobby right now. And let's go here and find it. So where's this? So let's go there and do this. And we're going to find this. And I think this is it. Let me check. 1 second. Charix showing his qualities as the captain of Gondor. Yeah, I think so. All right. On my way. Okay, trying to find the lobby right now. I think it's this one. Let me check there. Okay, getting the lobby code from the other team, and here we are. So it's going to be Hiles versus Bretonnia here on the first match, which is very, very fun. So let's go ahead and switch to this, and this is going to be 0-0. This is the other side of the bracket. And so it begins. So it begins. Yeah, Charix coming for blood, man. We're going to see. Will Ent be able to defend his crown, or will the mighty Charix be able to pull off an upset? Find out today, guys. Find out today. All right, so they'll get their next game going. And Daniken, they should be ready by now. Daniken may be AFK, though. Let me check with him. I'll tag him in the Discord and let him know. And Blood Penguin and Daniken, your turn. Ents. And then Charix, get next match ready. Yes, this is going to be the next match. If we take a look at the brackets, it is the bottom side of the bracket. So this is Blood Penguin versus Daniken Trop here. And this is best of 5 too. So we're going to be casting this game right now. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, Pirate. No, you're going to see Norska and Slaanesh be really strong after. They're already like some of the best factions in the game, and they're just getting more shit. So it's going to be pretty brutal. All right, hopefully Daniken is here. Let me check real quick. Oh, I think, is he still building his army? They've been here a while. Okay, he's building his army now. That's fine, okay. How cool is it, by the way, to see Bretonnia represented in such a high-stakes game? It's fun, man. Really a testament to how good the meta is right now. It's honestly very good. Bretonnia is even a bit of a counter against Slaanesh. They do pretty well against them. It's just fun to see. High Elf Sword and Shield unit. Well, yeah, that's. I mean, having a nice cheap sword unit isn't bad at all. Hey, Bill, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Yeah, so Daniken is doing his army right now. They should have had their armies ready, but he might have been AFK or something. I have no idea. But we'll let him know for the next game that their build should be ready by the time I get here, because they have like, what, 10, 15 minutes to build their armies? All right. Checking to see. Looks like that build is ready. Pretty Chadley builds for both players, from what I can tell. Wake me up when Skaven get here. Yeah. Well, you might be an eternal slumber in that case. I don't know, man. Skaven are going to need a lot of milk to be. You know, the best Skaven, one of the best Skaven players in the world is actually Charix. He's very good at Skaven, but he won't play them here against Anticity. There's no freaking way. The only time he would pick Skaven maybe would be if Anticity goes Dark Elves, because Skaven are a bit of a soft counter against Dark Elves. Yeah. Dark Elves are very good, yeah. And actually, this High Elf player right now is the best Dark Elf player in the world. He will pick Dark Elves in this series, I can assure you. Unless they got globally banned, which they might have. I'm not sure. I'll be shocked if High Elves get a unit that costs... Yeah, if High Elves get a cheap unit, that'd be a huge buff for them. It'd be very, very nice. Anticity was quite convinced that Charix will whip out Skaven at some point. It could happen. It could happen. I mean, look, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It ain't. Okay, perfect, perfect. And right on. Yeah, B6 is also one of the best Skaven players in the world. They played in today's tournament. They actually, if we take a look at the brackets real quick, B6 did take a game off Charix. It was a 2-1 series. So Charix did lose a game into B6. I wonder if there was any Skaven in that series. Pretty cool. All right. So loading back in here, and let's break it down and let's have some fun. Welcome, champions. Welcome one, welcome all. Yeah. Well, there you go. Let us get it. What's better, Cav? Cold Ones or Hellstriders? Hellstriders. Hellstriders are probably one of the best cavalry units in the entire game. And it's like a Cold One Knight will beat them in a fight, but Hellstriders are just so fast and have so many good tools. Yeah. We'll break down the builds. Don't worry. I'm going to give you guys a full tactical breakdown of all these goodies right now. So Plague Penguin is here, loading in. And here we go. All right, so taking a look at the armies of the Plague Penguin, the Bretonnian Goat, he is going to be here with Alberic. Alberic is the meta choice for Bretonnia these days. Being able to imbue bonus first large to nearby allies is insane. You want to give your peasant mobs 12 bonus first large? We'll just set Alberic nearby. Peasants, archers, Guerre Relique with chaff infantry in the front mostly. He is going to be using field trebuchets though. Interesting. High elves hate artillery, so I don't hate the trebuchet pick, and it looks like he's going to be parking it in the corner over here, which is going to be a very easy angle to protect it, and it's going to be able to put constant pressure on objectives 1 and 2. Knights Errant are going to be the cavalry choices, who, when teamed up with Alberic, do get bonus first large, and then we have a Lifecaster as well. Lifecaster does have Flesh to Stone. For the army of Danikentrop, it is going to be a turn 15 campaign army. It's you just got the tech to get your Lothern Seaguard. You know, Eltharion got level 10 or whatever you need for his bird. And here it is. So, Silverin Guard and regular Spearmen. Lothern Seaguard in the back with a Plague of Rustcaster? No, it's going to be a Searing Doom Spammer. So he's just going to be using the Starwood Staff for free reserves. Every time you use this, you do get a fair amount of Winds of Magic, which is quite good. And then you can spam Searing Doom and punish the positions, which is not bad. Eltharion the Grim is pretty Chadley in this build too. I mean, Tempest is going to be very useful against Alberic. If Alberic gets caught out of position once, he's going to be able to drop a fat Tempest and then shoot him with a bunch of archers, which is not bad at all. All right, guys. So let's get this party started. Let's have some fun and let us know who you guys want to win this game. Get ready to party. Here we go. Battle is on. Trebuchet is going to be targeting the archers for sure, and the sons and daughter, there's one daughter here of the lady, I believe there's a damsel in the army, going to be moving forth. Here comes the damsel through the woods. She's going to be charging, and you can see the brave knights of Bretonnia surging forth to fight for their wine. Guess what they're really hyped about. But they're going to be moving on up. Power Stone activated to get a little bit of recharge and Winds Magic going. And Eltharion the Grim going to be eyeing his opponent. Danikentrop is just going to advance up. Daniken's going to park their units between objectives 1 and 2. Just basically put a land battle formation up here and fight for these 2 points with the archers. A little bit tricky to defend the flanks against these cav, but Lothern Seaguard are spear units, so even if they get attacked by Knights Errant, they can defend themselves. And you're going to need to get some probably Fireborn out here relatively soon. Daniken did call something out already. It is going to be the Storm Riders. So he calls out the Arawar Lothern Seaguard there. Not bad. And, you know, you can get some good play by parking your Lothern Seaguard on the edge of the trees so that they're not obstructed when they shoot. But when your opponent charges you, what then happens is their cav gets stuck on the trees as they try and penetrate deeper into your formation. So there's some dank MLG plays that the High Elves can execute in that way. We'll have to see how this all goes. So pushing on up, the Elven Archer is going to be unleashing on the Bretonnian peasantry here very, very soon. Alberic flying overhead, having a bit of a stare down with Eltharion the Grim. While in the backfield, Field Trebuchet is going to be shooting into Lothern Seaguard, who are now unleashing their torrents of fire. So the dreaded turn 10 campaign army going to be letting it fly and doing a little bit of damage against those Knights Errant. You know, they are shielded and have 80 armor, but, you know, they're a good target compared to the friggin' peasant mobs, right? Bretonnia preparing to meet them. The men-at-arms are going to be surging forth, and it looks like Eltharion thought about getting in there. Is there going to be a Tempest on Alberic? Yes, there is. Oh boy, if he had Plague of Rust, this could be really nasty. So Tempest and all the Elven Archers are immediately going to be switching on to Alberic, but it looks like Plague Penguin is able to react pretty quickly there, and he is going to be retreating with Alberic. So Alberic does pull back right now, though does take some damage in the process. All right, Silverin Guard grinding it out here. Silverin, Silverin, and Silverin. And on the flank, we do get Silverhelms engaging versus Knights Errant, and Altharion, the Grim Warden, going to be coming in to help his boys, as the Knights Errant actually have a pretty bad engagement. They're going to get flanked and hammered down pretty hard there. Alberic forced back, though. That Tempest was pretty good. It forced him back, allowing the Grim Warden to get in and have a good fight. But Knights of the Realm are now in, and the Knights of the Realm will trade very well into Silverhelms and other units. Looking around the battlefield, looks like the first Searing Doom going to be activated, going to be nuking some of the Bretonnian peasantry there, as the Grim Warden does pop his Fang Sword to get some Fizz Res, and the fighting continues to rage on here. The Bretonnians going to be flanking on the outside. It looks like they did find their way around the edge of the formation, and they were able to get some peasant mobs through into the secondary line with some Knights Errant, and the Lothern Sea Guard are now in melee combat with the Knights Errant there. But the High Elf Archer line is holding well. They're still shooting here. Men-at-Arms are going to get broken off on this side. We do see Altharion trying to help out against the Knights of the Realm here with his Fang Sword, and is doing some decent damage. The Spearmen here are on the precipice of breaking, and we do see the Trebuchet putting consistent firepower down. Now, Daniken is up a little bit in value. Mistwalker's Barrage there does pick off a couple of those Knights of the Realm, and there is going to be another Tempest coming down here. Tempest going to be really, really solid. Definitely will do some good damage. Even if you're landed on the ground, it still can afflict you. Elves currently have one objective, but the Bretonnians are really pouring it on here, as more Knights of the Realm are going to be coming in. And is Altharion going to be going after Alberic, trying to get a pick? The front line of the Elves is opening up a little bit. There are some points that are vulnerable, and the Knights of the Realm do charge into the Lothern Sea Guard here, but Knights of the Realm getting hammered by the Grim Warden, man. Altharion really trying to put this game on his back. And again, these Elven Archers are Spearmen, so they are going to be able to hold their own against the onslaught of the Cav charges. Objective 1, though, in the process of flipping. Objective 2, we do have some Elven Spearmen still fighting here. And over on Objective 3, Daniken going to be posturing with some Spearmen right there and threatening to take that point. Getting charged in the back wouldn't feel good. Definitely should turn those guys around to face the Spearmen if they can, but there's a lot going on, and it's not like a super high priority play, to be completely honest. Looking pretty good for the High Elves, though. They're value trading well. There is healing on the Bretonnian roster, though. And what I've noticed from Plague Penguin's games is he tends to do better the longer the games go on. Like, as the games drag on and the Cav micro becomes more important and more sporadic, he seems to do a little bit better. The Knights of the Realm surging, looking for opportunities to get into the backfield here. Going to be getting on top of the Lothern Sea Guard, which are still getting shot by Trebuchet fire. But overall, the Lothern Sea Guard are holding like absolute gigachads. They are just getting their spears out. They're dragging down Bretonnian Knights right here. You can see these guys getting dragged through the mud. Right here, the Lothern Sea Guard in their tightly packed formation with their spears should be able to hold back some of these Knights of the Realm. And the Grim Warden has been an absolute menace this game, although he's getting attacked by Alberic now. Maybe you're going to need to turn around, use an Apotheosis, or perhaps cast a Tempest. We will have to see. So on the backside here, Spearmen holding it down. And we do see the Damsel of Life for Plague Penguin parking on that objective just to maintain capture weight and make sure that the Elves can't flip that point. Elves do have Objective 1. Objective 2 is going back and forth right now. It looks like it's in a little bit of flux. But now the heavy hitters are out. The Fireborn have arrived. So the Fireborn are out on the table. We do see an Apotheosis going down to them to make sure they can dominate their fights. And they will dominate most low-tier Bretonnian infantry. Grail Knights, of course, can go fisticuffs with them. But the Knights Errant and the Knights of the Realm are going to have some issues there for sure. Overall, Daniken looking to be in good shape, but is triple capped, so you need to take that into account. He does not have any of the objectives right now, and I've probably played over 50 games against Plague Penguin. For some reason, he's one of my regular opponents I run into in tournaments, and he is one of the most annoying players in the world to get objectives from. Once he's got you triple capped, especially with a mobile faction like Bretonnia, it is so tough to get the points back from him. We'll see how it goes. Perhaps Daniken, who's a much better player than I am, is going to be able to figure it out. Lothern Sea Guard moving up, and Lothern Sea Guard grinding here with these units. Spearmen in the middle have taken the middle point pretty big, and that is a fully erect Silvern Guard unit. Going to be very, very tough to drag down. On this side, Bretonnia is able to stabilize it with the Damsel, as well as some Knights Errant and some peasant mobs able to come in there and grab it. But the Elves look like they're going to get this point as well, and it does look like Plague Penguin's lines are falling apart a little bit. Elves are a very mobile faction as well, so they can keep up with the Bretonnian mobility. That is for sure. And High Elf Cavalry is pretty damn elite. They are absolute beast modes. All right. Altharion moving in, trying to maybe get a terror out on some of these bad boys. But if Altharion does get sniped and killed, that could be a turning of the tide. We'll have to see. Down here in the woods, it looks like we do have the Storm Riders, which are the Arawar Lothern Sea Guard, fighting through some Spearmen and being supported by some Illyrian Reavers. These guys most likely will be able to rotate over towards Objective 3 and grab that, but we do see Daniken pulling further and further ahead. Both sides do have healing, though. We have Apotheosis and we have Earthblood, so pretty similar healing from both sides. Fireborn just going hard, man. Currently sitting at a pretty healthy state here. Getting charged by Grail Knights, though. So the comeback unit for Bretonnia is here. The Grail Knights are out. They get a beautiful charge. They do not care about the physical resist of the Fireborn. They're going to be getting in there, and it looks like a Trident of Borderlow is going to be activated as well. The Wrath of Manon. Really, really nice. Those Fireborn getting hammered by those Grail Knights. But is it going to be enough to break through? We do have Lothern Seaguard coming, and Fireborn are still remaining stalwart. Eltharion getting cycle charged by Alberic a little bit, but it looks like he is enduring, and he's nowhere near his healing cap, and Tempest is still potentially on the table as well. Yeah, all the Elven foot units really putting in work, right? So on the far side, Silver and Guard looking raid boss. We have a healthy Spearman here. In the middle, we have 2 Lothern Seaguard units, which are going to be very, very tough to crack. Bretonnia does seem to be having problems dealing with the Lothern Seaguard this game. They've really, really been a menace. Up in the sky, Daniken Trop going to be flying about with Eltharion the Grim, maybe thinking about diving in here again. And no, yeah, be careful there. You don't want to get surrounded by Grail Knights and Alberic, all of whom do have nasty, nasty bonus versus large. So Plague Penguin, you know, he finds a way, man. He's able to win a bit of a fight there with his Grail Knights. We do have a pit fight. Eltharion the Grim popping his Fang Sword and does get a little bit of support now, but the Ladies Chosen have gathered a pretty big critical mass of cav here. That's going to be a nice Searing Doom, but the Penguin is going to be dodging most of it, although it does look like some of his Knights are going to get hammered by that Searing Doom from the Metal Caster of the High Elves. Yeah, so they have an Apotheosis Caster and also a Metal Caster. Interesting. So a little bit of a dual-pronged play there. Eltharion taking a lot of damage from the Bretonnian Cav, though. You can see he does get forced back a little bit. Alberic and Eltharion both at about 2,500 HP. Very, very close battle. As Silverhelms do pile in to help. Looking very secure for the High Elves over here. Definitely need to get these Spearmen back to the battlefield. Lothern Seaguard putting firepower down where they can. And a big heal going down on Eltharion. He's going to be pulling up towards 3,000 HP here, whereas Alberic is not. But Alberic is giving that nice aura, although the High Elves are slowly breaking through. I think the Lothern Seaguard here are getting in there, and they got their old prison shanks out, so they are going to be dragging these bad boys down. Big old fight, man. This is a ferocious one. I mean, this is what happens when you get the top 4 players in the world duking it out. You're going to get sweaty, contested matches, which is what it's all about, man. Eltharion, 1,900 HP. Alberic going to be sitting at 1,500. Silverhelm surging forth, and up in the sky, we do see old Pegasus Knights coming in to try and turn the tide, but the Pegasus Knights will not be good at reclaiming ground. Bretonnia still does have clutches on its objective here, and it looks like there's some wild-ass Spearmen back here. I don't know what he's doing with these. This is a big mistake by Daniken. Daniken needs to get those Spearmen back up to the objective right now. He could have used those guys. Eltharion going in for it, though. Going to be trying to duel Alberic. Alberic is a slightly superior anti-large duelist, but we do see Eltharion right now is a little bit healthier, but not by much. Oh no, he just got punched in the face there. Lost that HP. Okay then. The fight rages on. Spearmen are AFK. Spearmen could also go and shut down that Trebuchet. You know, but there's a lot going on. Very, very hectic stuff. But all those Elven Spears moving towards the point. He's going to need a Tempest right now. Eltharion is kind of getting whooped on a little bit by the bonus versus large of Alberic. He's at 1,100 HP. Alberic currently sitting at 1,600 right there. Some of the Elven Archers on the ground trying to help out. 700 HP from Eltharion. He's running away. And this point is going to be flipping to the High Elves, it looks like. So it does go, and there's an Apotheosis right there. Going to be healing the Grim Warden as he's just going for it. Eltharion does get a heal, and he just attacks Alberic. He's just like, pedal to the metal, baby. Let's go. 400 HP on the Grim Warden. Healing is about to wear off. Pegasus Knights there as well. And it looks like Alberic, the Duke of Borderlow, does win the fight. And that is going to be the end of the Grim Warden. But the High Elves still have a vastly superior army on the ground, from what I can tell. Although Bretonnia didn't hear no bell. Will Alberic be able to pull this one back? Pegasus Knights fighting it out, training pretty well. Even Peasant Archers being sent into melee. Daniken remembering his Spearmen in the back and is going to be moving these guys in to go after the Trebuchet, which is going to be a nice shutdown right there. But right now, the High Elves do have the Bretonnian triple capped. Will Alberic be able to scrap and get this game back? There is kind of an idea of which, if he can get a big Cav Hammer and just start to break these Elven positions one at a time, he might be able to just get this crazy momentum on the battlefield. We'll have to see. In the back, some Spearmen there, a little bit AFK, could come back towards the battle and help out. Alberic giving a really nice bonus versus large here, but he needs a Trident, man, to break this position. These are the Storm Riders. These are elite, Spearmen, basically. Very, very high melee defense at 48, and their bonus versus large will be quite helpful against these guys. Is the Trebuchet online? Did he actually stabilize that? No. Okay, so the Elven Spearmen do get back here. They're going to be taking those guys down. The Peasant crew trying to fight, but they're not going to be having a good time. These elite spears. These are actually Silverins too. Perhaps a mistake by Daniken not moving them back to the objective, but taking down the Trebuchet is a good call. That thing is going to be squeezing out some value. And Bretonnia is somehow goblining on this objective, but are they going to be able to get through all these different Spearmen? That is the question. Both players feeling the pressure right now. as we do have Knights of the Realm, Knights Errant here, and you know what could really turn this game, break this game open would be Grail Knights. Like one Grail Knight unit might be a big problem, but Silverins are so tough to remove, man. They're so tough to remove. Just insanely good defensive stats with high armor, 54 melee defense. Those bad boys are not messing around. All right, guys, Knights Errant, I'm going to be rotating. We do see the Lothern Sea Guard shooting into the back of some of these Knights of the Realm here. It's in flux, man. Penguin really, really going for it, but he is running out of time. His opponent is going to be approaching 1,200 points here pretty quickly. Daniken is in control of the objectives, and his Silverin Guard, they don't really care that Eltharian's gone. They have 75 base leadership and are very, very tough to break. I think that Bretonnia is going to rotate and maybe start trying to play the other objectives right now, which are a little bit less entrenched, which wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly. Like, soften this one up, move to objective 2, maybe try and get this point as well. We'll see, because Bretonnia still got some fight left in them, guys. Considering they have Alberic and the High Elves are leaderless, could be the play. Pegasus Knights on their way back in. Not too many large targets for them to die, but you could use them to just rear charge things and break leadership. Bretonnia going to be stealing this, and we do see the Silverin Guard following the Bretonian cab over. That's going to be 10 capture weight. And look who's back. The Grim Warden returns. Somehow Palpatine returns. So he is there. 3,800 value in his first life, by the way. The Pegasus Knights immediately going to be intercepting him, and they'll be very good against him for sure. They will lose, though. Bretonnia does manage to get this point. And look, the downside of resummoning your Lord like this is that you lose out on your capture weight, because this is like, 2,000 gold. That's like 5 or 6 infantry units that could be really holding down the objectives. But Bretonnia actually getting the double cap over here. Oh man, okay, the elves are gonna have to Helm's Deep it looks like, guys. This is so stressful. Plague Penguin is so good at playing objectives. It's what I was telling you guys, man. You think you have him beat, but then this huge mobile hammer moves around and just starts bouncing between your points and really makes you suffer, man. It is super impressive. So we do see Bretonnia holding on to this point, and Bretonnia has so much capture weight coming in between the Yeomen and the various cav units, and he lures the spears off the objective and then comes over here and alpha strikes another position. Alberic going to be getting afflicted by a Tempest there, which is going to put him on death's bed. He's going to be very, very low at this point. And we do see Daniken approaching the victory point. He's almost at 1,400. A lot of spearmen moving. Bretonnia does have the double cap right now. Oh my god, Penguin's got so much capture weight coming in. That is so many Yeomen and so many mobile pieces. Silverin Guard are returning from their exodus. Knights of the Realm going to be coming in as well. And some of the Knights Errant getting hammered down. The massive spear brick here dragging down these cav units. Daniken cannot afford to lose this objective. He really, really has to hold on to it. Right now, the capture weight slightly in favor of Bretonnia, but probably will be flipping back to the High Elves here in a moment once their spearmen do arrive. Silverin Guard do arrive, and it is going to be a High Elf Helm's Deep here in this situation. They are going for it. Cav charging into the back of the Lothern Sea Guard as we do see Knights of the Realm coming in, trying to get what damage they can against these bad boys. Alberic is now gone, though. Alberic did get defeated by the Tempest of the High Elves, and I think that Daniken is going to be able to make their stand right here. I think he's going to hold. Hold! All 5 of you High Elf fans in chat, watch as your brave spear formations hold back the tides of enemy cavalry. Very, very epic stuff here. You gotta love last stands like this. It's so freaking cool looking. This game is definitely really beautiful. It looks great. But spearmen holding, being swarmed by Bretonian cavalry, but they are going to be most likely able to endure, although the capture weight is flipping a little bit. Ooh, it keeps going back and forth. Really, really tense, man. That is a lot of cav over there, and they have a Grail Relique. Lifecaster is helping. More cav coming in from Plague Penguin, but we are going to be getting cav coming in from Daniken Trop as well. We're going to be charging into the back of the Knights of the Realm. High Elves do stabilize the objective. They need to hold for about another 40 seconds right now. The Elven Spears are not giving any ground whatsoever. Silverin Guard are just absolute gigachads. The staunch line of spears, that's right. They're really, really hanging in there. High Elves holding. We got another 30 seconds left. The Bretonians have broken, it looks like. Their cav have run out of steam. Alberic getting taken down, and the return of the Grim Warden appear to have been a catalyst for victory here. And it looks like Daniken Trop is going to be drawing first blood for Asuryan and for the Donut Island. GG, well played. Great match. Great match indeed. Very, very fun. All right, guys. So that is going to be first blood being drawn by Daniken Trop here in this best of 5 series. And now we're going to be jumping over and going back to Anticity versus Charix, which is currently 1-1 in the series. So that is going to be victory for Daniken Trop. There he goes. And let's bounce out. All right. Eastern Europe being represented very well today. We have, of course, Charix from Poland and I believe Daniken Trop from Ukraine. I don't know where Plague Penguin's from. Anticity, of course, Canadian. That was pretty epic. The spears holding against like the Bretonian charge at the end. I mean, you gotta love it. Very, very good stuff. All right, so now we're gonna be jumping into the other game here. So let's find it, and there we are. Oh, dude, you'll probably see Lizardman today. I would wager yes. Somebody in chat was asking about Heroes of Might and Magic. I will stream more of it, of course. And when the game is fully released, it's gonna be a regular fixture on this channel. For now, it's just a demo though, so there's only so much we can really do. Olodamar, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Appreciate you, man. All right. So we got oh my god, a Kislev mirror match. Why are you guys like this? Why are you like this? Oh no, he's Vampire Counts. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Ent is Canadian. Yes, he is. Yeah. I think Blood Penguin is American. I'm not sure. I don't think you listed it on the website because you can put your little flag from the country you're from. Okay, no, it's Vampire Counts versus Kislev, which is a fun matchup. I think it's Vampire Count favored these days. I'm not sure. Blood Penguin is... He doesn't say where he's from. Yeah. I have no idea. I have no idea. No, the Heroes of Might and Magic game is a freaking demo right now. Yeah. It's open to everybody. You can play it, dude. Pone was going to unsubscribe, he said, after being subscribed for like 9 years. If it was a mirror match. Fair play. All right, guys. So, Vampire Counts versus Kislev. We got the scary undead coming. The post-Halloween hangover is here. And Charek's playing his people. He's playing the Kislevites. Which the Kislevites are basically an amalgamation of Polish, Ukraine, Russia, Eastern Europe in general. So, yeah, do it. Do it, man. Is there someone from Puerto Rico in the competitive scene? I'm not sure. That's a really good question. To my knowledge, no. We do have some solid South American players and some folks. I don't know about Puerto Rico. Let me think. Hey, Modest, thank you. Can't wait for more HOM. Me too. I love Heroes of Might and Magic. I am just looking forward to playing some PvP, though, because playing against AI for me isn't super enjoyable after, grinding a bunch of games. But Modest, thank you, man. Really, thank you so much for helping support the competitive scene here. Anyone from Japan? Ooh, yeah, I don't know if it's like a lag thing, but we have a fair... Historically, there have been plenty of competitive players from like Korea and from China, but for some reason, we've never really had anybody from Japan. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it's just not popular over there. I have no idea. I am surprised, though. Yeah, I'm surprised. It could just be a time zone or an internet thing, because it's, pretty far there. All right. So, Vampire Counts are ready. Charek's fine-tuning his build. Perfect. Hey, Nacho. Thanks for being a member for 40 months. Yo to you, too, man. And Pone says Japan has anime girl pillows. They're busy. Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my God. Yeah, so this matchup, there's a couple ways you can see Kislev play it. They can go wide bowline, which is really off meta, or they can do Dragon Monster Mash with Hoxamiska, which is the more meta way to play this matchup. No, Italy. Yeah, bring the Italian power, man. Dude, you'll be the Italian stallion, man. We have... Samurai Warrior was a solid competitive player in Warhammer 2. He's Italian. There's been a couple solid Italian players, for sure. Czech? Yeah, there were in Warhammer 2. I don't know about Warhammer 3. Where's Tim Own Goal? He's on vacation right now with his family, so he couldn't play. But Own Goal did qualify. He would normally be here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's break it down. So, here it is. The great Kraken King, the defending world champion here on Itza. Going to be going with a Graveguard push. I love it. This is very off meta. Graveguard are not a meta choice here. Usually it's going to be skeletons, zombies, and corpse guards. But he is going with a huge armor check. Really going to be trying to catch his opponent off guard here. And now, looking at Anticity, he's got zombies, a Strigoi Ghoul King, or sorry, Vampire Lord up in the sky with the free healing. He's really good. Command of the Unliving, and oh no, did he strip those abilities? I guess he did. He's like, all right, it's enough healing for me. And I think we saw a double White King as well, which is, very, very common. Now, Charek's, oh my god, what the hell kind of an army is this? We got Kossars, Kossars, and Kossars. Ice Guard with swords and mass. And Zargard with great weapons on the outside. And the Dazen's Hearthblades. This is about as Chadley of a Kislev build as you can possibly get. 2 Zargard great weapons. A bunch of Ice Guard with glaives and swords. Oh my god. Yeah, Graveguard versus Zargard. Now, this matchup is pretty heavily Vampire count favored. In our tournament scene, I believe that the Vampires usually have about a 70% win rate against Kislev. But, you know, Charix picked into this matchup. He felt confident enough to pick it here, so it's on him. It's on him. All right, so Strigoi Vampire Lord going to be chilling over there. Charix going to be getting the 2 objectives. Anticity probably like, what the hell is this shit, you know? What is a caster? So it's going to be Ice Sheet as well as Icebane's Kiss. Those White Kings are going to bully Charix pretty badly, though. They're going to come in and get Scab Scrates on the Ice Guard and just do like half their HP. That's why I think it's risky. Charix positioning his Ice Guard in a bit of a blunderous way. Oh, that was nasty. Scab Scrape is so good. It's way too good. That ability needs to be nerfed. Zargard heading over here. Spirit Leech going down on the Ice Witch, and the Ice Witch is now standing at the ready. We do see a little bit of hybrid shooting going into the White Kings here. And I would imagine the Ice Guard are going to unleash some ammo on them also. Charix does get the double cap out of the gates and is going to be contesting the high ground objective as well. Is he going to be able to kill one of the White Kings here? White Kings do have silver shields. They're very hard to kill with missiles. In the meantime, Kossar is moving up and shooting Anticity's army. Scab Scrape did some okay damage, but nothing too crazy. Since when does it do so much against armored Kossars too? That was a bit strange, but... yeah, free damage is going down. I mean, these White Kings are taking a little bit, and it looks like the Ice Guard are not going to be opting to shoot them, as the Zargard going to be rushing over to try and intercept them. Anticity knows that his build is not ready for this build. The Kislev build has a lot of good counters against Ent's build, so he's probably going to need to build up and get some counters before he moves in. Ice Guard going to be moving away. Nice breath attack there, able to tickle the pickle of those Kossars and those Ice Guard. And it looks like another Spirit Leech going to be going down to the Ice Witch here, who probably wishing she had brought Death Frost right now. Horse Archer skirmishing a bit, and it looks like the Ice Witch might get sniped out here in the early game. And yeah, so far, White King's in a little bit of danger, as the Dazen's Hearthblades do get a surround on them, and are going to be able to most likely push them back. Kislev attempting to skirmish here, but the Skeleton Spearman able to keep them at bay. The Ice Witch is probably going to need to hide on the other side of the map. Yeah, I think that was a double cast of Scab Scare. That makes sense, yeah, because that was a little bit more damage than I would have expected. What is Kislev going to call in next, by the way? Griffin Legion? All right, Griffin Legion could help steal the high ground objective, but with the Strigoi Vampire Lord up there, it's a little bit sketchy. We do see the Icebane's Kiss going down, and now Count Chocula is going to be advancing, but if the White Kings get killed by the Dazen's Hearthblades, that's going to be a disaster for Anticity. These guys will beat the 2 White Kings, too. They're a 1,400 gold elite great weapon unit. Very, very menacing. All right, so shooting is underway. The Vampire Army is advancing in full effect. Ice Sheet going down to slow down the entire Vampire Corps, while the Griffin Legion going to be eyeing those Direwolves on the high ground here. And maybe it's time for Charix to pull his army back and consolidate his strength. Like, I feel like he's a little bit too spread out, and maybe is going to pay the troll toll here. We're going to have to see. Ent with a very rare micro blunder actually loses his Direwolves. He's usually very good with his Hound micro, but in that case he does lose them. Ice Witch potentially going to get killed here. We do see the Strigoi Vampire Lord flying over here and looking to get a kill on the Ice Witch. And the Ice Witch is going to be dropping an Icebane's Kiss, which is very good against chaff units. But the Ice Witch, I guess, is cheap enough that even if it does die, you can just resummon it, so it's not really the end of the world. In the meantime, the Ice Guard with Glaives getting attacked by the 2 White Kings, being very, very trolled there. And the Kislevite Zargard Great Weapons are actually in an okay fight. I mean, they're fighting units that they're good against, but they're heavily outmuscled. There's going to be a lot of those guys coming in. So is there going to be a Patriarch getting called out? The Mordheim Beowulfs are going to be the choice. In the middle, Kislev is holding down to it, and there's going to be an Ice Sheet going down here, which is going to slow down some units. Ice Guard with Glaives tied down by chaff units, a pretty bad situation for Charix here. I think Charix is in a pretty big losing position here. We do see the Ice Guard Glaives, a Halberd unit, being tied down by mass chaff units, which is pretty much a disaster. The Ice Witch is on death's bed. She's at 400 HP, looking to be in very, very bad shape. And yeah, a lot of the Ice Guard are already in melee. I feel like Charix's positioning with Ice Guard was a little bit precarious this game. And now the Zargard with Great Weapons, though they're trading okay, or just being outnumbered, just swarmed, right? And I feel like the Kislev army maybe needed to keep closer together and just play one objective instead of trying to play 2. I mean, this is a tricky matchup. And remember, this is a 3x3 matrix today. The fact that Charix allowed this matchup to be picked, which he has a lot of agency over, is very risky. Granted, he does get a good surround on the Strigoi Vampire Lord and is able to get some good damage. A Snow Leopard being called out as well. If he could get a pick on Anticity's Lord, that would probably be one of the only ways he could get back in the game. High ground being threatened here, and we do see the Strigoi Vampire Lord taking a bit of arrow fire and being surrounded by Griffin Legion, as well as the Snow Leopard and the Mordheim Beowulfs, and the Strigoi Vampire Lord getting low. The Kislevite Ice Witch, I believe, has been defeated or shattered, so she's certainly not in good shape. Count Chocula able to win on this side. Dazen's Hearthblades cutting through zombies and just waves of chaff units. They will be able to get there eventually. And the Strigoi Vampire Lord does get back up in the sky, looking reasonably healthy as the Ice Guard are going to be pulling back. And Kislev is really, really on the back foot right now. Sure, the value is close, but vampires have healing, and the Kislev army doesn't really have much healing at all. Kislev going to be stealing the high ground objective. It looks like they do have some horsemen up there, which isn't a bad play, but the vampires have gotten their full strategy going here. Ice Guard swords being swamped by dogs, and they are good against such things, but no, there's way too many for them to handle right there. Some of the Ice Guard going to be unleashing into the Strigoi Vampire Lord. Charix needs a Lord Snipe. That's like his only way he's going to win this. I do feel like Death Frost would have been a little bit better of a choice overall. And the Strigoi Vampire Lord is landing in a bit of a dangerous fight here, as we do see the Griffin Legion coming in here. Griffin Legion charging into this position, but a huge blob of vampires here, man. That is so many vampires over there. All right, guys, pulling back here. Strigoi Vampire Lord going to be eating some firepower. High ground point going to be going to Kislev, so good ninja up there. The dogs are coming. Ice Guard Glaives going to be getting swarmed, and they will suck against the dog units. They only have 28 melee attack, so not really going to be their good times for them. We do see Strigoi Vampire Lord taking a bit of damage, though. This one Ice Guard unit is generating some good value, just ripping perpetual shots with Frostbite and other goodness here into Count Chocula in this guy, and he's currently at about 2,800 HP. But look at that, summoning the Crypt Ghouls. Very, very nice. So the Crypt Ghouls do get summoned, and Crypt Ghouls are going to be excellent against these Ice Guards. They're going to have a pretty terrible time. Mordheim Beowulfs and the other beastie units are fighting. And did I accidentally turn the game sound off? Nope, looks like it's there. Cool, just had to double check that. All right, high ground. We do see the Horse Archers getting eaten by 5,000 Dire Wolves. The Anticity Special, they are able to feast pretty good right there. And those bad boys going to move up to the high ground, maybe go for objective 1. Crypt Ghouls coming up from Ent as well. Looking to be probably GG here soon. The Ice Witch does get resummoned, but it's not like her magic is going to be super game-changing. Although maybe, look, if the Strigoi Vampire Lord does get finished off, if somehow Anticity blunders his Lord here and allows Charix to get that big leadership penalty, maybe. The Dazen's Hearthblades for Kislev are still going. They didn't hear no bell. 1,300 value, fighting back a ton of units, and they do fire damage, which is nice against like Cryptors, things like that. Strigoi Vampire Lord in a little bit of trouble, and he is going to be getting an Invocation of Nehek, which is going to be really nice. The Snow Leopard is a summon, so going to be a temporary pressure on him as the Cryptors do come in, and the Cryptors will provide enough mass to block the Griffin Legion, keeping the Strigoi Vampire Lord from getting hunted down and killed right there. Charix lurking right here on the high ground, Griffin Legion fighting it out. Doggies coming from the other side, and more Griffin Legion in the back, going to be trying to intercept the legions of doggies. And Anticity is able to cackle and get away with his Lord right now, while the Strigoi Vampire Lord is going to be helping versus the Hearthblades. Hearthblades are shaken, and currently about 1,600 value on those bad boys. You gotta love to see it. Beowulfs and Snow Leopard fighting Cryptors. Normally a good fight for the Snow Leopard, but the Snow Leopard is but a summon. Griffin Legion getting some work done, and we do see the Vampire Army in the middle getting a little bit low. Mostly dogs and hound units, but losing that high ground objective to the ghouls is really going to put a lot of pressure on Homie. Could this be a comeback opportunity for Charix? I don't think so. I think he's just too far behind, but, stranger things have happened here. Hoxamiska is for sure the best spell against vampire counts. It's really, really strong. It would just annihilate these blobs of units. So it is a little bit... The Lord choice... Ice Maiden's Kiss is a good choice too, but the Ice Sheet, I feel like, is a little bit haggard in my experience. It's all right. So a lot of undead are on their way back in. Skeletons and zombie hordes as Charix desperately tries to fight his way out of the pits that he has dug himself in here. Ice Witch going to be pulling back, maybe trying to get an Ice Maiden's Kiss on the Crypt Ghouls as the Dazen's Hearthblades here continue their fight. And the vampires are actually getting this objective ninja'd by some Zargard here. That's pretty funny. Look at that. The objective almost flipping. I mean, that could have been pretty big if that actually flipped right there. We do see the Strigoi Vampire Lord healing. He does have the passive healing, which is very, very nice for him. It looks like an Ice Sheet's going to be going down here. And the Griffin Legion trying to finish off some of the Cryptors, while the other Griffin Legion here holds back the tide of the dead. Yeah, Charix losing the high ground, but it looks like he's going to go ninja it. He does have some Horse Archers going up there. The Horse Archers got to watch out for the Dire Wolves, though. I think in a straight-up fight, who wins that? The Dire Wolves might edge it out because it's the Archer. No, I think the Horse Archers would win it if they get the charge off, but they need to get the charge. All right, so right now they're going to be kiting those doggies, and on this side, the Mordheim Beowulfs Still going strong. You know, they got 8 models left. Jason's Hearthblades have also returned. Griffin Legion in the middle being overwhelmed, though. I think Kislev has to give up this fight. The undead are just, there's too many of them. Anakin, help us. Yeah, there's way too many of the undead. Just pushing forward. The Kislevites are going to be routed back. The Ice Witch potentially going to be killed right here. Chark's calling in another Ice Guard with swords, which is cool. And, you know, it does a little bit of damage against the Strigoi Vampire Lord. But Ench is, he's on point here. He's not going to be losing his Lord for free. He's going to make his opponent work for it. That is for sure. Ice Witch is Spirit Leeched and in some serious danger here as the Jason's Hearthblades head back over to this objective. The double White Kings are going to be holding that one down. Ent has that triple cap, though. Going to be getting close to 1,000 points right here. And I do not think that there's much of a chance for Kislev. But it is the World Championship. So fighting to the bitter end, seeing if you can squeeze out some lucky karate chop at the end, not a bad idea. The Direwolves looks like they feasted on those guys because I don't think they got the charge animation off. And the Undead Horde cometh. You see the Ice Guard with swords, which are really good at killing zombies, actually. The Ice Guard are excellent against zombie units. They have a bonus versus infantry, 43 melee attack, and do magic damage too. So in case your opponent mixes in, like, you know, Banshees or something, or some sort of a Cairn Wraith, you know, they can do some nice work. Ice Witch trying to fight in the front. Going to be using an Icebane's Kiss to do a little bit of crowd clearing. Charks with some Desperation Caps, trying to, you know, ninja these points where he can, but looking a little bit of a tall order for him to do that. Yeah, Cryptors are very good here, and the Strigoi Vampire Lord Ent has kept his Lord alive despite some very precarious situations. That was pretty much the only game the way Charks could have won this game. I think Charks' build was very Chad, very cool, but it just, yeah, it didn't have enough punch in it, I don't think. It's just, yeah. In this matchup, it's pretty hard. Like, the problem is if you go with Kislev Monster Mash, you tend to just get an objective loss. It's really hard, but, you know, he thought he had a chance there, and he tried something risky, picking a risky matchup. All right, guys, so Ent is going to be up 2-1 in that series. It's a best of 5, so if Ent wins the next game, Charks will be eliminated from the World Championship and will, of course, be seen in the next invitational that we do have. Because top 4 players in today's event, the prize is that they were invited to a major Creative Assembly official event with a big old prize pool coming up. So, all right. So, Zargard, 1900 on the Jason's Hearthblades, man. That's not bad at all. Elite Infantry performed okay. The Ice Witch felt a little bit suboptimal, but some of the Ice Guard did okay. But yeah, they had a tricky time. Hard matchup, man. Hard matchup. The White Kings are really problematic, although they did get killed and didn't get a ton of value there. So that is nice. All right, so let's get the other game set up. Yeah, a lot of kills on the Ice Guard, but most of them were against zombies. Okay, so let's go to the next game here. We're going to be getting in here and loading into our next match. So now we are back to the Daniken and Plague Penguin series. Oh, Grand Cathay! Who wanted Grand Cathay? You got it here. Daniken with the Grand Cathay Chad pick. And Plague Penguin is going down. Yeah, man. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Here you go. Will that be the first CA official event? Oh, no. Bro, I've hosted with CA maybe like, I don't know, 20 official events? No, they've had a ton. We had maybe like 10 official CA events in Warhammer 2, maybe like 7, and then in Warhammer 3 we've had at least 8 to 12. There's been a lot. Yeah. All right. B-Spend versus Grand Cathay. You're going to see the drums, dude. It's time for the drumming. Unleash the drums. Now throw in Tay-Tang. Is CA making Total War Star Wars? No, I don't think so. I wouldn't complain, though, honestly. If I get to play Palpatine and Force Lightning people, I'm down, you know? Give Palpatine the ability to fly around the battlefield like a Zinch demon and just have him shoot lightning. It'd be awesome, dude. Do you still plan on doing a Warhammer 3 stream? Maybe, Tom, maybe. Yeah. I miss the old events with Spartacus. They were fun, yeah. Dogbert was the individual who worked at CA who really got the ball rolling with multiplayer. Yeah. He's one of my friends in real life, too. He's a great guy. Just got into this multiplayer. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard, but you'll get there, man. You'll get there. Yeah, the meta is in a really good spot right now. The faction diversity is great. Palpatine easily the best caster lord in Total War Star Wars, yeah. Pone would play Grievous commanding his droid legions. I know. Yeah. Palpatine having a respawn trait. Yeah, if you kill Palpatine, he randomly appears somewhere else on the battlefield at full health, dude. Yeah. The CA has to do 40k. It'd be silly not to. Hey, Sonk, thank you. These matches are fire, as the younglings would say. Yeah, thank you, man. Really appreciate that donation. TRY, what currency is that? Hang on, check that out. Oh, Turkish. Okay, cool, man. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Dude, Team Turkey is looking pretty strong in the Physical Asia show, man. They're looking real beast mode. The oil wrestler guy, that was one of my favorite moments on that show. If you guys haven't seen that, I highly recommend watching the Physical Asia competition show. It's really good. So Turkey has a team, and Turkey's team captain is a Turkish oil wrestler dude. He's like 43 years old and just huge. And during several of the competitions, Turkey uses a really strong strategy where they get their oil wrestler dude and they have him just lay on top of the other team's most athletic player. And then the other team's athletic player is just like pinned on the ground by this massive oil wrestler dude, while the rest of the Turkish team just wins the respective competition. It's their strategy was pretty brilliant in the grappling competitions. Yeah. It's hilarious. Yeah. All right. Plague Penguin versus Daniken Trop here. Yeah, and the Team Turkey also has they have this female wrestler. She's like a world champion in her respective weight class, and she just crushes people. She's so strong. It's nuts. Sweaty and oily, yeah, absolutely. Some Nurgle play for sure. That's how Nurgle would play that game. All right, let's get it, man. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys for joining. Welcome to Game 2 between Daniken Trop and Plague Penguin in this Best of 5 World Champion Series match. And let's have some fun. Let's get it. So, Cathay versus Beastmen, a matchup that strangely you see a bit. Cathay will move forward probably with a Zhangu War Drum box and try and slow push and maybe use some monsters to counter push the Beastmen. I'm not sure. Big strong girl, you're listening. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Buff girl crushing people, full competition, full attention. Oh my god, dude, you guys are out of control, man. Yeah, it's a really fun show though. It's very fun. This one's for all the marbles. It is. Well, not all the marbles. It's for some of the marbles. It's only Game 2 in a best of 5, so there's still a lot more time to go. Anticity and Charix are going to be priming up their next match right now, so they'll be getting it going. Charix on the ropes though. He is on the ropes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's break down the build. So looking at the forces of Grand Cathay, it is going to be a Halberd Spearman line to deal with Beastmen, Minotaurs, Centaurs, as well as Razorgors. Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen, and Daniken also going to be coming in with a double monster build, sort of an Astromancer with just an Astromancer for the Elemental Mastery buff, and he is going to be on the Moonbird. And then we have a Dragon-Blooded Shugingen Lord who's going to be using what appears to be the Dragon's Breath spell. Okay. Dragon's Breath is really, really good at cooking lightly armored Beastmen units. Very, very good. All right, guys. And here we have it. It is going to be the Beastmen. It's going to be Plague Penguin. And I have to say, this Beastmen color scheme blends in with this map so goddamn well. It's so hard to see them. Ungor Spears in the Vanguard. Oh, a Giga Chad Bestigor build. I love it. So Besties will annihilate Cathay Infantry, but Cathay does have some monsters and cavalry to help. But I love the Bestigor armor check against Cathay. I think this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Happy Axie, is this... So this is the general world champion for Total War Warhammer competitive. Because the company itself, Creative Assembly, does not run any world champion events. They usually just work with the community to run events. So this is the championship that we of course run here. All right, so Bestigor is moving up and they're coming for blood. Immediately we see a bit of a whoa, that Dragon's Breath deleting that Ungor Spearman herd. Makes a lot of sense. They're absolute trash house 300 gold units, and that is a Phoenix as well as a Dragon Blood Lord attacking there and getting some work in. But we do see Torox the Brass Bull as well. So Torox is here. And yeah, he's a raid boss. I love seeing Torox. He's so much cooler than the non-legendary version. But the Beastmen are going to be getting a triple cap, and they're going to be doing the old school way that you beat Cathay, which is just stuffing them in a trash can. Cathay can value trade very well, but they tend to get pushed back. They don't have the best killing power. They're more defensive. So getting a triple objective push on them, like this, and this, and swarming in here, and coming from all angles, and keeping them off the points for as long as humanly possible is actually a brilliant play. All right, so Bestigor is waiting in the wings, and they have not engaged yet, but Bestigors will crush these Jade Warriors. Nice breath attack there as the Ungor Spearmen do get cooked by the magic of Grand Cathay, and it looks like the Phoenix as well as the Dragon-Blooded Lord going to be moving in there. But now we do see the cows. Are they going full tilt? No, they're not. Using their Centaurs as throwing axes, the Beastmen are actually not going to be going full Unga Bunga here. Now, this is one of the coolest units on Cathay. This is the Graces of Kuai Yin. And this is going to be getting used by Daniken Trop. These are the elite Celestial Dragon crossbows. They hit like trucks. They will wreck Bestigors. So the Beastmen are going to be Unga Bunging backwards right now and retreating while Daniken continues farming value using the Dragon-Blooded Lord. But Centaurs with throwing axes are getting some decent damage against the Phoenix as well as this character here. Crowmen being called in for Grand Cathay, and the Beastmen Unga Bunga is in partial effect here. Bestigor is going to want to retreat from the Graces of Kuai Yin. Certainly not fun for them. And it looks like Grand Cathay going to be maybe thinking about doing an Alpha Strike on the low ground objective here. We'll have to see. So Jade Lancers, Jade Warriors, and some Peasant Horsemen coming down to attack Objective 1 right there. We do see the Phoenix doing a little bit of AoE on the infantry there, but eating a lot of Centaur throwing axe fire. Butchers of Kalkengard also lurking as well. And it does look like the cows might be on parade here, as they are going to be moving in. What magic do the Beastmen have, by the way? Do they not bring a wizard? Are they just full Unga to the Bunga here? I mean, having like a Pit of Shades caster would hard counter these units, but it looks like he doesn't have them. Ungors get cooked. Butchers of Kalkengard going to be eating some elite archer fire, certainly not something they enjoy. But the first wave of Unga Bunga has reached the battle line. So the Bestigor herds have gotten in combat here with the Jade Warrior Halberds, and the Jade Warrior Halberds are going to lose this fight in a very decisive fashion. Same thing here, depends on the shooting and the support elements. But we do see some Bestigors coming around the outside of the formation to try and shut down the Graces of Kuai Yin, while the Butchers of Kalkengard used in a bit of a reckless manner. They're being sent right into the front, and are they going to try and bull rush through the front? They have pretty good mass. They could always surge forth and go after the Graces of Kuai Yin, but Torox gets in, and the Brass Bull doing a ton of damage right there. Really able to hammer down those archers, and now the cows are on parade. The bulls are on parade. Flank fight going down here with Centaurs and Poison Hounds versus Jade Lancers, and we do also see the Bestigors. This is a beautiful combo, using Plague of Rust to lower the armor down to the Bestigors down to 17, and then using the Crowmen to rear charge them is a chef's kiss play. That's so good by Daniken. But value trading is a little bit even right now. Torox the Brass Bull able to get a lot of HP off the Celestial Dragon Guard. And the fighting continues to rage on, but the Bestigor is getting wrecked by Plague of Rust a little bit on the other side. And now we get a Bray Shaman of Shadows with Melkoths. Oh man, Pit of Shades would be so good against those Graces of Kuai Yin. I have actually played against Daniken's Cathay a couple times. They really, really like to use those elite Celestial Dragon Guard archers. On the back, we get Nangao Grenadiers coming in. Beautiful breath attack by Grand Cathay, as now we start to see Objective 1 flip a little bit, although the Beastmen looks like maybe they're going to be able to stabilize it. We'll have to see. Crowmen lurking nearby, going to be charging into the back of the Sentis. And Grand Cathay does win this fight here. And looks like they are going to be securing Objective 1. So now the Beastmen are going to have to play their cards on Objective 2 and 3 and try and hold on to that. Melkoth's activated on the Halberds, while the Bestigors continue surging into the backfield. And we do see Torox the Brass Bull going pretty balls deep in the backfield. Him and his cows running over these elite archers and getting a lot of work done. As you can see, the Graces of Kuai Yin going to continue fleeing. They are shaken, they are stirred, and the Beastmen really overwhelming the Cathay flank here. Cathay with a pretty solid victory down here, able to win most of those fights, but kind of losing on the flank on this side of the battlefield, which has allowed Torox and his other evil cows to get back here and really, really push quite a bit. All right, so Torox is cleaving. It's obviously going to be a situation where Grand Cathay is going to need to get all three objectives, but they still have a long time to play. Beastmen in the process of actually ninjaing this objective. They do get some Pesties down here, some Ungor sitting right there. Beautiful Dragon's Breath. I love that. Oh, that's such a good combo. The Plague of Rust with the Elemental Mastery, negative 78 armor, and then Plague of Rusting them afterwards. I mean, that is so solid, man. Butchers of Chattengard and Torox going to continue bouncing between points. Grand Cathay's Halberd line holding valiantly, but about to get charged by a big bull. Sorry about the lighting. It can be a little bit tough, but it actually looks very cool. Very grim dark, for sure. Nangao Grenadiers on their way in. Iron Hill Gunners are coming as well. Grand Cathay certainly struggling to get the objectives, which is really, really kind of in the crux of their competitive situation. Moving up, our Ungor Spearman herd, going to be trying to poke these guys down. We have Pestigors coming in on the backside, and a nice breath attack by Daniken. Once again, going to be cooking a whole bunch of Beastmen there, including the Pestigors, which just got some models for Old Age of Sigmar, actually. But, yes, the Beastmen maintaining a triple cap right now. Plague Penguin actually pulling ahead in value, too. Torox has been a menace this game. I love to see it. Oh, the Brass Beast, dude. He's rolling for it. All right, Pestigors charge it in there. We do get more Pesties moving in here. I mean, that's the thing. The Beastmen have so many favorite infantry fights between the Bestigors and the Pestigors. They just all wreck the Cathay infantry pretty badly. Niangao Grenadiers are out on the table, going to be throwing grenades where they can and clearing out the Beastman chaff. And it looks like that is going to break these guys. Not quite. They actually do manage to get through, but Cathay going to be forming ranks with its Iron Hill Gunners. Those bad boys shooting in there, mowing some of those bad boys down. It's hoof to face style. It is. It is hoof to face style. That's really good. I love that. Cathay threatening the middle, though. Jade Lancers coming in, and the Beastmen don't have a whole lot going down here. Granted, they did take the low ground point. Butchers of Kalkengard still going strong. Pestigor's hanging in there, and the Brass Bull looking for a fight, but looks like the Astromancer and the Shugengin Lord having a bit of a hard time here. The Butchers of Kalkengard put quite a bit of hurt on them, and oh, Dad's coming, dude. Here comes the big bull. And he does dive in, and Torox is going to start laying a bit of a smacking here on this Dragon-Blooded Lord. He's the Chad Torox versus the Virgin Shugengin Lord, who is going to be forced to run away, so he is able to harry those guys back. In the middle, Beastmen still control it, but for how long is the question. Pestigor's fighting down here against Danikin's mobility, so Jade Lancers versus Pestigor's going down to Party Town right here. In the meantime, more Pesties going to be lurking over here, and yeah, Beastmen really just have their hooves firmly planted on all three objectives, and Cathay is struggling to get the points. Granted, a bit of a long-term planning split push going down here, as we do see the Jade Warrior Halberds moving in, Spearmen moving towards the middle. Iron Hill Gunners are online, and these bombers aren't not doing bad. The Niangao Grenadiers able to connect with several of the Beastmen units, the Shugengin Lord fighting with his Jade Lancers, who are being afflicted by Melkoths. But the Butchers of Kalkengard, still, man, they have not heard any bell whatsoever. They got 4 models left. Bombers getting a little bit of a salvo in there. Torox better be careful. It might get Iron Hailed, although the trees there will probably work in his favor. Yeah, you can see he takes down some of those units. You can see the Iron Hail Gunners going to be setting up in the tree line, and they're going to be trying to zero in on Torox, but there's a lot of trees in the way. The formation probably not going to have the best time, but let's see. A little bit of damage there, not bad. Torox losing about 300-400 damage, and if he stays there, he could be Last Samurai. So, Spears moving up in the middle. Halberds moving over here. Cathay's movement speed is, man, why? Oh, the terrain. Why are they moving so slow? Okay, oh, they were moving over like some like difficult terrain here or something. Interesting. Okay, 28 movement speed right there. So those guys going to be cruising up to the objective there, but I think it is going to be cows on parade here. And hey, look, I love a contested series. That's what it's all about. That is like peak competitive play, man. As we do see Plague Penguin pulling ahead in this game here, and the dreaded Bray Herd is feasting today. Value trading is even, which is not good since Beastmen are a much better objective playing faction, and typically Cathay should be, you know, ahead in value if they want to win it. The Harbingers of Disaster getting it done. The Bray Herd mooing once more in the deep. GG. Well to the played. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. I had a blast with that. Who doesn't love a Chad Torox pick with a Bestigor rush? This is about as manly of a Beastman build as you can get. Danikin's build was great too. I love the Dragon-Blooded Lord with the Astromancer getting those cool combos. The Plague of Rust Crowmen play was really good as well. And yeah, overall, just awesome. The Graces got 1,500 value before getting shut down, but now we got a 1-1 series, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to be our world champion? Well, still very much up in the air. All right, so now we're going to be jumping back to the other side of the bracket, which is going to be Anticity versus Charix continuing their series. And let's go ahead and find that. Go to multiplayer here. And where is this? All right, so spectate. Boom. You need turn to cast your wedding. I'll do it, man. Although to be fair, dude, public speaking is stressful. Yeah, there we are. I have done countless hours of broadcast stuff here on YouTube, and even have done, you know, events. I've done some events with CA that were, you know, a lot of people hanging out, chilling and enjoying it. But I went to give a public speaking event at my old high school in front of you know, a pretty small group of people, and I remember being very nervous. It's a different game. It really is. Yeah. Just watching how's Vampire Coast. They're good. Yeah, Vampire Coast is good. They're hard to play, but viable for sure. I mean, people win tournaments with Coast all the time. I don't think anybody who made it here is a big Vampire Coast player anymore. Ent doesn't really play them too much. And we got Charix on Wood Elves, it looks like. Let's check. Oh my god, they're still finishing their picks. Jeez, that whole game that we just did, they were doing picks the entire time. Which faction are you most excited for? I think for me, I think I'm most excited for the Norskin stuff. Norska has been so unga bunga for so long and so like bare bones. I'm excited to see what's cooking there. Yeah. Yeah, so I went back to my old high school for career day, cowboy. So one of my old teachers knows what I do for a living, and he was like, "Hey, can you come talk to the kids about what you do for a living?" And I was like, "Sure." So I came, and it was rough. I mean, I had fun, and there was some really cool students who came up and talked to me afterwards and had expressed their interest in doing something similar and whatnot. But man, I tried to like add some humor to my speech, and it was terrible. I just got crickets, bro. Like absolute crickets. These like 14 through 17-year-old kids just like did not find anything I had to say funny. One Ton Hammer, thank you for the donation, brother. Very generous of you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, man. Really appreciate that donation. Like this new update kind of makes me want to play campaign a little bit. I haven't played campaign in ages, but I was thinking of maybe doing by MCR. So I was actually talking to Professor Pone about this, like what my favorite emo bands were from back in the day. I wasn't like a huge emo head. I was in high school. I listened to Foo Fighters, were probably my favorite band, like Foo Fighters and Metallica. I was of course enjoying nu metal too, like Korn and Limp Bizkit and stuff like that. But there were a couple emo bands I liked. Like there was an album in 2006 by Taking Back Sunday, which is called Louder Now. Pone and I were talking about this last night. I loved that album, and of course there were some classic emo bangers, that were just everybody liked. But yeah, did some jokes. Bombing in front of an audience of kids is a pretty unique experience. It is. Yeah, it was a unique experience. It gives you more respect for people who can, actually do good stand-up comedy too. You would have laughed at my jokes, thanks. Foo Fighters are not emo. No, I wasn't saying Foo Fighters are emo. I'm saying that's what I listened to back then. Yeah. Louder Now though was one of my favorite. They have some great songs on that album. Yeah, Good Charlotte, I remember them. Yeah. Yeah, My Chemical Romance was pretty big. Yeah. When I was a young boy. Yeah, the Black Parade. I remember that. All right. So Norska versus Warriors of Chaos. Yeah, The Cure is like OG emo music. All right, awesome. Thank you, Ents. We got Norska versus Warriors of Chaos here. Let's see how the cookie crumbles. Public speaking is scary. Public speaking to kids and adolescents is terrifying. Yeah, they're pretty ruthless. They are. Yeah, I thought it was going to be easy too. When I was given the public speaking to my old high school, I was like, oh, they probably get people coming in on career day who are like, have jobs that they don't find interesting. I was like, they're going to be interested to hear about like, streaming and YouTube and whatever, but it just did not seem like it. Yeah, it did not. All right. What do you think about the Mortal Slaanesh Knights not coming in the DLC? What do you mean Mortal Slaanesh Knights? Don't we already have Chaos Knights of Slaanesh? Am I missing something here? Am I crazy? Because these days take no prisoners? Yeah. The cricket treatment's rough. It is. All right. Norska, Warriors of Chaos. I mean, this is a build, a matchup where you can bring some weird shit with Walk. You can do some really fun builds. Even like Festus builds with Chosen are viable. Charix is one to bring, off meta-ish builds, but this is do or die for Charix. If Charix loses this game, he is eliminated from the tournament. And that is going to be Anticity going to the grand finals here, which has got to be a rough feeling for him, too, because he almost won that first game, man. Charix had that one in the bag. He could be up 2-1 in this series, like just with like a one minor decision change. You tell them to let the boy watch. Oh, my God. So there's an absolute hero in our community named Sleepy D. I don't know if he's here on stream. So he does like beer crafting. He makes his own beer. So he made a plum beer for a beer competition, and he named the beer Let the Boy Watch. I love it. And he sent me a video of his beer winning a beer competition or placing in a beer competition. And the announcers on the stage are like announcing his beer, and they're like, "Let the boy watch." It's so good. Yeah, if he's here, if he gives permission, we could watch it. But yeah, it's really good. Let the boy watch. It's money. It was so funny. All right. Here we go. Archaon. Okay. Pretty classic here. It's going to be Archaon and some horsemen. Yep. He's going to be contesting the mobility game. Let's get it. All right, looking around here. This is Norscan Rise. Norsca does have the home field advantage. Let the boy watch. That's from Eastbound and Down, by the way. That if you guys haven't seen that clip, it's so funny. It's the best scene in the entire show. Yeah, the best scene in the entire show. That's so ridiculous. All right. For skirmishers, against Anticity, it's not a bad idea. You know, Ent is going to play the mobile game, so having something to contest that is going to be nice. Blargle, maybe. Maybe I will. I'm not sure. I'll have to take a look at it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at the forces of Charix. Charix going to be using a Marauder frontline and Archaon the Everchosen. Burning Head and Spirit Leech, both amazing against Norsca. Burning Head against their Marauders and their Berserkers, and Spirit Leech against Wolfric. It's just S tier. So I really like that choice. Doom Knight's up in the sky as well. Oh, hell yeah. So these guys are solid. A really good tech here. As long as you can avoid the Javelins, they can wreck Skin Wolves with fire damage and anti-large. They're good against infantry. They have their bombardment as well. Very much a micro tool. Marauder Horsemasters en masse, though, from Charix. Charix is an elf player, so he's going to be very good at that as well. So, looking at the armies of the Kraken King, the defending world champion here, up 2-1 of the series, Wolfric the Wanderer. And he does also have a Shaman Sorcerer of Spirit Leech. Marauder Horseman throwing axes into the sunset with a couple of Frost Doggies as well, Norscan Ice Wolves, Condom Wolves, and more skirmishers up on the high ground. So both sides playing a very sweaty, very sweaty game here. But Charix should have the advantage. Having Marauder Horsemen with Horsemasters with Javelins, he should win most of the range trading, assuming he doesn't blunder his micro, because the throwing axes have 70 range. Don't get charged here! Ooh, Charix needs to pull back. He almost got charged there. That was a very close call. All right. But out of the gates, objective's going to be going to Anticity. He's going to be triple capping Archaon, Spirit Leeching Wolfric, and Wolfric's caster Spirit Leeching Archaon right back. What is Charix going to be calling in next? Is it going to be Halberds? Anticity does have him triple cap, but Charix is going to return the favor here pretty quickly, as he most likely will be able to get the objectives back. Ent's army is very much, ooh boy, Knights of Immolation landing here, and then pulling back. We see a Manticore called in by Anticity. And the Knights of Immolation are going to be now engaging versus the Norscan Ice Wolves, which they have 120 armor, and Archaon is nearby as well. The Marauder Horsemaster is going to be trying to help, so they're going to be charging in to the back of the Wolves here. Archaon the Everchosen moving in, and we'll see if the Knights of Immolation can get away with this. The problem is they're eating a lot of throwing axe fire from Anticity, which is going to be pain. Charix does secure the two objectives here. Archaon is thinking about maybe taking a fight versus Wolfric. Hunter of Champions activated. Archaon going to be turning and pop Slayer of Kings. Big fight going down. Wolfric taking a whole lot of damage as the Doom Knights are nearby. Wolfric is getting smashed up, though, in the fight, which makes sense. So it's like the final boss versus his henchmen, basically. But, you know, we do have the Manticore nearby and a lot of Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, which are really turning the dynamic of the fight. Doom Knights fighting the Manticore. Archaon with Slayer of Kings is going to be probably trying to escape this fight simply because of the Skin Wolves, the Maws of Savagery coming in. And right now, he's in a bit of a precarious situation. Doom Knight's still fighting here. A lot of Javelin Fire is in. They need to go after the Maws of Savagery if they can. Marauders are coming up. This is a game that's just going to be decided super early on here, it looks like. Norsca is going to be getting triple capped, though, by the Warriors of Chaos. Archaon better have a Nurgle caster in reserve. Any true Chaos of Champion is going to know that you always bring a Nurgle caster with Archaon. You always do. Hellstrider's coming in. Hellstrider's going to hard counter these Norscan Ice Wolves. And we do see a Spirit Leech going down on Archie. Losing Archaon would be a pretty big disaster from Charix, though. It would be a massive disaster. Knights of Immolation going to be flying overhead. The Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, generating a shit ton of value. Can Archie pull this game back and maybe get a kill on Wolfric? Nice bombard there from the Knights of Immolation. And then they charge into the back of the formation. Archaon is actually broken, though, guys. It's getting real sketchy here. But Rockhard triple cap is in full effect. More Hellstriders going to be on their way down. Is Charix going to have his Nurgle caster? That really is going to be the crux of the game. Archaon got a little bit crazy. He dove very deeply in enemy lines, but Anticity does not have much of a front line, so he might have troubles reclaiming the objectives, because all he really has is Horsemen and Hound units, but he needs to rally Archaon. If Archaon gets chased off by this frickin' haggard-ass Manticore, that is going to be a disaster and a half. So Charix is going to be trying to get his Horsemasters over here to peel off the Manticore and get it rampaged. We'll see if Archeon's going to rally here. He needs to rally, or it's going to be a high likelihood of victory for Anticity. We'll see. No, Warriors of Chaos, you can bring a Nurgle Sorcerer. Yeah, you can bring him in reserve. You get a Sorcerer, give him Mark of Nurgle, and you live your best life. So Doom Knights of Tzeentch oh, brilliant. Doom Knights of Tzeentch are going to bully that Manticore off, and Archeon will get rescued right there. All right, so Anticity's still pinned back, and look, he took a lot of damage on Wulfric and his Sorcerer as well, so he's going to be a little bit less steady. As we do see the Doom Knights of Tzeentch, I love the Charax playstyle with the Doom Knights here. They get in, and they block the Manticore up, and they actually pretty much kill it, and Archeon rallies! The Lord of the End Times is back with 57 leadership. All right, now Charax is back in the game, ladies and gentlemen. He is back in the game. Doom Knights doing some great work here. Anticity with 1 million Marauder Horsemen, but if the Marauder Horsemen are using most of their ammo on the frickin' infantry here and the Marauders, they're going to be having a terrible time. Ent's army really is not good at killing infantry. That's going to be the big struggle it faces. Hellstriders countering the Skinwolves over here. Archeon, the Ever-Chosen, is going to be on his way back in, so he's going to be cruising for a bruising and looking to probably just cast Spirit Leeches on Wulfric from downtown. Charax getting that sweet triple cap right now. Ent just value trading, trying to drag down Marauders where he can, but honestly, they're having a decent little fight. Doom Knights lurking. Hellstrider is going to be mirroring the Marauder Horsemen. It's very clear that Ent wants to go for the high ground objective, or at least he's kind of rotating towards it, but they are probably going to get the intercept here. So we do see the 3 Hellstriders lurking, and in the woods, Beasts of Tashnar being called out. Not a bad choice. Beasts of Tashnar trade very well into Hellstriders. The reason being is that Hellstriders are anti-large, and the Beasts of Tashnar are infantry-sized units. So they actually do very well into those bad boys there. Archeon is really hard to break, though. He has super high leadership. He does eat a Spirit Leech to the face. Doom Knight's going to be cruising over there as well. And what are these Hellstriders doing? Is he going to be reinforcing? We'll see what they both call in here. Nonetheless, keeping Archeon alive is pretty big. I would probably just use Archeon to hold some back objective somewhere. Be a really difficult thing for somebody to remove. And does he have a Nurgle caster? Man, you really got to bring that Nurgle caster. Forsaken coming up from Charax, and on the high ground, the Beasts of Tashnar are going to be cackling on that point. Anticity, you really need to keep him triple capped here. I don't think you can afford to let him get this objective. It's a huge mistake. Charax needs to get over here with some units and just shut this shit down right now. Letting Ent get points back on the board and let him keep kiting you like this is a mistake. Overcasted Spirit Leech from Archeon. Archeon at 700 HP. Really wishing he had Nurgle's blessings right now. He's like, oh, I'm a strong independent Archeon. I don't need any of the gods' blessings. I'll be undivided. But no, you need that Nurgle booty right now. You need it. You need that fleshy abundance, dude. So Hounds from Charax contesting the point as a couple of Hellstriders are coming over. Brilliant play, by the way, just a Haggard Hound unit. Skinwolves are coming, and Charax does have the battlefield dominance at this point. Forsaken coming across. I don't even know how they took damage, by the way. What the hell is that? Something hurt them, I guess, back there, because they must have been hit by, I don't know, a Spirit Leech from downtown? I'm not sure. Marauders coming to the high ground objective. A couple of Hellstriders and Doom Knights have arrived, and even though it says anti-large on Doom Knights, it literally says anti-infantry in their tooltip, too. They're very good against infantry, so you can use them to pretty good effect. All right, so Doom Knights are going to get on top of the Beasts of Tashnar, and there they go, and the Hellstriders charging into the Wolves here. We'll see how this all unfolds, and it does look like Hellstriders hot in pursuit here. Shaman Sorcerer of Death does get taken down. That is a huge, huge win there. Huge win. We do see 364 HP. That bad boy is going to be running away. No more Spirit Leech potentially. Forsaken coming from the Warriors of Chaos. Double Forsaken units reinforcing. Doom Knights are going to be really, really tough for Anticity to remove, as we do see Charax pulling ahead here in this game. Charax is up by about 1,000 value, and on top of that, he's got the triple cap. He's looking pretty good. Doom Knights also just so solid. I love that Doom Knights are becoming a solid meta piece for Warriors of Chaos, and they're still fun to use and very balanced as well. But it's really tough for this Norscan army to deal with outside of its throwing axes, right? In the middle, Ent threatening a back push, so he's coming over here with these Condom Wolves and these guys, and it's going to be trying to threat Objective 1. He's just kind of weaseling around the battlefield, seeing where he can squeeze value out. Forsaken are going to annihilate Marauders, though. Marauders get bullied really badly. And the Lord of the End Times, he is truly the best cheerleader in Warhammer Fantasy here. He's just running around. He's like, you guys got this. You keep going, for the Dark Gods and all that shit. That's basically what's going down here. Doom Knights folding up Marauders, probably want to pull them back and let the Forsaken get in the front line. Is Charax going to be able to defend this objective here? He does call in Forsaken to get there, but Ent probably will be able to steal this with 2 Hound units. But Charax still has control of these points, and it is a triple cap situation, so Charax could even start planning a Helm's Deep if he wants to. Knights of Immolation are chasing down Wulfric. Wulfric is getting hunted back here. Archeon, the Ever-Chosen, attacking into the Marauders, and this is what it's all about, man. Competitive Total War at its best, man. 2 of the best players in the world duking it out. See who's going to be the world champ, man, all day, every day. All right. So Archeon getting hunted by the Doom Knights of Tzeentch. He is currently at, let's see, 12 leadership, looking very fickle. Doom Knights actually decide to land and fight there. A little bit risky in enemy territory, but there are a lot of reinforcements nearby, so I suppose the fight wouldn't be the worst. Looking back towards Objective 1, Anticity going for the Ninja Cap, but the Forsaken and the Doom Knights will probably be able to win this fight, but they will lose the objective in the interim here. So we do see the Doom Knights gathering, the Forsaken gathering up on the point, a couple Marauders and Forsaken guarding the various objectives. And you do need to guard objectives against Anticity. He's really an objective gremlin, very good at playing that way. So you gotta keep it honest there. Archeon cheerleading from the bushes, being the true Lord of the End Times. And yeah, he's the football coach of the team now. You know, he's the man. Wulfric, if he gets broken off the battlefield, which it looks like he might, that's probably just going to be GG. Ent's army will start to fold up real quick. Marauders fighting the Norscan Ice Wolves here. Forsaken versus the Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves will lose that fight. The Forsaken, well, if they don't charge, it's a little bit sketchier, but Forsaken should still win that grind. Ent's trying to rotate over to the middle. Not going to go well for him. You're going to see the Forsaken charge them and the Hellstriders hard counter them. Doom Knights are going to jump on top of the Skin Wolves with their fire and anti-large. That's going to be bad for the Skin Wolves, and it just simply looks like Charix is going to be closing this game out. And we are going to be going to the next game in the series. Victory for Charix. 2-2 series, guys. All the cards are on the table. The defending world champion is on the ropes. And we will see if he's going to be able to get the next game. Game 5. Yeah, this is what it's all about, man. Players stepping up. 2-2 right there. Let's frickin' go. So Archeon, he did okay in the beginning, but he at least survived. That was big. The Doom Knights, I think, were one of the big centerpieces. Like bullying the Air Force. And the Marauder Horsemasters also out trading super hard. Look at the value. 900, 900, 1,000, 900. The Throwing Axes of Anticity did not perform as well. They kind of got bullied. Look at the value on these. 400 and 459. So Charix really indexing into the counter skirmish was actually quite good. And kind of got pushed back there and had some trouble. All right, GG, well played. And now we're going to be getting ready for the next match here. And we're going back to the other series, which is going to be Daniken versus Blood Penguin. And here we go. So this series is 1-1 right now. Vampire Counts versus Greenskins. Daniken is an incredibly good Greenskin player. And Plague Penguin will basically play any faction that has cavalry. Like, if you can get Black Knights, Blood Knights, Centaurs, Bretonnian Knights, Empire Cav, Reichsguard, you will find Blood Penguin on that faction. He loves those kind of units. And you're probably going to see some Blood Knights and or Cav out of him this game as well. All right. Yeah, so as far as the Anticity has won 2 of our previous championships, I believe, and he's also won. Let me check here. If Charix were to win today's event, it would be his first major event win, actually, which is crazy considering how good he is. But it's just a testament to how competitive the scene is right now. Anticity won Season 10 World Championship and Season 9. So Ent is the defending back-to-back champion. He's won the last 2. Charix did win a faction war with Wood Elves, which was pretty badass. But that was just a kind of a casual land battle conquest one. So if we're talking like major competitive events, Charix has placed highly in a lot of them. But this would be his first major win, which would be pretty damn cool to see. I'm rooting for all these guys, man. Yeah, I'm rooting for them all. These are all my homies, man. All right. So Vampire Counts versus Greenskins. We'll be starting shortly. Yeah, Solasora, probably some life stuff came up, or maybe started playing other games. Who knows? Yeah. 3P. Yeah, this would be pretty big. Look, here's the thing, guys. Anticity has the chance to secure GOAT status for Warhammer 3 soon. Like, if he wins this and then wins the official invitational, which is going to be another major event coming up in a couple weeks, then, you know, potentially he's going to be chasing Houseplant's record. Houseplant, I think, has 5 major event wins. Let me check. So, let me check. We're going to go here. Yeah, so Houseplant won 1 here. 1 major events. 2, 3. And then 4 and 5 world champs. Okay, so Houseplant has 5 major event wins, which is for sure the record for Warhammer 3. I would say Houseplant is still the GOAT of Warhammer 3. But if Anticity can win this event today, the World Championship, and then win the next major official competitive event we have coming up. That'll be 4 major event wins for him. And then he's only 1 behind Houseplant, which is really, really incredibly solid. That's super impressive. No, we're casting every game, Deacon. We're just bouncing between matches right now. Shielded Blackworks and regular Blackworks are not terrible against Vampire counts. Cryptors do give him the biz a little bit, but aside from that, you know, a little bit sketchy. Blackworks are definitely one of the coolest units in the game. Super rad. Oh, old man stretching sounds. Let me make sure they don't have any admin stuff for me. Looks like we're all good. And yeah. Houseplant is not active right now, no. I think he got like a big job IRL or something changed in his life where he didn't have time to game anymore, so. Houseplant, you know, I've heard rumors of his return. It would be pretty cool if he just like returned and was like some terror in the competitive scene. Yeah. You know, people come and go, man. People come and go. We got some fun plans for 2026, though, man. It's going to be a good time. When we get Dawn of War 4, we're going to go so hard in the paint. We're going to create a new website for Dawn of War 4, a new Total Tavern. We're going to have a really structured competitive scene with world championships, big prize pools, all sorts of cool shit. It's going to be great. Assuming the multiplayer isn't just a dumpster fire. We will do that. All right. Oh, yeah. Triple Black Orc. Talk dirty. That's how you do it, baby. And a little Goblin War Boss to try and rampage you. Yeah, Danikin's greenskins are very, very good. And yeah, the build diversity today has been amazing. We've had most factions getting very, very solid representation here. Sincerely hope it's good. Me too. We're going to go hard, though. I'm going to go really hard in Dawn of War 4 multiplayer, guys. Like, we're going to have a structured competitive season. Probably do 8-week seasons. Like every 2 months, the leaderboard's going to be reset. We'll take the top 8 champions, have major competitive tournaments, prize pools, guides on how to play the factions, interviews with players, like the works. We're going to go real hard on that, assuming it's good. How is Dawn of War 3 multiplayer? I haven't played it yet. I'm hoping it's good. I'm really hoping it's good. All right. The schedule will be a little bit different than Total War, because Total War seasons tend to be longer. But yeah, we're doing it. I really hope Dawn of War 4 multiplayer is good. Yeah, really do. It's pretty fun. One of the developers for Dawn of War 4 multiplayer is a former competitive Total War player. So I was like, oh, one of us gives us hope. But there was a really high level Total War player in Warhammer 2 who now works as a developer on Dawn of War 4. And I'm hoping they can pull through. You know, he played in tournaments, he played in competitive, so he kind of knows how that rolls. Yeah. Yeah, Stormgate was a huge disappointment. It was. Yeah. I really tried to like it, but I just couldn't. Like, I streamed it once or twice, and I was like, I just can't play this anymore. It's just not fun. Yeah. The aesthetic wasn't even cool. It was just, yeah. Anyways, let's talk about what we're here for. The World Champs. 1-1, Danikin Trop versus Plague Penguin. Now, looking at the armies here of Plague Penguin, he is going to be the Children of the Night. Zombies, Konigsstein Stalker, Sternsman Spears, Corpse Cart Necromancer, 1 White King, and a Strigoi Ghoul King, who is a crazy powerful lord. He's got Spirit Leech, he's got Invocation, and he can raise ghouls, which is very, very nice. All right, aside from that, we do have the Blood Knights with lances. Love to see it. And I told you, Plague Penguin is a cavalry master. Any faction that uses people on horses or things riding horses, he is going to be good at them. So he does have Blood Knights here. And Blood Knights against Greenskins aren't terrible. They can beat Squigs. They can trade well with the Boar Boys if they have support. It's not terrible. All right, guys. On the other side of the battlefield, taking a look here at the hordes of Danikin Trop. Danikin is one of my favorite players to watch, hands down. Danikin is not only just an absolute saint of a person, just really good sportsmanship, really good person, but is also just insanely good. Shielded Black Orcs in the front, backed up by Crimson Killas, and Savage Orc Air Boys in the back. Now, the Air Boys are there to kill Corpse Carts, Mortis Engines, and Crypt Horrors and SEs. The Blorks are in the front to get Crunk. Get in there, and oh, dude, the Crimson Killas. Like, people would perceive this as like a meme unit, but I think against vampires, they're actually not terrible. Dual wielding, like, great axes. I mean, it doesn't get any cooler than that. 72 weapon strength. Still, they have 21 armor piercing value, which isn't terrible, and a bonus for infantry as well. All right. Now, the Lord choice for Danikin is going to be a Night Goblin War Boss. Now, the reason why you bring this adorable little mushroom man is because he does have the fermented fungi. When he throws a hallucinogenic mushroom at the face of his opponent, they start hallucinating and they get rampaged, basically. And they can be pulled to their doom. So he will try it on the enemy lord and then shoot them with a bunch of arrows. Yeah, Blood Knights will not beat Black Orcs in combat. If you have a sword and board Blood Knight, maybe it's a little bit better for them, but Black Orcs in sustained combat will probably beat a Blood Knight. Because the Blood Knights aren't designed for that. They're a shot cav unit, typically designed to control large targets and bounce around the battlefield. All right, so it begins. Moving up are the Orcs. In the back, the Savage Orc Air Boy is going to be lurking as well, while Blood Knights with Lances wait in the wings. So the homies going to be trying to screen out some of the Morgub's Meiji Marauders, which are a really good unit. They actually have high AP values. 17 missile strength, with 10 of it being armor piercing, so pretty cost effective right there. And we do see the Strigoi Ghoul King and Penguin moving in. White King going to be trying to Scab Scrape. Only one White King, though. And his caster, he's got the Forbidden Rod, Spirit Leech, and Invo. So those are going to be the spells. The Orcs have gathered. The Black Orcs will win. They're so freaking cool. But they're gathering up. And yeah, they're going to be crumping some gits, man. They're ready to cleave. White King moving, and we see the Crimson Killers advancing forth to try and take them down. The little Goblin character can also fight it. He's an anti-infantry AP character, but he's very squishy, so you don't want to be sending him anywhere near the Strigoi character. The Strigoi Vampire Lord will eat that little squig for breakfast. So you want to just hide your Goblin Lord in the trees and pop out, throw a mushroom at somebody's face, and then, you know, go back into the bushes after that. That is basically how you want to play. All right, so White King is going to be engaging versus Orc Boys, which is fine. You could leave the Orc Boys there. And the Greenskins do have the capture weight advantage, but it looks like the Vampires have moved a little bit more capture weight on. So maybe they're going to start getting the point back. Savage Orc Air Boys going to be unleashing on the Crypt Horrors there. And the Blorks, Paul Blork Malkop has engaged with the White Kings. And the Crimson Killers are going to start cleaving some zombies. Look at that. So they've used Unstoppable Choppas, which takes away melee defense, but gives them way more killing power. So 109 weapon strength. 4 of these Crimson Killers, like, models have the same damage, essentially, as, like, a Legendary Lord without armor piercing, which is pretty nuts. So look how quickly they kill the zombies. Like, literally, like, 7 seconds of fighting, and the zombie unit is almost dead. Cryptghoul Summon going down to the backfield, so Plague Penguin using a Cryptghoul Summon to drop it like it's hot in the backfield, and Savage Orc Air Boy is going to be getting hunted back there. In the meantime, the Shielded Blorks, very durable unit, 66 melee defense with the Fist of Gork, are going to be holding back the Crypt Horrors and the zombies and doing a great job of holding it down. Now, we do see the Goblin Lord coming in. What is he going to be doing? We do see Hounds in the backfield, so Plague Penguin creeping around with a couple Direwolves, going to be trying to get into the Archers, but Wolf Riders coming out to intercept them. So far, it looks like Daniken is in a bit more of a commanding position. The trades have been going well, and look at the error line. The Savage Orc error line really melting these Crypt Horrors down. And the little Goblin, is he going to try and rampage the Strigoi? Oh, he might. I think he's going to mushroom. He threw a mushroom in his face. All right, so the Strigoi Lord is pulled to the ground, and now the Broken Tusk Mob is going to be descending on him. Oh boy, here comes the bacon. Blood Knights of Red Keep surging in as well to defend their Lord. They'll be pretty good against the Boar Boys, but vice versa. It goes both ways. And the Error Boys have not been switched onto the Strigoi Vampire Lord, so the Rampage probably not going to be a huge breadwinner. Really, really nice play here as well from Plague Penguin, dropping a Zombie Summon on top of the Broken Tusk Mob to mitigate their effectiveness. Brilliant stuff. Now, on the flanks, the Hound units are not finding a way through. The Greenskins are defending their lines well, and this is a big problem for the Vampire counts. Having all 3 of these Archer units just shoot the entire time unimpeded is very, very tough. And the Crimson Killers just getting in there, man. Cutting through, Unstoppable Choppas, getting a lot of kills, currently up to 152 kills here. As the Strigoi Vampire Lord, is he going to get targeted? No, it looks like the Crypt Horrors are the primary target for the Orc Archers, which is a very fair play. Micro Blunder out here on the far side from Plague Penguin. He actually gets both of his doggies charged by Wolf Riders, and the Wolf Riders will be able to probably win with 2-on-1 here. It's hard to say, though. That is the Dire Pack. Maybe Dire Pack will be able to finish it off. We'll have to see. Shooting line, though, does continue for the Greenskins. The Savage Orc Air Boy shooting in and melting down the Crypt Horrors. Crypt Horrors are going to be running behind the trees as more Boar Boy Biggins do concave in. Cryptghoul Summon being used to try and dive into the secondary. This has been the only way that the Vampires have really been able to contest the backfield, but the cool thing about Greenskin Archers is they're actually good fighters. So like a Savage Orc Air Boy, for example, can beat the brakes off a zombie and can do very, very good. All right, retreating are the Savage Orc Air Boys. A little Goblin Mushroom Man is waiting in the bushes, maybe going to try Fermented Fungi on the Blood Knights when the time comes. We will see. The Blorks are just dominating their fights. These Black Orcs literally fought a zombie unit and lost like 3% of their HP. Which I love. Now, Mortis Engine is coming in from the Penguin, but I don't think it's going to end well for him. The Archers are all intact. The greenskin backfield is just chortling back here, looking very cozy. And right now, Plague Penguin going for a bit of a desperation play, basically trying to shut down the Goblin Lord. Boar Boy Biggins piling into fight, and the Goblin is lurking nearby as Orc Boys go. Wog going down to the valley. The big old greenskin horde going to be popped up on the steroids here, and even the little Goblin using Spider to Bad Moon to give anti-large to all these units. Pretty awesome. We'll see how that unfolds. But Mortis Engine does arrive into the fight and is immediately going to be the new target. Crimson Killers didn't hear no bell. 2,400 value on the Crimson Giga Chads. Oh, I love it. Elite Infantry shining today. This is just chef's kiss. So really, really doing some nice stuff there. All right. So Crimson Killers fighting it out here. Boar Boys defending on the flank. But the Blackworks have absolutely dominated the Vampire Count front line. And the Archers have killed the Cryptors. I mean, everything in Danikin's work is really working like clockwork. We do see Plague Penguin desperately trying to get some of the flank objectives back, but yeah, he's losing all of his mobility here. The Doggies are going down. The Blood Knights, well, only 500 value on Blood Knights feels pretty damn bad. Cryptors coming in, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Plague Penguin tap out here soon. I think that he's probably going to be just tapping out. His Mortis Engine is getting just punched right in the wiener by all those Archers. The Crimson Killers able to also do some good damage against it. Shielded Blackworks here probably honestly would beat a Cryptor unit. And the entire mobility game of the Penguin is offline. The Greenskins are just so numerous on the battlefield. Don't really see a whole lot of Zombos here. And Danikin is doubling his opponent's value, which is what you need to do against Vampire Counts sometimes. The Ironclaw Orcs are victorious, and Danikin Trop doing it strong here for Ukraine, getting the 2-1. And now we will go back to the other series. But Danikin needs to win one more game. Penguin is not out of this series yet. He is not out. All right. So taking a look here, we do see the Blood Knights getting about 600 value. Really just not really a whole lot of the game plan of the Penguin came together. The Greenskins really just everything clicked. The Blackworks, maybe not the most value, but they were healthy and barely took any damage. I mean, this guy basically killed he only killed one zombie, but this guy killed like 6 zombie units, and Crimson Killers at 2,500 as well. The Archer is huge value, I would imagine. Well, not as much as you would think, but they certainly did wear down those Cryptors. So, GG, well to the played. Let's get into the next game. All right. No, so take a look at the brackets real quick. Let me show you. Oops, that is the wrong thing. Let me fix that real quick. That was the leaderboard there. Okay, that should work now. There we go. So, we are going back to Anticity versus Charix now, which is a 2-2 series. And Blood Penguin and Danikin Trop are playing on the bottom side. And then we have the best of 5 grand finals after that. Yeah, so we're going to have, at the very least, we have one, potentially a couple more games in that series. 3, and at most we have, up to another 7 or 8 games, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark. So yeah, it'll be a whole bunch. All right, so let me get into the next lobby here. Those players will figure it out. Anticity and Charix, man, I'm nervous for them, dude. I can feel the pressure. Although what's cool about this event is that all the top 4 players are guaranteed a big prize. So regardless, like they have earned a solid winning by qualifying for this next event. Okay, so let's do that and get in there and spectate, and there we go. So let's go here. Norska versus High Elves. Wow, Charix going back to his Elvish roots to try and close out the series. And Ent going with the safe pick of Norska. Okay. Man, I'm nervous, dude. I'm nervous for him. And on the Celestial Lake, which is definitely a Norskin favored map, in my opinion. All right, let's see what's cooking. Whenever they're ready, they can start. High Elves versus Norska to decide the fate of who's going to be going to the grand finals. Yeah, boy. Solasora was a very good player, yes. But he may come back someday. Who knows? Who knows? So used to watching the videos, I'll look away and miss the end of a previous battle, then to rewind. Yeah, you can rewind on the streams. If you go to YouTube, you can rewind. I don't know about on Twitch. I have no idea. Oh, yeah, boys. Let's get it. Yeah, Norska is a safe pick here. Norska is like, let's look at the data on this, actually. We have the power, We have the power. You can rewind with turbo. I don't even know what that is, Udas. Some forbidden witchcraft, huh? All right, so if we go to this, let's look at the stats real quick. So Norska is top 3 faction in the game here. Oh, Charik's getting dragged into bad matchups. Holy shit. I mean, it's only 28 games, but that's still pretty brutal. So Norska is 20 wins and 8 losses against High Elves. Oh. Switches no adds up. Got it. Thank you, Udas. Well, Norska is a safe pick because they're so strong. Norska doesn't really have too many bad matchups. I mean, they have a couple, but really, they're quite solid. Man. All right. So, I mean, Charik's walked into this, right? Oh, they're still picking? Okay, thank you, Boss Toss. I was going to say that would be pretty rough, according to that data. They're still picking. Okay, so we got some RTK insiders here feeding us into... They're still picking their matchups, which is fair. It's a very high-stress situation. So again, a reminder for anybody just joining, the top 4 players in this event are invited to an official Creative Assembly event that I'm going to be hosting. I'll be casting and organizing it and then, running all the goodies. And Creative Assembly is going to be guaranteeing all 4 of the players' prize pool and also putting forth a big prize. I would assume it's going to be around $2,000 or something. I'm not sure. That's usually what they do, but more details to come soon. I'll make an announcement video on the channel and everything. But so if we look at this, look at the challenge here. Nope, wrong thing. Got to fix it again. Hold on. We're going to see Anticity, Charix, Blood Penguin, and Danikentrop running it back in a couple weeks. So it's going to be fun. All right. Yeah, I think the Wood Elves got banned, and I think Slanesh got banned in the series too. So that's why you're not seeing them probably play those factions. Because each player gets to globally ban one faction before. Yeah, Charix, I'm sure, wants to play High Elves, but against Norska, that's a risky one. Okay, copy. Yeah, Ent says they're still picking. Cool. Well, Gio, I'm the one organizing it. They're just putting forward the sponsorship, basically. So it's just going to be like one of my events that's sponsored by CA, essentially. And it's going to be a major event, too. So it will be pretty fun. Okay. Oh, Ent's already played Norska in this series. That's right. I'm an idiot. Yeah, Ent lost his Norska last match. So he's not going to be able to play Norska again. Okay, I am a fool of a took. Yeah, sorry. There's bouncing between the 2 matches. How about top 8? Says Tyler. Oh no. Oh no, you just barely missed it, you know. Yeah, maybe I'll see what I can do, man. I'll see what I can do. It's not out of the realm of possibility, boss. It's not out of it. I'll see if I can work that magic, but it's most likely going to be top 4. Yeah. But don't worry, boss. There's something else coming shortly after, so just hang tight. Hang tight, man. Okay. Wood Elves versus High Elves is the duel. Okay, this is actually fun. Oh, yeah. Wood Elves versus High Elves. Let's go. Yeah, boy. The Elven duel to decide who is the King Elf here. Yeah, here we go. Wood Elves versus High Elves. All right, baby. It's going to be great. The order of the maps is known beforehand, correct? So they know the maps, and they also know who their opponents are in the earlier rounds. So in the round of 16, they know. Yeah. It's going to be fun. It's going to be Shadow Warriors versus Way Watchers, probably. Yeah. CAs. I wouldn't recommend a competitive, like, a 2v2 tournaments are too risky because we don't have dedicated servers, so it could just be a laggy shit show. You know, that's the problem with 2v2. Ench is really scary on Wood Elves. Yeah, but Charix is also terrifying on High Elves. Yeah, and as far as this matchup goes, I mean, ODM is a competitive Total War clan who is known for their elven kiting. That's like one of their big themes. RTK in general is pretty well-rounded. They have like a diverse set of skills, you know. I'm assuming Turin knows that Dawn of War unification. Yeah, I was told about it. Tyler, game 3 versus Danny, you are 1 misclick away from making top 4. Bro, I netted his infantry instead of Inkari. That would have clutched the game. That feels so bad, dude. That feels so bad. But it's just like in any competitive game, right? It's like you just barely missed a shot, or that sucks though, man. I know that feeling. That feels bad. Because your intent was to click Inkari, right? But Yeah, they were just like right next to each other. That's pain. Hey, Strat Game, thank you for the $50. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you, man. It's close enough to my birthday. It was 4 months ago. I'll take it. Thank you, man. We are going to keep it going. Yeah, I don't know who's going to win this. I do not know. Yeah, Pope. We've got some strong clans in this game. We do have, of course, ODM. The only ODM player who plays competitive here anymore is Anticity, to my knowledge. RTK has a ton of active players. Rat Clan, Rad Clan, I've seen a couple. Plague Penguin's also in a clan, I think. I don't know if there's multiple players in there, though. I don't even know what Arc Raiders is. What is that? Is that like a shooter game? Next year seems to act on War 4 Olden Era. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to keep the good times going, man. I want to look at the armies, but yeah, I don't want to risk it being sniped there. I don't want to risk it. The high stakes. So, the Elven Infantry, I wonder if he's going to go Silverins. Silverins, Silver Shields, good armor. Elven Cav is pretty nasty from the Wood Elves, actually. Like, they're Stag Knights and they're Wild Hunters of Kurnus. But then again, you have Fireborn, too, which are really good against most of the Wood Elf roster. But they get wrecked by Way Watchers, right? It's an extraction shooter. Oh, I've never even played those games, dude. The one thing I've been leaning about getting back into was actually Total War campaigns. I thought it'd be kind of fun to start doing some of those. Seeing what we can do there. Sergoy, thanks for the 10. We were promised Lizardmen, the lies. Hey, you watch it, all right? Because we still have a whole best of 5 after this and another match on the other side of the bracket. Charix plays Lizardmen. Anticity dabbles. Penguin probably will not play Lizardman, but Danikin is a good Lizardman player too, I think. So you could still see Lizardmen in the tournament today, guys. You still could. Yeah. All right. He's going to use Christmas Cav. Yeah, Wild Riders are good, but, you know, Silverhelms trade well into Wild Riders for less gold, so it's not the worst thing. I thought about doing some edited campaigns. So I don't like to play campaigns in like a cheesy fashion where you just, you know, I like more straight up battles, even though it's not the optimal way to play, of course. I still will use cheese strategies, but I like to fight more head up. I'd probably do edited campaigns, if anything. So we would just play and, you know, do like sort of let's play type thing where we just hang out and shoot the shit. Kinetic, it's 1 a.m. in Ukraine. Well, you have your, Kinetic, you have your champion playing, man. We have, looking at the brackets here, you still have Danikin on the bottom side. Currently, Danikin is up 2-1 in his series. If he wins the next game, he goes to the grand finals. Yeah, Danikin is your champion, for sure. Arc Raider, I don't even know what that is, man. I would probably be terrible at it. Yeah, maybe a multiplayer campaign. I would be down for a multiplayer campaign, doing a little bit of that. All right, High Elves. Ent is eyeing the High Elves here. Look, he's on the High Elf roster looking at what Charix could possibly bring. This is going to be good, man. I'm nervous for them, man. It's funny because in Warhammer 2, we had the capstone event for Warhammer 2 competitive before we moved on to Warhammer 3 was the World Championship. And in that tournament, we had the same matchup. We had the Wood Elves and the High Elves in the grand final. So it's come full circle, man. Hey, Pope, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that, man. Pope Patty, man, you've been playing well in the tournaments lately. I've been seeing you in action. 2-2. Okay. Oh, that's such a Chadley build. Look at that. So we have Shadow Walkers and Shadow Warriors. Holy shit. I'm nervous. Like, this matchup is so stressful because the whole game can come down to one misclick. It's like you get netted, you get sniped, it's just over. It's so stressful. All right, guys, let's get it. Let's have some fun. I'm nervous for them, dude. I'm nervous right now. I'm stressing. No, Bill, I don't know. Yeah. Stellaris had a 72-man multiplayer game. Oh my god, that's nuts. That is nuts. So, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to Game 5 in this semifinal match between Charix, the pride of Poland, and the defending champion of the world here, Anticity, on the Wood Elves. Let's get it going, and let's see how this goes. So Ent is going to be going for the ODM special. He's going to be doing a bunch of Way Watchers, so he does have 1, 2, 3, and 4, including the Hawkeyes of Jakira. Spearman here, Eternal Guard, and he is going to be using a Spellweaver of High Magic. So just trying to control this guys. Apotheosis for the Way Watchers, and Tempest to lock down enemy Flying Lords. Charix did bring an Eagle Lord. Oh, that is stressful. Holy shit. Because the problem is, the Eagle Lord here, if it gets Tempested and it gets sniped by that frickin' Waywatcher blob, it's just game over right there. It's just over. You know? Oh boy. Alright guys, so Ent in the woods with Great Stag Knights as well, going to be looking to flank. And it looks like the Armor of the Stars is going to be activated, making this character invisible for 70 seconds, which is crazy cool. We got Lothern Seaguard, Spears, and Silver Helms, and then it's basically the Walmart version of the Way Watchers. Shadow Warriors as well as Shadow Walkers. All right, guys. Let's get going. It's on. Oh, he's hiding behind the pillar. He has to know. He has to have seen the Spellweaver. Dude, if he gets caught with the Tempest up here... Look at him. He's like flying over the tree. Oh, that actually is a really cool shot. Let's see if we can get that. Look, the Eagle character like flying down the Cathay Temple. That is such a cool with like the glowing stave. Bro, no. He's going to get caught. He's going to get Tempested. Oh, you better get back up the pillar. Okay, he's flying. The Way Watchers are watching. The boy is watching right now. But I think he got high enough up the staircase. Dude, this is so stressful. All it takes is one volley. All right, the Shadow Walkers able to unleash a volley into the Eternal Guard, which are not shielded. And the Shadow Warriors actually returning the favor. Holy shit. Oh my god. He got so lucky that Anticity did not snipe him there. Not even lucky, but it was just a close call. All right, in response, the Shadow Walkers get obliterated by the 4 Way Watchers. They take a lot of damage, and Charix's Lord going to be hiding back now, as we do see the High Elves getting the double objective. Yeah, that was really close, dude. He just barely got up that staircase, and the Way Watchers, I guess, couldn't get good line of sight on him or something. Now, he does have the net, so the net is going to be pretty viable at dealing with the cab play. Shadow Walkers still 49 of 60 models, so their damage output is still good. A little bit of firepower going down for both sides. Silver Helms to the back. And Fireborn, nope, it's going to be more Silver Helms getting called out. The Armor of the Stars made him unspottable, yeah. So he basically had this active, so when he got out of range, I guess he became invisible again. I think that's why he didn't get shot, but I could be wrong. All right. So what is cooking here? We do see the Eagle Lord going to be lurking on the other side of the battlefield, which is smart. Stay away from the frickin' Way Watcher brick over there. Lothern Seaguard, they do have Silver Shield, so eating the ammo from the Way Watchers isn't the worst thing in the world. Charix cannot make any more mistakes with that. He can't let his Lord get caught again. That is for damn sure. In the back, we get Rangers being called in to try and hold the point. Ent is eventually going to have to move up for the points, and Charix might triple cap him here. We're going to see. We do see the flank coming in on the outside. There are some great Stag Knights hiding in the bushes, and the Spellweaver. Another Way Watcher volley, but not cost effective, really. 4 Way Watchers into Silver Shields is, not a feel-good situation there. Charix circling to the other side of the battlefield is hilarious. And he learned his lesson, because earlier in the series, he made a big mistake in that way by, keeping Kotzep a little bit close, which may have cost him the game. But here, he's literally hiding on the other side of the battlefield from these Elven Archers. Lothern Seaguard moving up, and they're just absorbing ammo on their Silver Shields, which, it's very much face-the-foot style, but it's not a bad idea. And they can also return the favor a little bit, and you can see they do shoot them on the run. Are threatening this objective now, and Ent is going to be getting more Glade Guard, as we do see a Magic Missile coming in. Not bad damage on those Glade Guard. And now Ent waiting to strike from the bushes. The Way Watchers are waiting, and getting triple capped here would be a really big issue for Anticity, that's for sure. Silver Helms do have bronze shields, not silver shields, so they won't be blocking quite as much missile fire. While the Archmage is probably just going to sit here and keep spamming magic missiles and use nets when needed. All right, so on the backside, we do see the Silver Helms here. Lothern Seaguard, we're thinking about maybe grabbing this objective, but they're going to get shot right now. They're facing the wrong way. They're going to lose a ton of HP. Okay, he reforms the ranks and does get his block bonus there, it looks like. You've got to be really careful with this Archmage. He's got Armor of the Stars active, so he is stalking and unspottable, but dude, he's playing such a dangerous game. All right, Charix is just giving me anxiety right now with how close he's getting to the Way Watchers. Like, he's almost in Way Watcher range, man. He's almost in Way Watcher range. He at least knows where they are, but all it takes is one micro blunder. Okay, he's still going. He's still moving. Yeah, very much a game of cat and mouse. Okay, Illyrian Reavers scouting in the woods. Loix Blessing, very nice. So we do get Loix Blessing on the Great Stag Knights. That's going to give them a speed boost. It's a really cool combo. And the Illyrian Reavers are going to retreat back, but at the very least, they now know what's going on in the woods. while Charix continues to lurk over here. Rangers coming in, and the Lothern Sea Guard and the Shadow Walkers moving up and pushing back against these bad boys. While Silverhelms, oh man, they might actually have a way in right now, guys. Although I would assume Ent is going to call out some Glade Riders, but if these Silverhelms get in on like Hawkeyes or something, oh man, another Silverhelm coming through. Charix may have found an opening. He does eat a big volley, but they get in. So one Waywatcher unit going to start hemorrhaging casualties. And we see the Great Stag Knights are coming, but they're being pursued by Silverhelms as well. Charix going pedal to the metal here, diving, and one Waywatcher unit does take big damage, and the other one is going to take some substantial damage as well. So not a bad play by Charix, but is it going to be worth it at the end of the day? He does get more Silverhelms coming in. Waywatcher's taking some big casualty. Don't go here, don't go here. Oh, I think Charix might throw right now. He got his Archmage. He did not need his Archmage over here. There was no reason to have it there. And he just gets caught with the Tempest, and now these archers are just going to punch him right in the dong. He does get a nice missile. He can resummon his Lord. It's not too expensive, but overall, that is a big throw potentially by Charix. He did not need to do that. But the Silverhelms are still going balls deep on these Waywatchers. So at the end of the day, you know, there is a trade happening. Reavers fighting Great Stag Knights. Waywatchers are getting folded up pretty badly. And Charix is probably going to resummon his Lord, would be my guess. He needs to do it. He's only down 2,000 value, but nonetheless, the Waywatchers do get hammered. So that is really good. Anticity's ability to missile trade is going to be much weaker now that these Waywatchers have lost some big models. All right, so in the front, we do see Great Stag Knights moving through the lines here, eating a little bit of firepower. The Shadow Warriors continuing to shoot them where they can. Rangers moving up. Going to be trying to cut through these Spearmen right here. Meanwhile, yeah, leaderless High Elves, man. That one feels bad. Charix is up on points. He does get his Ilthamar Chariots to help with the Great Stag Knights, which is kind of interesting. Looks like they are taking some damage. He committed a lot of cav back there, guys. Like 3 or 4 Silverhelms. And it looks like Ent was able to stabilize it using his Great Stag Knights. I saw the window of opportunity. Perhaps he was baited into it. I don't know. So will Charix be able to come back? It's going to be tough. Great Stag Knights here, Apotheosis. The High Elf army looks raggedy as hell right now, guys. Looks absolutely raggedy. I mean, what do we have? We have a couple of Shadow Warriors, just a shitty Chariot here, which is going to get mowed down most likely, and not a whole lot left. I think Ent has clutched the game, and that's all this matchup comes down to. It's very much like cat and mouse. Who's going to make the first big mistake? And sending the Lord in there was definitely a very, very big mistake. All right, Silverhelm's going to battle Great Stag Knights. Charix going to be reinforcing with some Silverhelms and Silverhelms, so calling out a double cab push here. But Stag Knights will uptrade into them very, very well. And now Ent has 1 million archers that are going to be cruising up. And Christmas is coming early, guys, as the dreaded ODM Wood Elves continue to be a terror upon the community. On the backside, we do see some Reavers that need to be unsummoned. But yeah, a Chariot and a Prayer. The Chariot is getting in there and doing some work against these archers, actually. Hawkeyes of Drakira eating a little bit. They're going to be getting Apotheosis. And is he going to resummon? He's saving up 700 supplies. Resummoning his Lord could be okay, but the Tempest attack from Anticity was so big. Like, if Charix had just brought, like, his character on, like, a horse, none of that would have happened, you know? None of that would have happened. All right, so lurking in the back, Silverhelms are waiting. Currently not a situation where he can even win on just the one objective. Ent is just going to slow push him up, and I think that's going to be GG, and we are going to be seeing Ent go on to the grand finals. The defending champ, he's the defending champ for a reason, that's for sure. And I have played against Ent's Wood Elves many times. It's terrifying. It's very, very hard to play against. All right, Silverhelms moving up, getting ready to try and make a Helm's Deep on this point, but like Stag Knights will trade fine into them. And they have archer support as well. The archers are just going to melt. So Charix gathering his forces, Silverhelms and Silverhelms awaiting in the wings. And they continue circling, trying to maintain capture weight, but they don't have it. And Ent is happy to play this game because he's just going to shoot you with archers while you dance around here. So the Silverhelms going to be couching their lances and getting one last glorious charge here. And Charix is going to be summoning a what? He's got about 700 supplies right now. Probably going to tap out here. I think this game is all ogre now. What a crazy, crazy match, though, right? Like, close games. This one was close until it wasn't, you know, one of those kind of situations. But the fact that Charix almost won game 1, I mean, in an alternate universe, right? That's, man, what a series. Like, so sweaty. So freaking sweaty. But Charix is done for. He's tabled. He's got nothing left. Ent has a massive elven army. Like, the Wood Elves are coming. And that's going to be victory for the Hardwood. GG, well to the played. All right. So, with that, Anticity is going to be advancing to the grand finals. The Kraken King feasts once more to face the winner of Danikentrop and Plague Penguin on the bottom side. Waywatchers did great, but it really just came down to... There were 2 variables. Getting your Lord sniped and also And also freaking diving with 3 silver helms and not getting as much value as you need. Those silver helms needed to like straight up wipe those guys. And they didn't. So let's go ahead and get this set up here. And we're going to update the brackets. Anticity going to be advancing on to the grand finals with a 3-2 victory over Charix. Very, very good stuff. And now on the bottom side, we are going to take a look at the brackets real quick here. And you can see Ent with 3-2 victory over Charix. And Blood Penguin and Daniken Trop are going to play right now. That could have been the finals, but guys, we still have a lot more hot action to go today. A lot more hot action. It's going to be freaking great. All right, so let's get this set up now. And well played. So let's find this. We're going to spectate that. And here we are. So this is currently 2-1 for Daniken. Oh, the Chadley Dwarves. Beards and belts, boys. Beards and belts. Dwarves versus Khorne on the altar of the champion. Is it time for the Thunder Barge? That would be so funny. Just a fat Thunder Barge. Let's go, man. If you let Ent play Wood Elves or Slaanesh, yeah. He's scary on those factions. Yeah, the picks reset in a new series. So in the grand finals, they're going to have a new global ban, and they're also going to have to pick their factions again. Yes. Slaanesh and Bretonnia were banned in that series, correct? Correct. Beards and belts. Beards and belts. So Dwarves and Khorne, probably Doomseekers are what you want. You want those guys. You love the Dowie? They're coming, man. Everybody loves the Dowie. Everybody loves playing against them. It's actually very miserable sometimes to play against Dwarves. They really have a style that's pretty brutal. They're not like a OP faction, but in some matchups they are. Yeah. Ent will probably play the same factions, but that's completely fair because, you know, you're only going to be gods here at so many factions, right? So, like, when you come into a best of 5, best of 7 tournament, most people will have, like, at the highest level, will have between 5 and, 8 factions prepared, give or take. Sounds good, Blacko. Well, thank you for joining, man. Hope all is well. You said you're Italian, right? My family, one side of my family comes from northern Italy. Lake Como, near the Swiss Alps there. What do you mean sometimes? I love it. I mean, Khorne has good tools against Dwarves too. They got the Furies to shut down the Air Force. I wonder if it's going to be Valkia. Probably Valkia to counter the Gyro Bombers and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. I'm surprised Plague Penguin likes Dwarves. Yeah, it's very much not his style. But the question, this is one of the issues is that once you get deep into a best of 5, do you have the depth of factions? Or are you somebody who's more, has 2 or 3 factions to play? Okay, guys. So it begins. I did main Dwarves in Warhammer 1. Yeah. In Warhammer 1, they were my favorite. But I just really enjoy the Empire's flavor for me is my favorite, and then also using the gods, like the various Chaos gods. Like Walk and Nurgle's my favorite faction, probably, I'd say. I love Nurgle stuff. All right, guys. Oh, nice. Your family's from Lake Como as well? Half from there and half from Monza. Very cool, man. Very cool. I'd love to visit Italy someday. We're probably going to be in Europe for the holidays. The wife and I might head out to Poland for Christmas, which would be fun. Polish Christmas rules. The food, oh, it's so amazing. Plus, you do get, like in California, you don't get proper winter weather unless you go to like the mountains. But in Poland you get like proper winter weather. It really feels like the holidays. You just sit by the fireplace and get like a nice book to read. It's very very charming. This is the World Championships tonight to see who the #1 player in the world is. This is for all the goods. The good old days of steam tanks killing a whole army because no attacking rules. Ah, yes, Jay, the forbidden days of old. Warhammer 1's competitive was such trash, but it was still fun because of the universe. But it was so bad when you look back at it. Like, yeah. Yeah, well, you're saying, okay, so you say you're from Poland and you don't get proper winter weather. You have to think about it. In California, like December, you can wear shorts and like a tank top and a hoodie. Like, so to me, proper winter weather is like anything that is like actually requires you to put on like warm clothes. Yeah. Yeah, your dad visited Poland recently. Yeah, the pierogi are great. I love pierogi. Just like with some onions and potato and some meat. Oh, it's very, very good. So, we have Anticity in the grand finals, and Daniken Trop very close to clinching a grand final spot for Rat Clan, but he has to face the dreaded Plague Penguin. Penguin down a game, but very much could bring it back. What are your thoughts on the new Dread? To be honest, I haven't really looked at any of the new stuff. I'm going to dive into it soon, but I'm kind of just more focused on this right now. Yeah. No healing cap summons that lasted all game, yeah. No healing caps, endless summons. Udas, where do you live on the West Coast? Because if you're in the Los Angeles area, my wife and I found like a Polish like restaurant bakery type place that was I can't remember, was it near was it somewhere in like not East Los Angeles, but like if you go east of Pasadena, there was like a place, I can't remember, and it was like we went in there and got like pierogies and other things, and you could tell it was made by some Polish grandmothers, and it was good. And also there's a couple of Polish restaurants in LA. Yeah, in LA they're not like as good as some of the stuff you'll have in Poland, but there's a couple that you can get like worthy stuff, Yeah. All right, guys. Show, what is that? I'm not sure what you mean, Karu. What do you need to see? Snow, what is... Oh, yes. Yeah. I would love to go to Finland, too. I mean, is Finland where you guys have, like, a hardcore sauna culture, right? I love saunas. I love just baking and, like... Yeah, I used to hang out in saunas a lot because we had one at my local gym I used to go to when I was a teenager. But, yeah, I would be interested in experiencing that culture. All right. So... let's frickin' get it. Oh, Bigus and a bread bowl. I love Bigus. Oh, it's so good. It's one of the best ones. It's so good, dude. Finnish saunas are the real deal. Yeah, someday I would like to have a sauna. If I am a millennial, so the prospect of owning a house is tricky, but especially in California. But if it ever does happen, I definitely would like to have a sauna somewhere. All right, guys. It was fun chatting with you all. Now let's focus on the game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 4 between Daniken Trop and Plague Penguin. Daniken currently up 2-1 in the series and going to be trying to close it out with the Blood Gods Chosen. Oh, Foot Skull Taker, sick. So we have Skull Taker, and then we do also have 2 Cultists of Khorne, who are pretty good fighters. They can summon Bloodletters, which Dwarves hate. Dwarves hate this one trick. We got a mass amount of Bloodletters, so it looks like there's going to be 3 Bloodletters here. 2 Marauders. No, Shielded Warriors. And then Warhound. So, man, a homie just going for like a straight Khorne unga bunga. I'm going to get in your face and just grind. Love to see it. Now, looking at the build here of Plague Penguin. Norgrimlings. Miners with Blasting Charges. Who doesn't love Norgrimlings Ironbreakers? The Goblin Hewer. Definitely can do some fat damage. Dwarf Warriors with Grey Opens. Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedoes. And more Blasting Charges here. Now, the Khorne army obviously very favored in the melee fight. But Trollhammer Torpedoes could do some nice work. We'll have to see what targets they can get. And the Blasting Charges could be a big equalizer as well. Personally, looking at the Khornate army, how would I play this? Read the room. I mean, yeah, you could capture this initially, but then maybe pull back. The Dwarves do not want to fight the Khorne across the entire map, or fight Khorne across the entire map. They want to consolidate the fight to like 2 objectives, maybe like here and here. Just kind of park their army over here, get their shooting up on this hill. I don't know. This map does have some bushes in the middle that make direct fire shooting a little bit sketchy. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. This is for all the marbles for Plague Penguin. Plague Penguin has no cushion here. He has to win. This is do or die for him. The King of Bretonnia. He did lose his Bretonian game earlier, which was rough. That was the one that he probably had as his major, I'm going to get through to the finals with this. Doomseekers are very good against Khorne. They're excellent. Magic damage against demons, anti-infantry. They wreck the warriors. They're very, very solid. Okay, guys. So the battle is on. Skull Taker moving on in. The Bloodletters are they being deployed like this? It looks like they're just like randomly stacked up here. Let me make sure they're not messaging me or anything. Anticity waiting in the grand finals atop his throne of skulls. He waits for the next champion to come forth and challenge him. And the Chaos Warhounds of Khorne waiting in the wings. There they are. Oh, Daniken isn't back from his smoke break yet. Oh, okay, fair play. He might just be taking a little bit of a break. That's fine. Oh, Oh, so he went AFK. He readied up and went for a smoke break. Is he going to come back, though? We might need to restart the game if that's the case, which is unfortunate, but how could you be AFK for this? This is like I think if he comes back in the next like 20 seconds, we probably just play it out. But if he doesn't, then we might just restart. Okay. Yeah. Why would he ready up and then go AFK? All right. I can't pause the game as an admin. But yeah, we're going to have to probably restart. Because he's straight up AFK. Yeah. No, he's just not here. I think, okay, he's back. Well, look, that wasn't that big of a delay, but if he wants to play it out, I'm going to give them the if he wanted to restart, I would let him, but it looks like he just wants to play. You know, and yeah, he didn't ready play Penguin to start. No, but he loaded into the game, Max. He readied his army. That means that you're ready to play. You know. There's no excuse for that. All right, Hound Unit's going to move across. And to be honest, it's really not going to have that much of an effect on the game here. The battle's going to be decided. I mean, the Dwarves were going to double cap him anyways. And he was going to rotate across this way. It really doesn't change much. He's Eastern European. He has to have a smoke break. Yeah. I mean, he came with pretty quickly. Yeah, and the battle's probably just going to come down to a grind anyways. I would have given him a restart if they want to, but it looks like he wants to play it. He didn't message me or say anything. He just... Okay, there he goes. It looks like his opponent offered him a restart there. Cool. So we're gonna go back again. So, yep, we can just ready up. I think Plague Penguin gave him a restart. Okay, what a good sport, man. What a good sport. He was going to be at a slight disadvantage there. Still could have won, but why do that when, you know, on such a stage? You know, you gotta go for it. He ate the cigarette, yeah. He came pretty quickly. Turin 2025, yeah. I don't know about that, Leech Lord. In most tournaments that I play in, people don't communicate that with you. It's kind of assumed that if you ready up in the lobby, that you're going to have your army ready. But it's fine. I would have given him a restart if they asked, so. Slavic squat at the computer. I can do a really good Slavic squat. I can go full on flat feet. You know, I got the, it's actually not that hard to do, I don't think. It's not that hard. So the Slavic squat, I've seen it in Poland a couple times, but not as much as you would think. I think I've been to Poland maybe like between 8 and 10 times. I can't remember. It's been many years. And I've only seen it twice, the Slavic squat. Whereas when I was in high school, I went to a boarding high school. I was a day student. I wasn't boarding, but we had a ton of students from China, Korea, Japan, and those homies squatted way more. Like I saw that at my high school all the time. The Asian squat. Yeah, it's the same thing, but you would see them doing that as well. More so. Yeah. More common in Asia, if anything. Right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. Army's rebuilt, and it looks like they're going to be deployed now. So here we go. Let's break it down. Taking a look at the armies of Danik and Trop here. We're going to break it down once again. Armored Chaos Warriors in the front line. These guys really good at grinding. I mean, they'll beat most dwarf low-tier troops and not have much of an issue of it. With Bloodletters being the heavy DPS from behind. On top of that, we do have a couple Chaos Warhounds. Skulltaker, Cultist, and Cultist. Skulltaker is really good at grinding with Dwarven Troopers. A little bit flimsy in some ways with only 60 armor, but, you know, you can get it done. Cultists are quite good as well. Silver Shields, but more importantly, what you do is you get your Cultists up in the front line, and then you summon Bloodletters behind their front line on top of their guns and their shooting and all the different tools like that. So, very, very good stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, gathering up here, we do see a couple miners with blasting charges heading to Objective 3. Objective 2 is going to be secured by the Dwarves. So pretty much the same start as last game, but just a little bit faster for Khorne. Khorne thinking about sending over a Chaos Warrior here to maybe contest this point. I don't hate that idea. But, I mean, they would probably lose to 3 of those Dwarven Miners, especially with the blasting charges. Yeah. So on the outside, Chaos Warhounds able to grab Objective 2. So at least Khorne is going to be on the board a little bit quicker here. So those bad boys do get it. In the meantime, the Skulltaker and the 2 Cultists going to be gathering up here. So they will be getting on Objective 1. And the grind is going to begin. And honestly, the Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedoes might not have a lot of good targets. I mean, they can do okay against infantry. They're more designed against big targets, but dwarves definitely need some Doomseeker action or something big. Oh my god. If he summons out a Thunderbarge, I'm going to laugh so hard. Homie's saving up a lot of supplies, and he calls out Doomseekers? Yeah, okay, good. He needs the Doomseekers. He didn't really have much of an answer for all these elite troops here, but now he does. Imagine, though, a Thunderbarge call-in would have been hilarious. So the dwarves moving up, setting up. They definitely need some blasting charges over here. They don't have any. Chariots coming across from Danikentrop. Gorby's chariots. So we have the Chaos Harambe chariots, dude. Harambe is coming for blood. He's back, and he's pissed. But yeah, they will wreck Dwarven chaff units all day. Up in the front, we get Skulltaker in there, and we do also get the Cultists, who are going to be building up their charges. They're going to start taking down some of the Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons. In the meantime, Chaos Warriors being very cautious, waiting in the wings. Goblin Hewers do a lot of damage against pretty much everything. So yeah, they can definitely flatten some of these Chaos Demons if they're able to get their shots off. In the meantime, Dwarf Warriors getting the business, and it looks like Khorne is going to be going for it, using Furies to attack the Goblin Hewer. And the Huey is shooting at Skulltaker. Skulltaker might want to piece out of that situation. It's a little bit dangerous. Fury's waiting overhead, and Hound's going to be looping around the outside, looking to compromise the Dwarven backfield a little bit. And the Bloodletters have not yet moved in. Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedoes shooting into the Cultists. Cultists do have silver shields, not that it's going to help against artillery, really, but now they're going to be moving on top of the Goblin Hewer. And honestly, this is looking good for Danikentrop out of the gates here. Because he's going to get a Bloodletter summon. He's going to shut down the Goblin Hewer. Then he's going to get a Bloodletter summon on top of the Iron Drakes and shut them down. And then his Bloodletters are going to come in and annihilate the Dwarvish infantry here. So, couple variables looking very, very bad for the Dwarves out of the gates. Chaos Furies descending from the skies. A little bit of crossfire coming in. Dwarves looking comfortable over here. Probably maneuvering a blasting charge under here wouldn't be a bad idea just to really make sure it goes well. Chaos Harambe chariots are going to be on their way in, so there they go. The guerrillas are pissed, and they are going to be punting some of the dwarves. Nice damage right there, as those guys do get shot around a little bit. Currently sitting at about half HP. Not bad at all. Furies get back there, and they are being dealt with by Doomseekers. The Doomseekers will be able to make quick-ish work of those units. And it looks like a second Doomseeker being called in. So the dwarf player, at least, is bringing the right units. He is getting his Doomseekers out, which I think is quite good. Trollhammer Torpedoes are very raid boss. They have 125 armor, so they're really tough to kill even for Furies. And it looks like the dwarves are holding it down on the point, but there is going to be a big push coming soon, as Khorne is now going to be sounding the Horn of War. Warriors and Bloodletters. Nice blasting charges there from the Norgrimlings Gigachads, taking half HP off the Bloodletters. Beautiful stuff. But in the meantime, Skulltaker and his two cultists are starting to wear through the elite infantry. But Doomseekers also counted them very well. Daniken with a couple doggies in the backfield, able to eat those dwarf warriors. Fury still nibbling here, and the two hound units from Daniken are going to be feasting like the heathen kings of old. Granted, it will take some time to drag those bad boys down. Up in the front, Doomseekers are here, and Doomseekers are basically a counter against everything Khorne has in the front line here. They will be able to rip and tear through the demons, will be good against the characters, and these Bloodletters are not going to be long for this world. They're probably going to crumble. First summon activated, Bloodletters, and we need to see Daniken activated right now, move those bad boys in. They do get a surround, attacking into the Doomseekers, which is a viable play. Granted, maybe shutting down the Hewer would have been better, although no, some Chaos Warriors are coming in to shut that down anyways. So Khorne really collapsing on the Dwarven lines. These giant 8-foot tall, I think they're more like 7-foot tall Chaos Warriors, moving in, chasing back the Goblin Hewer. Some Dwarf Warriors going to be lining up, some Longbeards actually. Pretty grindy fight. Longbeards are super defensive, and Chaos Warriors of Khorne, you know, obviously don't have the AP. Backfield is absolute chaos. A lot of Furies and Hounds are being shut down. We do see the Grimdelvers being called in here, as the Blood Gods champions do make some good progress on the objective. Looks like it's in the process of folding here. The Miners getting run over here, and the other chaff units of the Dwarves are also getting taken down by the Bloodletters. A little bit of shooting from the Iron Drakes, which will be great against the Gorby's chariots. That's certainly what they're there for. Furies battling the Ekron's Miners, as Doomseekers are going to be coming up through the woods to try and secure the Dwarven backfield. We'll see if they can. They definitely chase off some of those Hound units. All right, guys. So looking at the objective situation, Objective 3 belongs to Dwarves. Objective 1 and 2 belongs to the Blood God right now. Dwarves do have a bit of a points lead from earlier, and how are the Doomseekers looking? They've gotten only 500 value, and they're kind of getting swarmed on. Doomseekers still have low armor, so things like Forsaken will be able to cut them up pretty good. And obviously, you know, you have Skulltaker here, you have Cultists, and the Skulltaker is a pretty mean melee fighter. More Furies on the way in, and it looks like the backfield for the Dowie is going to be secured for now, and Penguin is going to be trying to reform the ranks. Grimdelvers being called, but immediately targeted by Hounds, but they do have the protection of some Doomseekers here. So we'll see if they do stabilize. Definitely need to get those Chaos Warhounds off you, get those guys online. Blasting charges may be an option here. Some chariots do try and surge in the backfield. This map a little bit rough for direct fire shooting. There are a lot of trees and different things like that that can obfuscate some of your missile pieces. Tomb Seekers down to 7 models, getting about 800 value, so not the worst trading, considering they are fighting Skull Taker and a massive amounts of Cornet units. Yeah, boy, look at that. Exalted Bloodletters have arrived. They will murder hobo any of the Dwarven units, basically, in melee. It is not fun for the Dowie there, and I would imagine they're going to probably pile in here as we see Chaos Warriors pushing them back. Doomseekers cutting through the Bloodletters, but also taking some damage in the process. And getting our Grimdelvers compromised on the flank before they can even really do anything. They have 100 value is pretty much a disaster. That's like 900 value there, as Daniken Trop is really running away with the game here. We do see Daniken currently sitting at about 8,400 value, Dwarves at about 6. And that's not a feel-good situation for the Dwarves. They are certainly in the pain train at the moment. Exalted Bloodletters cutting it up, really, really ripping and tearing through the Dwarvish units. A Doomseeker could maybe go fisticuffs with them, but aside from that, there's not much the Dwarves have that can go fisticuffs in melee. Obviously, they're very weak against archers, gyrocopters, various artillery pieces can also melt them. But Khorne is going to be securing victory, 3-1 victory for Daniken Trop. The pride of Ukraine has done it. So now we have our grand final set. It's going to be Anticity versus Daniken. There will be a lot more downtime in between games as these players are going to be doing their picks and bans and all that good stuff. We won't have it done ahead of time. We can't. It's not possible because we don't know who's going to be there. But we do have the victory going to Daniken and the forces of Khorne. All right. So now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be hosting the grand finals. So let's get out of here. We can also just have this lobby stay. So let me message Daniken. Invite in here. Good luck, have fun. Best of 5 time. All right. So there you have it. And will Daniken be able to take down the Kraken King, or will the defending world champion show why they are the defending world champion? Find out today. You guys are in the right place for that. 0-0 is the score in the series. We're going to be changing the names of the players here as we get Ent in the second slot. And there will be a bit of time here, guys. So I apologize for the downtime in between. But it is what it is. You know, it's a high-stakes event, World Championship. Players, you know, going to want to go for it. Have I seen the new AOS Nurgle? Yeah, we can look at them right now, actually, again. A lot of people haven't seen them, so. I think I'm going to cave and buy some of these. I have been fighting the urge to play Age of Sigmar for a long time, but the minis are just too cool now. I mean, look at this. Where's that? Oh, gosh, okay. Look at this absolute Chadley Nurgle. So this is Festus as a Demon Prince. Yeah. Oh, and he's got like a mini toad dragon thing down there. It's so creepy. Yeah, and we do have Festus here. Then you got the new Chaos Knights of Nurgle, which are super awesome. I assume they're going to be very tanky. And then the Blight Kings. Oh, dude, these guys are sick. Look at them. Oh, just chonky boys with huge great weapons. I mean, it doesn't get much cooler than that. And then you also have the baseline Chaos Warrior. These are just like the Sword and Board Chaos Warriors. Basically the Plague Marines. Pestigors for the army as well. And, yeah, there's the new Battle Tome that's going to be coming. Plus you have some stuff from this box, like this Nurgle Demon Prince guy. He looks so freaking cool. Look at that thing. And he's got his minions and his cultists here too. All right. Yeah, this looks hard to paint. I mean, I could paint this, but it would look not nearly as good. This is like extreme professional level. If I end up getting this model, I'm going to have to, you know, talk my wife into painting it because I just don't think I'm capable of that. Like the warriors and the rank and file I can do, but this is just so brutal. Yeah. All right. So back we are. Yeah, the old world is still dominated by character monsters and Cathay. Yeah, basically. I'm still going to play Old World. I'm going to get back to my Tomb King's army soon and probably paint a bunch of skeletons and Ushabtis. Yeah. All right, so they'll be working it out, and they got the map picked for the grand finals. I make sure they're on the right map, and it's going to be Imperial Ambush as the map. Yeah. I'm sure they know. There was a lot of talk of streaming a game with Mighty Pwn. Yeah, you're talking about Anno, the new Anno game. We're going to be able to stream that in a couple days. Let me actually check when I'm allowed to stream that. Let me see. Okay, so the new Anno game, I can stream it on... when is this? I think the 10th? Let me look. Yeah, November 10th, I think I'm allowed to stream it. So that'll be, what day? Today's the 8th. So on Monday. Yeah, so on Monday, we'll probably do a big stream of Anno. I'll do a single player because it's not out yet, but when it comes out, I'll do multiplayer. We'll probably get Pwn, and Davok was also expressing interest. So we'll do like a 4-player Anno game with like politics and backstabbing and all sorts of fun stuff like that. No, Anno's really fun, Cowboy Bob. It's great. I've played many hours off stream. It's actually good. But I never played the other one, so I don't have any comparison. But it's freaking awesome. And doing the Celtic playthrough is really fun. So if you choose to play on the Celtic biome, you can do you can choose to adopt or keep the Celtic ways and kind of not play the Roman ways. And it gives you a whole different way to play the game. It's actually very fun. Yeah, Lucas, I like painting my own models. It's a point of pride for me. Like when I put an army on the tabletop, if it's painted by my wife or I like feel a lot of pride for the army. So the new Roman Anno game, Heltoff, it's Anno 117 Pax Romana. It's really fun. I put up a couple videos, but I'll have 2 more videos going up this week of it. I have a beginner's guide going up as well as a tutorial, a build guide on how to play Ares, the god of, or Mars, the god of war. Ares, whatever. You know, Greek, Roman, all in the ballpark. But yeah, so I have a build guide and then I have a beginner's guide. So if you guys are interested, that'll be up this week. All right, so where are we, Precious? Oops, wrong one. There we go. And there it is. Yeah, the Celtic playthrough is really interesting, seeing the differences between them and the Roman culture and being able to mix them. Mars is the Roman Ares, right. Ares is really fun though. He's my favorite god to play, and not even just for military. Ares is cool because when you worship Ares in Anno, you get increased production of armor and weapons, which you, even if you're not fighting, you can still sell them and make a shit ton of money too, because they're very cost effective. So yeah, game, absolutely. Anna's an amazing painter. She's super talented. I think we actually could show you guys the hold on a sec, let me see if I can pull that up real quick here. Okay, which one is that are we on now? Hang on, let's see if I can find it here real quick. So media, let me turn off the sound. I can show you guys some of the Tomb Kings minis we've been working on. We're in the grand finals, game 1. So we have a full best of 5 right now. We've had amazing games today, but this is the grand finals. Yeah, this is for all the marbles. All right, so let's do this. Media source, Tomb Kings. Gonna see if I can find, I think I had some videos of them that I was working on. Yeah, here we are. Hold on, I gotta fix this. It's a little bit too big. It's a little bit too big, that's what she said. Okay. Shot on like a high quality camera there. Okay, let's turn the sound off that. Cool, yeah. So this is, I think this is a video I made a while back showing, so there's like the Casket of Souls. There's my Tomb King on a chariot right there. We have the Sepulchral Stalkers. Yeah, it's my old world army. And then one of them got some skeleton horsemen. The Sphinx is super cool. My wife painted it. It's it has like sand blowing through it, like it's running through a sandstorm. It's really badass. Looks really good. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, skeleton archers, skeleton warriors here in the front. Not big enough. Zoom in more. Yeah. My wife has like this paste that we use for the basing, which is really good. And then we have a Lich Priests over there. And then, yeah, the Necrolith Bone Dragon. So here's Big Daddy. He's awesome. He's awesome. My wife painted that. It looks so freaking good. Look at that thing. She did an amazing job with that. No, actually not contrast paint. Yeah, and those are Tomb Scorpions. I haven't finished their bases yet. Ushapti Great Bows. Oh, yeah, and then here's some like still pictures of the army as well. Yeah, the dragon is my favorite. Anna did such a good job painting the dragon. It looks amazing. It's a small army, though. I'm missing a couple things, but overall, it's pretty sweet. Yeah, there's the chariot. There's some still shots there you can see. And if you look behind, that's a dice tray my wife made me, or an army carrying case, and it has like Nurgle on the side. It's pretty awesome. Some gameplay of the army. I'd be down, yeah. Someday I'll record a game. Someday I will record a game. That's worth a used car right there, probably, yeah. So I painted, my wife painted the Sphinx, the Dragon, and the Ushapti, and the Sepulchral Stalkers, and I painted all the terrible chaff units. So all the nicely painted things are basically Anna, yeah. Yeah, I'll do some video, I'll upload videos on the channel of all my armies. I have a lot of tabletop armies. I have Chaos Dwarves, I have Tomb Kings, yeah. And let's go ahead and remove this. Chaos Dwarves, Tomb Kings, Empire, Isengard, Uruk-hai Scouts, Gondor, Death Guard, Warriors of Chaos, and Fantasy as well. It didn't take me long to accumulate that army. I got kind of lucky, because though it's really expensive, I got sent a starter box by Games Workshop for the, which came with a lot of that army, so it wasn't too expensive, thankfully. Yeah. What's your favorite to play? If we're talking Warhammer Fantasy, my favorite army to play is Empire, because I love using my war wagons. They're super fun. If we're talking 40k, Death Guard, I main Death Guard. That's all I play. Yeah. I love Chaos Dwarfs too. Just getting two big erect Iron Demons and just mowing people down is really fun. Because in tabletop, Iron Demons have a Gatling gun in the front. They have a Hellblaster volley gun, so you just like lay into people with those. It's really fun. Yeah. I have a Cathay starter box too, man. I haven't touched it yet. I haven't gotten into it, but I think maybe we'll do a giveaway someday. I'm not too interested in playing Cathay in tabletop, so maybe we'll do a giveaway to one of you homies or something. I think it'd be fun. All right, so Dark Elves and Slaanesh are banned in the Grand Finals. Anticity cannot play Slaanesh. Nobody can play Slaanesh, and nobody can play Dark Elves. That's so funny. So taking a look at the bans here, we can show you. So yeah, you can see Anticity has banned Dark Elves and Danikentrop has banned Slaanesh. So those are just not going to be on the cards at all for this entire series, which makes sense because we have this global ban in place to kind of keep the meta in check. So if there's something that's a little bit out of control, at least both players have agency to get rid of it, which is nice. So for example, in the next patch, like if, Norska or Slaanesh is OP, you can use that. Shocking bans, yeah. So they both banned the other player's main faction, which is really good and competitive because it keeps players who are one tricks like myself, well, I'm like a two trick, from going too far. It really makes test the depth of skill that players have. So yeah, it should be fun. Well, Dark Elves are a threat when certain people are playing them. When Daniken's playing them, yes. Slaanesh has been banned for Anticity every game. Yeah. Ent has not been able to play them at all today. Nope. So now they're going to do their regular picks and bans, and we will get going with the series. It will be a little while, so there's going to be a lot of podcasts hanging out here today, guys. So hopefully you don't mind, because it's a sweaty pick and ban. This is the one downside of the format compared to SFT is like there's a lot of process for picking and banning. Don't sell yourself short turn. You have at least 3 tricks. It's true. I would say I'm probably... Look, I'm not the best player. I'm a good tournament player, but I might be top 2 or 3 best Nurgle players in the entire world. All 5 of us who play Nurgle, I'm in the top 2 or 3, I think. Yeah, it's a low bar, it's a low bar. But yeah, Nurgle I like. Empire I'm okay at. Chaos Dwarves I know pretty well too. Yeah, I love playing those factions though. I'm gonna put that on my LinkedIn bio. It'll be like #1 Nurgle player in Total War Warhammer 3. Yeah. I've sat chilling and chatting. I agree, Dreadnought. I agree. I mean, there's not very many Nurgle mains out there. There's probably like 6 of us. Okay, who mains Nurgle? Yeah, I know Harrison. I know you do. But like active Nurgle mains right now, let's see. Harrison, myself. There's a couple other... There's a few. Jack mains Nurgle. All right, let's go. Who's the Warriors of Chaos Goat? I don't know. It's hard to say. A lot of people play them, so. They're about to battle right now. They're about to battle. Nurgle and Chaos Dwarves and Empire have anything in common? Not really. They all play pretty differently. Yeah. Adler mains Nurgle. Let's go. Team Nurgle, dude. Hell yeah. Team Nurgle all day, every day. That's how we frickin' roll, dude. Beastmen versus Kislev is our first matchup. We have Eastern Europe versus the Beastmen. And we are going to be on the Imperial Ambush. The armies are set, and we're going to be loading into our first match here within 5 minutes, most likely. So that is going to be the plan. Have you seen Norska's getting a mobile turret that can defend itself in melee? Well, I mean, that's pretty savage because they can just plant it on objectives. That seems pretty good. Yeah. You may Nurgle when you go to the bathroom. Great. All right. Well, at least he's getting some attention. Daniken is filling and smoking pipe. Yeah. I could just imagine Daniken just with like 5 cigarettes in his mouth, just like sweating, playing these games. Yeah, Charix came close, man. He really needed to win that first Tomb Kings game, and he almost did. He almost did. Charix will be back, dude. We're having another major event in a couple weeks, so Charix will have a chance to get a major event win, a revenge, and, very, very soon. I'm going to announce it to the players, actually. I haven't even told them yet. They don't even know what the prize is unless they've been listening to the stream. Let me message Anticity, Charix, Daniken, and then we have Blood Penguin. I'll tell them after the event. It's fine. Yeah, tell them after the event. They probably have heard through the grapevine anyways. Maining Nurgle makes me take a 6-month break. Yeah, well, Nurgle is choosing the path of suffering, and, that's how we do it. No, Christian, I don't know. If the Maw has a cooldown and teleport, summoning Artie after it moves could be some nasty counterplay. Yeah, that's true. Like a cannon or something. Yeah, I'm hosting an event with Creative Assembly towards the end of the month. So the players have earned a spot in that, and the CA is putting up a big prize pool for all the players. So that's basically the prize for this World Championship is entry into that event. All right, baby, let's get it. Yo, we got any? Do we have any Dawn of War 4 devs hanging out who want to tell us the exact release date when that's gonna come out? Who's the Cathay Goat? Ooh, man. I mean, Dark Age Rush was for a while and then stopped playing them and stopped playing tournaments. And then probably Daniken right now is the best Cathay player. Right? I mean, they play Cathay a lot in tournaments. Yeah, they play a lot. Did anyone get into the most recent DAO 4 alpha? I'm trying. I haven't heard back from them yet. I hope we do. It's a closed alpha, though, so we can't really even comment on it or anything, but... Yeah, still cool. Will you play in the tournament? No, I don't play in my... I'll play in my casual tournaments, like for the season, but when it comes to the top 16 or world champs, I don't play. I disqualify myself, even if I do qualify. Yeah. Sure, Legend of Todor beats them all. No, definitely not. Definitely not. You could probably... Yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone who focuses on campaign would have a solid chance against Anticity. Maybe take a game off them in 100 games, but yeah. Let's see what happens, man. Kislev versus Beastmen is a really fun matchup. There is a forbidden tech I love in this matchup, guys. It's really evil. Basically what you do is you play Mother Ostankia and you use her Rampage ability to lure the Beastmen mobility to its death. It's really good. And she's actually great against the Beastmen. Beastmen, infantry, and other targets on her chariot, too, with her cauldron. So you use the bear launcher, use all that good stuff. Pretend to be go. No, I've been top 16 for like half of the seasons, but yeah, I disqualify myself. Yeah, it'd be stupid. I wouldn't win anyways, to be fair. I'm not like oh yeah, if I didn't, I would win. I would not win. Like, I would not win these events. I could maybe get through the first round, but that would be pretty much it. Yeah. I would need to play better factions and practice more. Playing Nurgle and Empire and Chaos Dwarves is fine, but you're not going to be beating, like, Slaanesh and those kind of factions consistently. There isn't a good way to play Cathay that isn't weird. Oh, I mean, sometimes Cathay halberd boxes with like a drum and some monsters can win games. I mean, they're not like helpless. Cathay's just very difficult. And, you know, Cathay isn't even the worst faction. Like, Skaven are worse than Cathay, in my opinion. Nurgle is probably on par, if not worse than Cathay. Yeah. What about Conquest, guys, if they went to Dom? No. I mean, I don't know. I think there's a couple Conquest land battle players who could compete at high level in Dom, for sure. Like, I think, like, Alfredino, for example, is a great example. And Sipa is another great player. Sipa actually got second place in the last World Championships, and he jumps between land battle and Dom. He's very good. And Alfredino, I think, could win a World Championship, too. Yeah. There's some great players there. There's some great players, for sure. I'm definitely excited for the future of, like, getting a Total War game with good multiplayer where, you know, everybody plays the same game mode. That's going to be fun. That'll be really fun. We still have a great active community with plenty of people here, but it'll be nice. Just the more the merrier, you know? Nurgle is deaf favorite over Slanesh. Oh, God, no. It's the worst. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the armies of Danikentrop. Daniken going to be rocking an Ice Witch of Tempest and is going to be using the dreaded Hawks of Miska. So that's going to be dropping it like it's hot, routing some Beastmen. Armored Kossars with Kislev Warriors backed up by bows. So very standard turn 10 campaign Kislev army here. You know, Kossars, halberds, and bows in the back with a dragon character in the front. Kislev also going to be playing the mobility game here. So we do have 3 Kislevite archers ready to party here. And aside from that, let's take a look at the armies here of Old Anticity. Unga Bunga Spearmen. There are going to be 2 of those. We do have some Gorherds and Pestigors. Pestigors are really good against armored Kislev infantry. So basically going to be a Gorherd wall. Oh my God, look at that. So this is a massive horde of Pestigors and Gorherds with Ungors. Malagor the Flock of Doomcaster flying overhead. And Ungor Raiders. Dude, he is doing a full infantry check against Daniken here. Like, full on, just like, I'm going to go throw a lot of beefsteaks at you, and we're going to see if you can handle it. So Daniken does move up with his horse archers and is going to be trying to contest this point. Granted, he's going to lose it pretty quickly. Anticity is going to be there within, you know, 5 or 6 seconds and is going to be able to get that back. But he is going... Yeah, this is another turn 10 Beastmen build, yeah. Absolutely. And that's what's fun about multiplayer is, like, you use... The chaff units are always kind of relevant, right? Whereas in campaign, you graduate from them pretty quickly with most armies. All right. So we do see the horse archers putting a little bit of firepower down. Malagor able to dodge that. Unga Bunga Gors, the dual weapon variant, do eat some axe shots, but the Beastmen are going to get that point, and Daniken's going to have to advance. Now, this is kind of tricky, right? Because here's the thing. If you advance in here towards Objective 3... it makes your army overextend, and then the Beastmen can envelop you and collapse on your flank. If you push out here with your army, then it kind of spreads you thin against a very mobile Beastman army. So Ent is trying to spread his opponent out and force him to move, and then he's probably going to call in Centaurs and mass mobility to try and do some work here. You see Raiders trading a little bit of skirmishing, horse archers, you know, poking here and there, a good flock of doom coming in from Ent. And the Ice Witch is going to move in. Oh, but Dad Gorbel, Al Gorbel, shout out to the legend Heir of Carthage for that one. But Al Gorbel is coming down, and he's going to be charging down and getting his big old axe. And the Ice Witch would beat him in a straight fight, but, you know, it's not a terrible trade here. I'm surprised we didn't see a Hawks of Miska there. But the Ice Witch is going to be fleeing the scene. Winged Lancers could easily charge the Gors. And honestly, do you take this fight with the Ice Witch and fight the Gorbel? The Dragon would for sure win it, and it looks like it's going to take the fight. No, it's like kind of running in a bit of an awkward manner. On this side, Horse Archers of Danikentrop trading with Anticity's Doom Wall of the Beastmen. And now we see a little bit of archer fire coming in and peppering that Gorbel. And Winged Lancer is going to move forward. Gorbel does lose a little bit of HP. Beastmen don't really have a lot of healing, so tricky stuff. Winged Lancers thinking about charging in there. Ice Witch going to be getting a Hawks of Miska here. And the rest of the Kislev army is retreating. So not going to be coming forward to support it. Winged Lancer is going to definitely take some casualties against Al Gorbel here, as the Ice Witch of Tempest retreats away, and the Kislev army going to be really hunkering down. But, you know, that's the thing about this, is it's proper RTS. You can't just, like, sit in your base and win. So you got to move out and fight. Winged Lancers moving in to these bad boys, as the Ice Witch does attempt to fight against Gorbel, but Anticity, very good decision-making here. Going to be calling in Centaurs with throwing axes to chase that Ice Witch back. On the high ground, we do see the Armored Kossar shooting into the Pestigor units. And in the back, we do also see Streltsy being called out. Now, Streltsy against Beastmen are okay. Beastmen don't have a lot of armor. I personally think archer units are often better, but they do have direct fire shooting, and Ent is not going to be waiting. He is actually going to try and alpha strike the Kislevyte army. Is this a mistake? Find out in today's episode. We will see. Hoxamiska activated. Going to absolutely crush this Beastman pocket. Glorious Polish cab charge coming downhill as the Winged Lancers do get there. And the Hoxamiska going to annihilate the leadership of this Beastman position. I love that. So Pestigors do get folded, and the Ungabunga Spearmen probably going to be next up. We'll have to see. On the other side, Kislevyte Warriors against Gorherds is a terrible fight for Kislevyte Warriors. These guys have freaking terrible melee attack, and a Gorherd with dual weapon is going to cut them to shreds. It's going to be really bad. So a couple of really good fights for Ent on this side as the Kislevyte Warriors are having to be used in the front line. In the back, Kossars with bows shooting into the Ungor Raiders. His Anticity is a little bit down in value, but certainly could come back. Kislev is going to have to use its Winged Lancers to bounce around the battlefield and deal with these various threats. Dragon moving in, trying to get a terror route here on the Gorherds, but the Dragon's going to be needed over here. This flank is a little bit sketchy, as we do get more Kislevyte Warriors being called out, and Winged Lancers coming from the south side of the battlefield and hammering down some infantry and then retreating away. So Kislev under huge pressure right now. Huge pressure. Danikin doing what they can, moving into the Winged Lancers, and now the glorious Kislevyte charge is coming, and you're going to see these Ungabunga Raiders get taken to Pound Town by the Shock Cavalry. Dragon Terror route going to be incredibly relevant. Kislev's still holding on to some of its archer line, shooting into the Pestigors. The Armored Kossars being defeated by Pestigors. Very good trade there for Anticity. Currently, Danikentrop is a little bit ahead in value here as the Armored Kossars continue holding, but Ent does have the point advantage. But probably the biggest thing that has happened here is the fact that Daniken has not lost his home objective. Daniken has been able to hold firmly, which has not allowed Anticity to use his very common playstyle, which is stuffing his opponent's back, triple capping, and then winning on points, even if he loses the trading. So that's really big for Kislev, the fact that they're able to hold on to the point. A couple archers still shooting, and they are very cost-effective against Pestigors. Pestigors only have 25 armor, so they get wrecked by arrows. And the Armored Kossars holding firm. Hoxamiska going to be activated as the Frostworm Dragon moves in and is able to get a great vortex right there. So look at those Sentis getting the business from that Hoxamiska. Then the Dragon coming in with the Terror Route synergy. Daniken really threatening Ent right now, and ninjing the outside objective too. If this objective gets ninja, that's a disaster for Ent, but Ent is going to be responding by calling in Minotaurs. But the Minotaurs are slow. They might not slow, they're slowish. They might not get there in time. We'll see how that all unfolds. All right, so Beastman's still going full tilt on this home objective, really trying to bully it. Up on the high ground, Pestigors are finally being cleaned up. The Winged Lancers, the Shock Cav, the Winged Hussars will be able to get in and most likely deal with these guys with a rear charge, or they're going to move somewhere else, and it looks like they are close to breaking. They do break. Dragon's still in good shape, and Anticity taps out. He gives up. Wow, he thinks he can't win the game? I mean, probably true. I mean, he loses here. Kislev, with a dominant victory on the high ground, was about to roll on that other objective. Wow, Danikentrop coming out, sending a message here in game one. Very intense stuff. All right, Ent's rush did not work. Daniken able to hold the rush and then prepare the counterpunch, which Anticity knew it was basically over. I think Ent's mistake that game was probably pushing hard in the first place when he had the double cap. I could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. That would just be my very rudimentary assessment. The game was over. Yeah, it was over. It was just the writing was on the wall. The Beastmen were down like 3,000 value. Kislev was about to steamroll the west objective. They held that one. And yeah, tricky stuff. GG, well played. That Dragon able to get some nice play. And the Kislev Winged Lancers doing good work. All right. So, let us now go to game 2 in this series. Daniken getting the dub in game 1. Will Anticity be able to claw his way back? I'm sure he will have some good plays. He is someone who plays pretty well under pressure. These players have been sweating all day, by the way. So a bit of a summary. Here's the bracket. So they've been playing. Some players were given the option to play their early round matches earlier in the week. So some people did. But Anticity, let's follow their paths here. So Anticity defeated Sipa 2-1. Almost eliminated there, but he was able to win that series. And then Anticity defeated Maximilianaire 2-0, defeated Charix 3-2. So he really has been sweating. Now, looking on the other side, which I need to update, Danikentrop defeated Blood Penguin in a contested 3-1 series. Then Daniken defeated Boss Toss 2-1, just barely. Apparently, Boss Toss almost won, but just made a misclick. And on the beginning, Daniken then played who? Let's see. Yeah, Melkor. Melkor, a very good Empire player, too. So solid run from both players, man. It has been great. Okay. So let me get that. Yeah, Ent played CP yesterday. Yeah, I saw him streaming it. So it's going to be Danikin with a 3-1 here. All right. Awesome. So the score's updated on the bracket. And what are they going to be playing next? They're going to be declaring their 3 factions, and we should be started within the next 15 minutes or so, I would say. That's usually what it is for sweaty events here. You got some time. It's not like Warcraft 3 where you just go again, you know. I've actually started grinding some Age of Empires again, by the way. I've been playing some 1v1s on ladder. It's been a lot of fun. Despite all the new factions in Age of Empires, I'm just having so much fun playing the Knights Templar. They're so fun to play. The Knights Templar in Age of Empires 4, you can choose different kingdoms to level up with. It's super fun. So like I really love playing Antioch and then going for the Kingdom of Poland later on, and it's great fun. No, Flock of Doom is good against like everything. Yeah, it does fine against armor. It's good against everything. It did get nerfed a while back, but it's still a top tier spell. It's been used several times today. Macabellum stream. I don't know. Maybe soon. We'll see. I might try EU5. It looks a little dense for me, but maybe. Anton Bretonia. He's good at Bretonia, but I don't think he practices him a lot, so probably not. Ent is going to be using his classic, mobility style, probably. I'm really curious to see what they're going to whip out here. Yeah, I would not be opposed to an EU5 stream. I wouldn't be opposed to it. The multiplayer would be fun. Yeah, maybe I'll fire it up. But this week it's going to be Anno. We're going to be hitting Anno really hard this week. I'm very pumped to do some streams of that and then eventually get in multiplayer there. No, Dimitri, no, they're not. They're very good, but they're not OP anymore. No. Yeah. Yeah, EU5 could be fun for sure. Developing, like if there's some fun multiplayer politics, I'd be pretty down. So Ent on the Beastmen. Last game, Danikin on Kislev. I will get their picks as soon as they can send it to me. I can even tell Ent to send it to me. He's streaming right now, right? Let me see if he is. He should be. It's always fun to see that, right? Like even after you guys watch here, I highly recommend going later and checking out Anticity's live. It's interesting to watch it live too and really see the perspective and the thought process. Although I don't know how much he's doing commentary right now. Yeah, he's streaming it right now. Very cool. Very cool. Dumb ranked ladder stream. Oh, maybe. Lucas, that's something else I have on the back burner as well. Yeah, the unification mod. Yes, I'm thinking about doing the unification mod. I was told there's some degenerate stuff in the mod, so I'm a little bit hesitant. But yeah, I'm still evaluating it. We'll see. I'll get some feedback from people who actually know it. So now I'll go take a look for myself. Learning EU5 is basically like going to university. Yeah, I saw Legend of Total War doing like a balls deep stream on it, like 7 hours or something. Anno 117 is complicated, but it's probably not as much of a learning curve as frickin' what's it called? As EU. Paradox games are just a next level of savagery when it comes to those type of mechanics. The dreaded multiplayer Crusader Kings with the only objective having an affair with another player's spouse. That happened when we played multiplayer Crusader Kings a long time ago. Sparty was romancing. Was it Sparty? I can't remember. No, Dov was the romancer. Dov Plays was like romancing everybody with his Brazilian charm. Yeah. Paradox games are basically Excel spreadsheets, yeah. Yeah, I was never a numbers guy, so it's tricky for me. I'm more of a shoot from the hip kind of guy, which is, pros and cons for sure. Probably not the best for those kind of games. All right, is Ent going to High Elves this game? He's thinking about it. Do we have the matchup? We do not yet. Let's do this. And great. This would be Danikin's first major event win, by the way. If Danikin were able to clinch this series, this would be their first major event. Yeah, that ain't no joke. You're playing the most basic tribal Civ in EU5 to learn the mechanics? Yeah, probably a good idea. I've seen, okay, here's a question for all of you homies who have played Universalis 5. I watched somebody playing it on YouTube, and I noticed that people in EU5 a lot of the newer players will automate their systems, so you can choose to automate like everything. So like the AI will just like take care of a lot of parts of your empire. When you get good at the game and like learn it, do people still use the automation systems, or do they usually manually do everything? I'm curious about that. Yeah. You don't even need to interact with all the mechanics to do well. Got it. Got it. How's the military aspect of that game too? Like if you want to play a PvP match, like is military pretty frequent, or is it more of a really tertiary aspect of things? You manual everything except trade for you. Nice. Yeah, I'm seeing some different things about this. Depends on your focus. You use it after you reach a certain size with your empire early on. Doing it yourself early on is better, but when your empire is huge, that is when you automate everything. Not everything, but a lot of stuff, because it's too hard to manage. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense, like delegating to governors as you get bigger. You manually do it all. Oh, yeah, so okay. Some different opinions on that. Cool. Bretonia for Ents. All right, so we have the factions, by the way. Anticity this round has picked High Elves, Bretonia, and Empire. And Daniken has picked Wood Elves, Khorne, and Greenskins. That makes sense. Daniken usually mains Dark Elves, Greenskins, Khorne, and Wood Elves from what I've seen them playing. So those are like their heavy guns here. Yeah. Most of the experienced EU4 players automate trade, but nothing else. Okay, got it. So if I do dive into that, maybe I'll just try automating trade and we'll see what's cooking. Trade is the only thing that automation does well at. Okay. Understood. Yeah, it looks hardcore. We'll focus on Anno this week, and then if you guys still want EU5, we can do a poll and see what we'll focus on. Yeah, because you can just pick like any country, right? In EU5, it's pretty nuts. Like you can pick like even a tiny country or just like massive countries, and I would imagine the balance is pretty hog wild. How many people can you have in a multiplayer game? Is it like massive? Do you get just balls deep 100 people playing, or yeah? The faction draft, yeah, I could ask them to send it to me. Trog, for future events, it's an idea I'll for sure consider. Because they're doing it on a band tool, which I don't know how I could observe that without being in there with them. You can even start with just a free city, and you can have tons of folks playing. Got it. The idea of starting as a single island in the middle of the ocean, Hawaii, I think, was intriguing. Yeah. The historical aspect is nuts in a good way. Okay. You know you want Poland. I do want it. I want to get the glorious Polish cavalry. Stability. So what are the stability issues for multiplayer in that game? Do you crash and can you reconnect, or when somebody crashes are you just screwed? What's the situation there? Sounds good, Trog. Yeah, we'll do it, man. High Elves, Wood Elves, I mean, could be on the table. We saw it earlier. I have a feeling it's going to go that direction. EU4 was able to go 100 players. Not sure how much of it is possible in EU5. Okay. And Anno 117, the Roman game that I'm playing, you can have 4 players. But you can also include 4 AI. So if you want to, you can have 4 players and then 4 AI in a game. So it can get up to 8 rulers, which is nuts. Because the AI is usually pretty chill, but yeah, you can still they can still invade you. In all of my Anno playthroughs, I've only been invaded once. Most of the AI are pretty defensive, but there's one ruler that you can play with that's super aggro. He's like this Egyptian kind of guy, and he just always attacks you. All right, Wood Elves, Bretonia. So who was it that wanted Bretonia, by the way? Because here you go. You got the dreaded Bretonians and Wood Elves coming in. All right. Yeah, let's get it. Invade these nuts, yeah. What's up, Razad? How you doing, man? Welcome to the World Championship. We're in Game 2 right now. Players, there's more downtime in between games because players, of course, have to do a whole pick and ban process. It's not like SFTs where it's just like rapid firing games. You watch some videos of people playing the Byzantine Empire? Oh, you're talking about in EU5, yeah. I enjoy myself some Chad Byzantines in Age of Empires 4. Yeah, Bretonia Wood Elves is a classic. Daniken is very much an elf player, so he's probably going to do Waywatcher Kite, or he could do like a weird Zote build. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, classic matchup. This one's as old as time. You know, it's a little tenuous relationship Bretonnia has with Wood Elves on their border. You know, oftentimes the Bretonians are, warily looking at the Wood Elves in the woods, and the Wood Elves are like, "Don't step on my trees and my bushes." The rest is history. Yeah, we're talking about EU5. Yeah. Razad, it's 3:30 a.m. here, watching you slowly falling asleep. It's okay. I'll be your Sandman tonight. We will have the VOD up on YouTube, so even if you guys do fall asleep, the VOD will be there. And this is to be expected. This is a major event, so it's going to be probably about 5 hours, I would say, overall the stream. Okay, so Bretonnia will have. The meta of old is mass cav, but you can go in with infantry-based army and trickle in cav, and try and attrition down the Wood Elves and use your peasants' faces to absorb the arrows. Certainly not a bad idea. No Helman Gorst today. No. Yeah, no Helman Gorst. We did see 2 vampire games. In both games, it was actually the same lord. It was the Strigoi vampire lord, both games. You saw him twice. He was a pimp. He did some work. Yeah, Dune is something we may revisit in the future. I think when they release like a new Dune movie or something, we'll go back and maybe do like some Dune playthroughs to kind of get the hype going. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Ents would play Bretonnia here, but against Wood Elves, he must feel comfortable. I wonder, has to be Alberic, right? The Trident is just so good and the anti-large. Granted, no, Lewin actually is probably better against Wood Elves. With the missile resist and the passive healing, because if he gets sniped by Way Watchers, you just pop the healing, and then with Lewin that allows you to bring Flock of Doom too. You don't have to bring life. So yeah, I bet you Ent goes with Lewin and a Flock of Doom caster. That would be my guess. He's eyeing the Wood Elves right now. He's creeping. It's a long process, yeah. I mean, I could speed the players up and bully them a little bit and give them like 5-minute timers, but for such a high stakes World Championship event, I'm down to just chill with you guys and wait. Sometimes for some events, if players take too long, I will give them a timer, but I don't want to make them nervous. This is like the culmination of a long process, right? So yeah, Lewin's really good. He's solid. I mean, Lewin's good in almost every matchup. He's just a great character. Durable, healing, strong fighter, hard to snipe. What more do you want? And Ent has to be really careful now, being down a game, of course. It's not going to be fun for him there. And it looks like Bretonnia is ready. I really want to look at the armies, but I don't want to reveal his build on stream. I really want to look. Buffing Helman Gorst. Dude, Helman Gorst. Yes. Evil Helman Gorst. All right. Ent is ready. Daniken Trop is scheming. You also got to remember, the later it gets, the more tired old Daniken's going to get. Granted, from what I've seen, Daniken is a night owl. Daniken lives in Ukraine, and Anticity lives in Eastern Canada. So for Ent right now, it's like 7 or 8 p.m. And for Daniken, it's I think it's like 7:10 for Ent. And then Daniken is +9, is it? From where I am? So for Daniken, it's getting late. It's getting real late, but it's how the cookie crumbles. Thought about streaming The Witcher. Nah, it's not a game that really appeals to me. Yeah. Yeah, icing the kicker. I know. No, Ent isn't trying to ice the kicker though. He's readied up. Like he was ready ahead of Daniken, and now Ent is going to change his build. There is that tactic. Sometimes if you take really long, it makes people second guess their builds. It's pretty funny. Yeah, 2 to 3 I'm in Ukraine. Yeah. What faction are you most excited for? Norska. Norska is the one I'm probably going to be most interested in. Yeah, in the next run there. Yeah, 3 a.m. for Daniken. Yeah, this series should take about an hour to finish from now. Like an hour from now, the series will be done. One way or the other. One way or the other. Where are all you guys from, by the way? I know we got quite a crew hanging out on YouTube. Oh, by the way, there's going to be a huge raging house party going on next door. If you guys can hear it, let me know, and I can adjust some settings. But our neighbors are having a birthday party, and I can already hear the speakers blasting. I don't think you'll be able to hear it, though. I think we should be good. You're in Canada, 7 p.m. Yeah, likely 6 p.m. Frank, got it. Yeah. Germany, Finland, Greece. Dude, a lot of Europeans staying up late. Call the cops on them. It's like a child's birthday. It's like 5 p.m. Like, call the cops, dude. That would be the power Karen move right there. Poland representing Sweden, Atlanta, Walking Dead land. We got all the homies hanging out. UK, okay, very cool. Opponents in the closet, okay, fair play. Awesome, yeah. We got quite the international crew here. Oh, triple Norway in a row, man. Norway coming in strong. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 2 in the Grand Finals. This is for the World Championship. Daniken Trop with a decisive victory in Game 1 with his Kislev against Anticity's Beastman. And now the Kraken King, the defending world champion here, are going to be trying to get back in the series using a mass Bretonnian Cav army. All right. So it is going to be Knights Errant, Knights of the Realm, backed up by Knights of the Realm and Knights of the Lionhearted. So what we talked about was correct. Basically, mass mobility coming in from Ents, looking to maybe dive early on, or just triple cap and then dive, which I expect would be the ideal. Royal Pegasus Knights as well. So for Daniken, oh, I love this build. This build is so well-rounded. You got Spears in the front, Archers in the back, and then Zotes to protect your Archers against Bretonnian Cav. Zotes are really mean against Bretonnian Cavalry. They hit hard, they can heal themselves, they can give themselves Fizz Res. They have 3 charges of Flesh to Stone and 2 charges of Earthblood. I mean, they're really... I feel like Zotes are incredibly underrated. Incredibly underrated. All right, guys. So, here we go. Moving up are the Eternal Guard. Anticity going to be using his mobility to triple cap here. A Heaven's Caster as well with Wind Blast. Oh, I like that. And Wind Blast activated, Ent getting a nice one there, able to punish some of those Eternal Guard, and then retreating back. Draika with Pendulum and Melkoth, great choice. She will get bullied by Lewin, but there is a bit of a coin in which she gets bullied, then she buffs everybody nearby, and if you don't finish her off, you're going to be in some trouble. All right, so triple cap for Anticity should be coming in, but he's going to lose Objective 1 almost immediately after capturing it, so it's not going to be some like huge advantage he gets here. And Draika going with her old branches, looking to get a big old atomic slap on the Damsel of Heaven. So there she goes. She's cruising across right there as the Zotes do move up. And the forces of the Elves able to grab Objective 1 and Objective 2 right there. So the battle continues to rage on, guys. Archer's getting some okay value, poking King Lewin. Daniken playing a very, very clean game so far. And Ent able to get his objectives, but he doesn't even get Objective 2. So the whole, I'm going to rush forward and triple cap thing did not work out super well. As I think he should have moved over here a little bit sooner and grabbed that objective. But now the Wood Elves, their game plan... Oh, this is brilliant. Okay, let me explain the positioning. Big formation here. What is Anticity going to do? He's going to try and flank. But waiting in ambush are the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Positionally, this is some top-tier Wood Elf stuff right here. And then you got Zotes. This is going to be really hard for Ent to break down. He's calling in his own Peasant Bowmen, but they're going to have problems. Draika's going to be able to pendulum them. She can summon Dryads on top of them. If I was just looking at the two builds and the positioning, I mean, I would say that Daniken probably has an advantage. We're going to see. Maybe Daniken has done their homework and has researched Anticity's forbidden styles. Who knows? Who knows? All right, so Draika going to be retreating back. Pendulum there, able to tickle the pickle. Very nice. 2 Peasant Archers getting nailed by some foul shadow magic. And in the woods, the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are waiting, and Ent is going to have to advance up. And it looks like he's trying an envelopment back here, but the Zotes will be waiting for him. Draika is just going to continue, chortling about, but Draika needs to be careful because Lewin can absolutely dominate Draika in a combat fight here. It'd be really, really bad. All right, so Draika waddling, just an angry tree person, and up in the sky we do see Lewin coming in on the bird and is going to be trying some freebies. Looks like Draika does get knocked over and takes a bit of damage, actually. And then Lewin's going to be running away. Very happy with that outcome. Zote's waiting in the trees, and here comes the Alpha Strike from Anticity. This is for all the marbles here. He needs to make this work. He has the Wood Elf army surrounded. Here, here, and here. These guys coming through the trees. And, uh-oh, man, if these Knights Errant get caught by the Zotes and the Wild Hunters, it's going to be a disaster. Oh, no. Is that going to get caught? Looks like Melkoth activated on the Knights of the Realm, but he is going to be able to get away. So not a complete disaster. In the meantime, Peasant Archers trading pretty well into the Glade Guard, actually. I would imagine Draika is going to go up and get another Pendulum here. Nice Wind Blast coming in from Ent to try and win the archery duel. And, oh, that's not good for Bretonnia. Bretonnia gets caught in the woods. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus and the Zotes catch 2 Bretonnian Cav units. And these Zotes are taking these Knights to absolute Pound Town. Or if you're in the UK, the Pound Stretcher. Pound Land, whatever analogy you want to use. So 1 Bretonnian Knight does get wrecked. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are coming in. Zotes coming in as well. Lewin and the rest of the Bretonnians are coming for an envelop here. And it looks like the fighting is going to take place in the natural habitat of the Elves. Granted, Ent's Archer line here is doing some good work. they are getting some decent value. Granted, some of the archers are getting pushed back, but big forest fight going down. Earthblood from the Zotes is activated, and Ent is going to be retreating away. Oh man, he might get cornered. Ent might get cornered here, guys. We see the Zotes and the Wild Riders coming, and then these guys coming here as well, and there's no escape for them if they continue pursuing. The Wood Elves might be able to really punish him right here. We're going to keep tabs on that. Now, back in the main battle lines, we do see Knights of the Realm moving in. Zotes and Dryka going to be trying to defend. Spears getting in front of these guys. A couple of Spearmen overextending. And let's keep tabs on this. Oh, he's going for it. Ent is panicking, trying to get away here. And one unit of Knights of the Realm turns around and fights and is being sacrificed. Is he going to be taking the fight? Zotes are trying to get ahead of the Knights of the Realm here. Looks like the Great Stag Knights might be able to catch them, but no, they're going to turn and make sure this fight is a win. And honestly, that's a good salvage from Anticity. He got a charge off. He gets away with one unit, gets away with the other one. Oh, he's landing the Pegasus Knights for real? Oh man, those Great Stag Knights or Wild Hunters of Kurnus, of course, will probably lose that fight. We're going to have to see how this unfolds. But the Zotes got lured away, which is nice, allowing Ent to actually get some good value back here, guys. Yeah, very, very nice play, salvaging a bad situation. Now back in the front, we do see Objective 1 belonging to the Hardwood. Some of the Knights being pushed back here. Another Wind Blast activated. Nice Wind Blast on those Eternal Guard from the Heavens Caster. Still, the double objectives do belong to the Hardwood. Eternal Guard and Dryka moving up with the Zotes. And in the backfield, we do see the Bretonnians finally getting broken, but not before they have a bit of an evenish trade. They did break the Wild Hunters of Kurnus off the map and escaped with several of their cav units. Very, very nice play on both sides. All right, moving up, the Eternal Guard able to form ranks and hold that objective. Here we do get some Glade Riders getting into the Archers, which is going to feel pretty bad losing those Peasant Archers. And they do try and retreat, and the Knights Errant going to be trying to salvage that. Granted, there are Zotes nearby and Eternal Guard, so at the end of the day, probably going to see some Bretonnian Archers getting taken to Pound Town. Nobody's contesting Objective 3. We do see in the woods Knights of the Realm or Knights Errant doing what they can with some Pegasus Knights flying overhead and the Great Stag Knights lurking, thinking about where they want to go. Zotes coming in, Dryka coming in as well. Melkoth's activated, and it looks like we're going to have a big decisive fight here, guys. This is a big decisive fight. The Zotes move in, the Great Stag Knights, but the Pegasus Knights getting a nice rear charge. They need to use Flesh of Stone right now. Earthblood is activated, which is nice. Dryka coming in with some Eternal Guard, and the Great Stag Knights do get an envelop, so both players layering on top of each other. But Christmas has come a little bit early as a big surround does go down. Pegasus Knights getting hammered. Knights of the Realm layering, dude. They're like making a sandwich here, just constantly rear charging the other player's units. Awakening the Wood activated. Or Dryka, did she summon her Dryads? She did. So Dryka just summoned her Malevolent Dryads, which are a summon unit and which will help for sure. But I can't help but feel Daniken is winning this fight here. The Bretonnians are faltering. Knights Errant, Pegasus Knights are going down. Royal Pegasus Knights on death's bed. But Bretonnia bringing in reinforcements and stealing the middle objective. That's pretty big. Ent needs to steal this. Don't leave that objective. Oh, he's going to leave it. He's going to let the Wood Elves keep it. I guess he really needs these guys back here, so he figures it's okay to abandon it. Some of the Zotes do get broken, and the Great Stag Knights also pull back. Bretonnia getting a lot of tools in this fight. But the one thing that Daniken has going is he's got the spears saturated in. So all of these little Eternal Guard are just picking off the Bretonnian cav, and it will beat the Bretonnians in a long fight if they decide to stay. Stag Knights dueling it out with Knights Errant here. Malevolent Dryads going to be disappearing soon. And in the woods, we do get more Dryads being called out. Zotes are back in business, and we'll have more Earthbloods and more healing. And Ent did not get the middle objective. That is a big old mistake there. Malevolent Dryads don't have capture weight since they're a summon unit, but Dryka's going to get there, provide a little bit of capture weight. But not flipping that point, that's going to be something that probably will come back to haunt Ent later on if the game doesn't just end soon. But Daniken looking to be in a good position. Even though Ent is ahead in value, it's not really keeping track of all the healing that the Zotes have been doing. And we do see the Bretonnian army faltering a little bit here, pulling back, as King Lewin has to retreat with his Mounted Yeoman and his Knights Errant and his tattered Pegasus Knights. The Zotes are still going strong. Great Stag Knights, all very functional. Dryka moving into fight. Dryads are going to need to stay on this point, and we do see more Dryads coming in, as Ent is going to be trying to ninja it with some Knights Errant and Questing Knights right there. Lewin going for damage on Dryka, getting a little bit of work done in there. So far, 758 points. This point not flipping here, very, very rough. And Dryads moving through the tree line. Anticity's Questing Knights trying to circumvent the infantry in the woods. But honestly, they could probably run down the Dryads. Questing Knights will be able to dominate them pretty well. But yep, we'll see how they reinforce this. Couple tattered archers coming back. Glade Riders as well. Big old pit fight going down here. And we do have the Sword of Couronne. Is that what that is? Yes, Sword of Couronne, and this is a big, important fight. We see the Great Stag Knights do get overextended and counterpunch pretty hard by the Bretonnians. Zotes are eager and still fighting. Dryka does have her Fanatical Resolve, so all nearby units are getting damage and melee attack. Very, very good stuff. Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma activated, and what a fight. Anticity luring him out over to the west a little bit. and is taking a hammering. Dryka potentially could be killed here, and Anticity coming in with a big alpha strike. A lot of Cav rallying back there, and Dryka could be isolated and potentially killed here. As on this side, we do see the Dryads continuing to play the objectives, but this is a bit of a disaster for the Wood Elves. Now, they do have some Zotes still fighting. Will the Zotes be able to put this game on their back and carry this fight here? It looks like they do. Wow, I thought the Zotes would break, but their 11 models really able to hang in there, and the Race of the Frozen Heart also providing a little bit of DPS as well. Okay, back on objective number 1, we do see it being held by the Hardwood, and the Hardwood has a lot of Dryads in the woods. Ent has a shit ton of Cav, and his Peasant Archers back online here. Dryka probably going to be reconsolidating over towards objective 2, locking down on objective 1 as well. Nice wind blast there from Ent, able to roast some of those guys. But Daniken's Dryad army is going to be tough to uproot. Dryads are pretty high leadership and not the tankiest, but they can do some work. All right, so Yeomen, Questing Knights, and Questing Knights coming and capture this Dryads, moving back towards the objective. Couple Dryads coming back here. Remnants of the Great Stag Knights. And the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are back. That's huge for Daniken. He really needs that to deal with all of Anticity's mobility. And they do get in there, nice charge. And they hammer a couple of these Bretonnian Knights down. Now, the good thing about the Wild Hunters near Dryka is they are currently getting +6 melee attack, which is a great buff. It gets even better. The more damage Dryka gets, the more effective that is. Ent attempting to steal the side objective. Dryads getting in, but Ent's mobility really able to put in some work here. We'll see if the Dryads are going to be able to scrap their way back. And is he going to be able to grab this objective? Yes, we see Glade Riders parking on objective 3. Ent is probably not going to have a response. He has no supplies in the bank, so that means this objective probably just flips here. Wild Hunters of Kurnus continuing to run shit down, and we do see the Zotes. The Zote Goats still going strong. Daniken delving too greedily and too deeply, maybe. We'll see. I mean, he's going all the way back to Ent's spawn, which is very risky considering Ent is backcapping him right now. Ent is just cackling and running over all of his objectives here. That's going to be very, very dodgy, and he doesn't even get this objective. Yeah, I don't know how much I like this deep dive here. Hard to say. Ent is up in value, but with healing, this game is pretty much dead even. Although Lewin has been healing as well. Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting a charge into the Knights Errant here, and it looks like they will, but they're going to take some damage in the process. Wild Hunters only have 40 armor, so any sort of a shot cav unit can kind of give it back to them. But they do get an Earthblood there, or Flesh to Stone. Really nice Flesh to Stone. 60% Fizz Res. That's going to be quite helpful. We do see Eternal Guard moving towards Objective 1. Wild Hunters trying to carry here. Zote's coming in to help him out, and the rest of the Wood Elf Infantry that I do believe overextended is going to be making its way back in. Oh no, not a disconnect. This is too good of a game. This would have to be a replay. This is way too close. Oh, man. Although, I'd have to see what I put in the rules, but I think Daniken might have disconnected. One of them might have. We'll see. But for an event of this caliber, I think a replay would be warranted, because this would just be unfortunate. This is too close. Like, either player could win this. I would call this an even game at this point, Come on. Let me see if one of them disconnected here. Oh! They're fighting! Somebody's internet is fighting. Oh, Anticity actually dropped from the game. Oh, shit, okay. So, yeah, that's so freaking close, man. They might have both dropped, too. It said, yeah, it's hard to say. All right, let's check with these guys. Okay. Yeah, Anticity dropped. That game could have gone either way. All right. So let me check here. Gonna talk to Daniken. It was still a super tight game. Okay. You here? So we have. Okay, sounds good. Say it's up to you. So the rules state that if somebody crashes in the mid game, the player on the other side will usually would get a win, but it's up to them if they want to replay. Okay, perfect. So Daniken, being a good sport, wants to replay the game. So we're just going to replay right now, which is good sportsmanship from Daniken, because Daniken could choose to take the win in that situation, because otherwise it would be a problem in which people would just purposefully disconnect in the mid game if they're losing. And then just to get replays. So you need to have it that way. But what I do is I let the aggrieved party, choose what they want to do. And that game was close enough, and Daniken chooses to do a replay. So that game was really close, honestly. It could have gone either way. There was no clear winner in that situation. No clear winner at all. Lewin was still alive. Tons of Bretonnian Cab bouncing around. Really, really tight stuff. Nobody wants to win like that. Sounds good. Challenge. All right. He needs 2 minutes for a smoke break. He's gonna tell Ent, and then he should be good. Yeah. So they're just gonna replay, which is totally fine. Yeah, more games. We get to enjoy the glory. All right. So perfect. They loaded back in. Aces. Okay, so Janikin's gonna take a 2-minute break here. the marble break, yeah. All right. True class act. Yeah, that's pretty normal in our community, though. You know, if it was like, yeah, I can't see a situation. There might be some villains who would just take the win there, but most people I think would be pretty chill. All right. Unfortunate disconnect, but yeah, there was some. I mean, that game was close. It's hard to say. I mean, Ent did manage to get those ping pong on the objectives, which was very nice, but we had the spears coming to capture objective 1 in the Dryad blob with some wild hunters. It was close. Yeah, it was close. That was way too close. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Did somebody disconnect? I think they just closed it out to make sure he wouldn't ready up on accident or something. I don't know. Yeah, it was the tight game. Happy Axie. For some people, yeah, if there's prize money involved. In this event, there is prize money, but it's a bit different. So today's event, they will not get a prize like cash today, but they qualify for a high stakes. This event would be normally about $500 to $1,000 prize pool for the world champs, just out of my pocket. But instead, what we're doing is the players are invited to an official Creative Assembly tournament that I'm running and hosting, and Creative Assembly is putting down a pretty massive prize pool for that event, comparatively speaking, and you're guaranteed just participation money for that event too. So if you just play in it, everybody's guaranteed a prize pool, and yeah, so that's what we're doing today. All right, so let's get out of here, do this, and cool. No problem. Let me see if I can track it down. Hey Rain, thank you for the donation, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. All right, outstanding. Ent was able to get his build back there. They chose to replay, and so it begins. That game was incredibly close, dude. It's very close. Because Bretonnia had secured the mobile advantage, but the Wood Elves had a lot of infantry too. And despite the value, you have to remember there was a lot of healing going down to the Wood Elf side. So, yeah, for sure it could go either way. Yeah, Ent might have had a slight advantage, sure. Yeah. But it still could go either way. We're good sports around here. We're going to do what feels good for everybody. You know, that's the idea. And watching the replay to check his build. Yeah, because they got to use the same builds. They can't change their builds up. That would be cheating. Okay. I think we're making a new lobby because they probably have a conspiracy that lobby's bugged. It could be true. All right, so I'm just going to wait for the lobby real quick, and then we will fire it up. Looks like they're making a new one. Yeah, that build looks about right. Heaven's Caster with all those guys, yeah. And grabbing it from the replay. I'll remake. Okay, I don't know why that lobby champ finals. Okay, Danikin hosted the lobby there. It's fine. Okay. Okay, so here we are. Rift at the World's Edge. Fun stuff, man. That game was very good, though. It was very good. It was very fun. Hopefully no more crashes here. Does happen. I wonder how other RTS games handle that. Like if somebody crashes in like Warcraft 3, Do we have any Warcraft 3 enjoyers here? Any homies who watch like Back to Warcraft and all that stuff? Like, what happens when people crash in their games? How do they do it? Do they just do replays most of the time? No, the map usually isn't an issue. I mean, Rift of the World's Edge is an extremely common map that gets played all the time. So probably just someone had an internet blip or somebody's computer kind of got a little bit nervous there for a second. And should be ready, but he's still looking up the old build, I think. Yeah. Reconnect features are really a nice thing in RTS games. There's not too many that have it. Yeah, Warcraft 3 you can't reconnect. Company of Heroes you cannot reconnect. Yeah, a lot of them you can't. Love me some Back to Warcraft or Grubby when he's doing streamer tourney. Yeah, that was a fun one. Holy shit, talk about stressful, man. I was a pretty competitive athlete in high school and college, and I remember that pressure of like competition and high stakes. And then I forgot about it. And then I did the Grubby event again, and I was like, oh god, this is like so stressful, dude. I do not envy these players in many ways. Like the stress they're putting themselves through on this the stage here and the pressure. Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff. All right. So it begins. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to Game 2 in today's Grand Finals. It's going to be Anticity on the Bretonnians, Knights of the Realm, Knights Errant, Pegasus Knights, Knights of the Realm, and Knights of the Lionhearted. It looks like the exact same build as before with the Heavens Caster with Wind Blast. So the idea is use the mass mobility, pressure the objectives quickly, and then swarm your opponent's range units, live long, and prosper. On the other side, it's going to be Eternal Guard, backed up by Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts. Zotes in the backfield to fight off the cavalry, Dryka to help win infantry fights, Pendulum, Archers, and Melkoth's cavalry. Very, very strong combinations. And here we go. Let's go ahead and get it. All right. The Eternal Guard advancing up. Glade Guard with the Hagbane tips at the ready as well. Zotes here also going to be trying to defend these archers as they did last time. Yeah, the Zotes are here, man. They are. They've been pretty good today. I've been enjoying the Zotes. Oh yeah, and yeah, in the Total War community, like giving the players flex. Our community, that we're all mostly friends. We all know each other. It's very like, it's competitive, but also very sportsmanlike. And considering that all the players in the top 4 today are basically getting the same prize aside from just the title, I think is obviously eases that a little bit as well. Second time's the charm. Hey Mango, thank you for the 10 bucks. Appreciate it. Oh, nice Wind Blast by Ent. Really nice Wind Blast. And then, ooh, Lewin going in though. Is he gonna get surrounded? With Foe Seeker active, I mean, dude, throwing Lewin in the beginning. No, Lewin, dude, he's like Neo in the Matrix right now, dude. Just dodging bullets, flying through there. Yeah, look at that, man. All right, so Lewin is able to get away after doing some good damage, and we do see the Elven Archers, the 2/1s with First Strike. They cost 1 colorless and 1 green mana. Able to actually melt a whole bunch of those Knights Errant there, so that's good stuff. And yeah, it's basically going to be in the same exact start. Wind Blast Harass. Initially Bretonnian getting the objectives, and then the Wood Elves moving up and getting the objectives a little bit afterwards. Very, very similar start from these guys. So all is good in the realm. A third Zote coming in, so a bit of a different tech this time. This time around, Daniken chooses to call it a third Zote instead of actually I believe he called out the Wild Hunters of Kurnus last time. But he knows Zotes are the goats, and he's going to be trying to call those guys out. So is he going to get Earthbloods to heal some of these units with his Zote core? Maybe, maybe. Bretonnian archers coming out in droves for Anticity, so they're going to be gathering up, looking to move up towards objective number 2, while the Pegasus Knights envelop. Anticity, one of his favorite playstyles in general is envelopment. He loves to get around the back of his opponent's army and just harass that backfield. He's so good at it. For me, it's very stressful because when you go into your opponent's backfield, they get the spawn advantage on you, but he still just does it like every game, every game. All right, in the woods, Knights of the Realm. Dude, is this going to be Deja Vu all over again where Ent moves 2 units in the woods and just gets engaged over there? Kind of feels like it. The Wind Blast, nice. I mean, taking down 1 Glade Guard, pretty much the exact same as last game. So at the very least, everything is going according to plan. As the Wood Elves are going to be stealing objective number 2 here. You see the Bretonnian Archers getting hammered by Pendulums and Shadow Magic, so that is nice. And the Elven Archers do have 170 range against the 160 of the Bretonnians. So they do typically win that trade, although Bretonnia can trade well there because theirs are so much cheaper. So it's no, not a bad trade at all. So points are going to be locked down. Zotes are waiting in the wings. Eternal Guard at the ready, General, as the Bretonnian Archers continue poking, and that objective will flip. Daniken needs to move Dryka up on the point, though, for sure. as we do see the Zotes waiting in the shadows, Eternal Guard hanging there, and Lewin going. I mean, Ent plays a really ballsy playstyle, man. And is he going with the Pegasus Knights? Yeah, they're going after the archers there. We'll see if the Wood Elves have any mobility to really deal with that, but it looks like one Glade Guard is going to be picked off there, and another Wind Blast going to be cooking some of those Eternal Guards. So yeah, one archer unit for the Elves does go down, and Dryka probably going to be rearing up for another Pendulum, but the Melkoth did do good damage against the Pegasus Knights, so not bad at all. But Bretonnia cackling here, but looks like the Pendulum, oh, nice Pendulum. Yeah, both players are just like, you know what? You're not going to be allowed to have archers this game. Either side is just like methodically picking off the other side's archers. They're like, only Unga and only Bunga today. Only fighting in melee. All right, the Glade Guard with the Hagbane Tips going to be getting chased down here. And honestly, at this point, Daniken and Anticity are probably like, yeah, let's just not use our archers. Let's just have an agreement here. Looking at the points, Ent does have a points advantage, but Daniken does have the double cap right now, so he's going to be comfortable there for a minute. And soon the fighting will erupt. They will be getting crunk. Dryka probably going to come back here and maybe pressure the archers with another Pendulum. We're going to have to see. Ent with a little bit of a surround here. Eternal Guard waiting in the bushes, and we do have more Dryads coming out of the trees there. As the Glade Guard with the Starfire Shafts continue eating. Eternal Guard waiting here. Lewin coming overhead. Thinking about diving. The Zotes are the goats. And they will probably start bonking King Lewin. Yep, no, Lewin gets away again. That dirty dog. He's a smooth criminal. And he does get caught by the Zotes a little bit, though. They do end up catching him, and they are going to boink a couple 100 HP off him, I would imagine. Yep, he takes a couple hundred right there. Gets hammered there as well. Dryad's got to be careful on the backside objective. Fighting these Cav is not ideal for them. Granted, they can win that. And it looks like the Zotes are going to maybe push. Maybe he's tired of playing this kind of defensive posture. Lewin is still not caught. No, he is free now. So Lewin is a free bird. Race of the Frozen Heart in the woods. This is pretty cheeky. These guys do have frostbite. So look at this. The Bretonnian Knights of the Realm are frostbitten, currently at 26 speed. And the Race of the Frozen Heart are legit actually slowing them down to infantry speed. Pretty cool stuff. All right, guys. This is going to be a big, messy fight. Need to get Flesh to Stone. Nice Flesh to Stone from Daniken Trop. That's going to be mitigating a shit ton of damage that's coming in here. And Earthblood is going to be active as well. And now we have our big degenerate blob fight. Zotes with Flesh to Stone, Earthbloods, Lewin coming in with Sword of Corone, though. That's going to be lowering the stats. Epic blob fight here, guys. Glorious. Eternal Guard coming in. Zotes are anchoring it. Haven't lost a single model yet. But, you know, Knights of the Realm and Knights Errant getting hammered a bit. Lewin not taking any damage so far. Wild Hunters of Kurnus going to get attacked by Pegasus Knights, and Daniken trying to get some spears over to support them a little bit. And the Zotes did not even break after that full envelop there, and we see the Bretonnians getting pushed back there a little bit. Now, the rest of the army, Daniken is going full pedal to the metal. Wow, look at the aggression from Daniken across the entire battlefield. Dryads coming over here, spears moving up this way, and massive onslaught over here. Going to be looking to try and triple cap Anticity here. The value trading is very even with a slight advantage for Daniken because of the healing. The amount of Earthblood healing has been pretty stacked. Eternal Guard there getting charged, but Questing Knights getting trapped up. Daniken really going much more aggressive this game, but is the overextension going to end up being a bit of a curse? We'll see. Eternal Guard will trade uber cost effectively into most of these units. Wild Hunters of Kurnus, also good here, but the Royal Pegasus Knights can trade into them incredibly effectively as well. As now Zotes and Glade Riders are going to be used to dive into some of the archers here. And look at this haggard play. I love it. The Zotes and the Race of the Frozen Heart just dragging those poor Bretonnian Knights through the mud there. It is something. But Anticity getting a bit of an envelop here. Some of his cav came around, the Knights of the Realm and the Royal Pegasus Knights able to defeat the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Melkoth's activated. Lewin diving into a big pit fight here as the two Zotes continue fighting these elite Bretonnian cav units, or elite-ish. Elite trademark. On the back, big aggression from the hardwood. Value is pretty much maintaining the same difference. Nobody is pulling ahead. It's just kind of even trading on both sides. They're both getting beaten down pretty good, but it does look like Daniken could actually maybe steal Objective 3, which would be big. Ent not making any plays for 1 or 2. All the fighting basically taking place over here and right here. Not going on anywhere else. But the Eternal Guard going to be parking that objective. This is all decision-making here. Where do you engage? Where do you allocate your resources? Race of the Frozen Heart coming in. Going to be battling Knights Errant. But the Frostbite from these Wraiths has been so good. It's been so freaking good. Because now, look at this. These Knights Errant are 34 movement speed. They're fighting Zotes with Flesh to Stone, who are just like raid boss tanking all that shit. And the Eternal Guard here going to be trying to fight off these cav. We'll see how that goes. In the middle, Questing Knights do get afflicted by a Melkoth from Dryka, who's just waddling around the battlefield. Dryka is certainly having problems keeping pace with some of the fights, but at least she's a spellcaster, so she can just kind of you know, cast a little bit of Witchcraft from the back and support. But man, if this objective flips here for Daniken, that's going to be a huge problem for Menticity. Being triple capped while under such pressure is very tough, but Ent is pulling ahead in value, starting to get some more cost-effective trades here. We'll see how effective the Zote healing has been. We still see the Zotes in the backfield, the Zote Goats and the Race of the Frozen Heart, putting constant pressure on these archers, just not letting them get involved in the fight. But that is a triple cap here. This is going to be a big fight. Dryka does have her AoE buff, but it's very weak right now because she's not damaged. Great Stag Knights afflicted by the Sword of Corone, Dryads and Zotes fighting it out, but Ent has a shitload of cav here, but the Eternal Guard coming over. If Ent allows those guys to saturate in and get into the fight, you're going to see a lot of Bretonnian cav start to go down, just like that knight right there. These spearmen are excellent here, and the Great Stag Knights have good AP. Dryka casting Perpetual Melkoths, which is quite good. Cav coming in from Knights of the Realm, whereas in the backfield, the Zote Goats are finally cleaned up. So the Zotes had a good fight back here, but they are cleaned up, which is going to give Ent some nice value. And now Ent is going to counter push. He's going to have a lot coming out. So the big thing for Daniken is to be preparing for the counter punch, because it is coming. Wild Hunters of Kern is fighting it out here. The Bretonnians actually do break in this position. We see their Knights of the Realm fleeing the scene. Nice wind blast from Ent. But Dryads are coming up. More Dryads and more Dryads. Basically, Daniken is just going to stick infantry on these objectives, and it's pretty good for them here, honestly. The Dryads can kind of hold on the edge of the woods, and it makes it really hard for the cav to get in and just obliterate them, right? 3 victory tickets per second is going to be approaching 1,000 here. Ent moving up with a ton of archers. I think if you're the Wood Elves, you don't play objective 3. I think it's a mistake. I think you play 2 and you just play 1 right now and just kind of do that. Dryka with another Melkoths on the Knights Errant there, not bad at all. Yeoman coming in for Ent, going to be getting that point. Definitely need to get these Stag Knights over here to try and contest that if you can. Dryads going to be maneuvering across. More Dryads coming out here. No Dryads in the woods. Daniken saving for a shot cav right now, or a Zote. Currently has about 1,000 supplies in the pool. Dryads and Stag Knights trying to make their way over, and they will be able to stabilize that objective most likely. Ent doing mass housekeeping, unsummoning his beat units, because you can run out of units to summon if you don't do that. Probably need to unsummon those Pegasus Knights as well. It's crazy how this game just like turned out exactly like the last one. Just a testament to how consistent the players are playing here today. All right, Dryads are up on the point. Double cap here. Ent's going to be getting that one. Currently 1,000 points for Daniken. Dryads and Eternal Guard are going to be very, very helpful here. As Great Stag Knights about to get wrecked by the Yeoman as well as the Knights Errant, probably with Lewin's support. Dryka dropping another Melkoths right there. But that Archer line for Ent coming in is nasty. That is a lot of DPS. And look at the Bretonnian onslaught coming here. Man, they're all Yeomen, though. They're all chaff units. So it looks scarier than it really is. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. So Dryka, not taking too much damage. She's just been kind of anchoring here. The big thing for Daniken is to try and get it to a triple cap situation, which I do not believe it is. As it currently stands, Ent would be able to win on the 2. So the Elves are going to need to get some Zotes out and start, getting their feet back under them here. Dryka holding, the Damsel of Heavens doing what it can. Ent's army is mostly Yeoman. It's mostly lower tier stuff. So that is something to consider. I mean, yeah, you have a Tattered Knights Errant, you have Yeoman here, Yeoman and Yeoman. So they're all lower tier, but the Archers being kept alive is pretty big. Pretty big. And on the backside, we do see Zotes and Eternal Guard. Brilliant call. And this is good patience from Daniken. Daniken knows that they just need to not get triple capped right now and just hold on. And it looks like Ent is going to come in. Melkoths activated on Knights Errant. Good call there. Dryads getting charged, but Dryads are with Dryka will be a good holding army. Couple Eternal Guard holding in the woods here. Going to be getting charged, but were they braced? It looks like partially braced. Like, hard to tell. Some Dryads getting swarmed. King Lewin is going to be a pretty brutal hammer, and we do see the Zotes coming in. Is this an overextension from Ent, or is it the right play? Let's find out. So Dryads getting flushed to stone, and we do see the Yeomen and the Knights pulling back here. The Giga Chad Eternal Guards do hold that one down there. And ladies and gentlemen, ooh boy. Yeah, actually, it does look like Daniken wins on just one objective. Holy shit. Okay, so Daniken maybe can just Palpatine on 1 point here. A couple Eternal Guard going to get run down over here by mass amounts of cav, but as long as they hold, they might get a partial brace. Hard to say. Is Daniken going to try and win on just the 1? I mean, it's probably the play, honestly. Is Ent's army so much more mobile than his at this point? I think you got to just go for the 1. Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous. The Zotes might get overwhelmed here. There are some Eternal Guard and Dryads, but Lewin coming in with the Steel Chair. Beautiful. Sword of Corone activated. Dryka does not have enough buffs on the table yet, and the Zotes are currently on fires, not simply these forest creatures enjoy. Dryads coming in, and on the backside, Glade Riders harrying a lot of these units back, but losing the Zote unit is going to be pretty painful if it does go down. Sword of Corone, Pegasus Knights moving in. You have to remember a lot of Dryad buffering here, but they are shaken, probably going to be breaking relatively soon. Some of the Dryads actually moving into the Archers. Eternal Guard fighting, Glade Guard coming in. Is this going to be the comeback for Daniken? This is intense, man. This is intense, and the Bretonnians are kind of getting routed back here a little bit. The Daniken will win on the 1 point. Eternal Guard, honestly, maybe just spamming Mass Eternal Guard over towards Objective 1 and Zotes whenever you can afford to. Dude, the Chadley Zotes taking that fight like absolute champs. Now, the Dryads and the Zotes are going to want to pull back, probably not overextend. Some Glade Riders do get a little bit deep in enemy lines. So the Bretonnian Archers are running. Yeoman here, able to run down some Glade Guard. Eternal Guard are here and healthy. And it looks like Lewin is going to be landing amongst the Zotes. I mean, Lewin, I feel like, is pretty confident in this game. He just knows that there's nothing that can go for him. Ooh, a bit of a throw from Daniken, though. He's extending way too deep here. Like, why go back here, you know? Because that's going to open up Anticity to backcap him and get that point. We do see the Eternal Guard fighting and doing really well, mind you, but fighting all the way over here feels like a huge mistake. And at this point, you're committed. You can't run. Zote's at 2,200 value. Drake is still fighting. Eternal Guard trying to hold on to it, but Ent is going to get enough capture here that he will be able to win on 2, most likely. A couple Dryads pushing. Daniken may have thrown on the objective, guys. He may have thrown, because now Ent is going to outmaneuver him. He's going to go around him here. On the back, we get Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Oh, man, what a tight game. Zote's still fighting. Drake is still fighting. Eternal Guard are trying to hold that objective. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus will be excellent here. Definitely will be very good. Zotes are zipping back to the point, realizing what's happening. And look at the big Cav army from Ent coming in with the Alpha Strike. On the Eternal Guard, Battle of the Bastards, Game of Thrones style, man. They do get surrounded, and Ent does flip it. So basically at this point, Daniken needs to get this objective back really quick if he wants a chance of winning. Drake is very tattered, and ladies and gentlemen, it is looking tough. A couple of Dryads coming in. Wild Hunters of Kurnus fighting a great fight, but there's so many things to get through. And King Lewin might be able to just carry this. I mean, I don't see... The Wood Elves honestly don't have an answer for Lewin. I think this would have been the same outcome last game, and Daniken knows it. Lewin is just full health, and what can stop him? Would Daniken have been able to hold that objective even if he stayed on it? Hard to say. Maybe, but that certainly was not the right play going a little bit deep in enemy lines there. So we got 1-1 here in the grand finals. An incredibly close game. Anticity clutching it with a late game dive on objective 3. 1,400 and the Cav units doing pretty well also. 2,000 value on those. Nice, nice. And for the Zotes, 1,000, 2,500, and we have 700 on this one. So some did good, some did bad. All right. GG, well played. Anticity did a reverse Anticity and kept his Lord alive. That's right. 1-1 series. We're going to game 3. GG to those guys. Great match. Very evenly matched, these guys. Yeah. Let's do it, man. Lewin going hard in the paint. A great reenactment of the first game. It basically was. It was the script prevails. It was the same. Yes. Curious to see what they're going to whip out now. Daniken cannot play Dark Elves. Anticity cannot play Slaanesh due to the bans. So they're going to have to go deeper into their reservoir. It's 1-1 right now. It's 1-1. Yeah, so we could go to game 5. Find out today, my friends. Find out today. All right, so I don't think I need to add them in anything. I think we're golden. Yeah, these guys play each other a lot. They do. Yeah, Daniken and Ent play a lot. Charix and Ent play a lot too. A lot of that action going. The Zotes were doing really good. I mean, they held super well. Even if their damage wasn't insane, they did really, really good. Yeah. Who is the Palpatine? I would say Ent probably has more Palpatine energy, right? Just the villainous mobility builds versus the earnest, honest, infantry-centric build of Daniken. Yeah. All right. So... let us see how this goes here. Yes, yes. Checking there. All right. Borderlow Landing, a classic archetypal domination map. Probably the most commonly used domination map in the pool. Daniken, no Dark Elves for him today. No Dark Elves. A third game with the same armies, just to be sure. No, that was good. That was just about how it was going to go. Very sweaty indeed. The beginning of that game actually looked pretty good for Daniken. Actually, I think in some ways better than the first run through, but Ent played a better late game there that time around. All right, I'm going to go refill my water, guys. I'll be right back. Hopefully you guys are enjoying, and we'll see you in about a minute or two. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Players are doing their business here. And we will see what's cooking. What will they whip out next? Daniken has Khorne and Greenskins still in their stable of factions they play. Ent obviously plays a lot of different factions. Have we seen his... Yeah, he lost game 1 with his Beastmen. He played Bretonnia there. I would imagine Ent will try and lean into Wood Elves. Probably going to see some Elvish play from these guys, I would wager. That is going to be how that goes down. Yeah, Vampire Counts also on the table. Ent has been practicing them a lot. Vampire Counts have a ton of good matchups. They have a couple bad ones, but I don't know if Daniken plays Demons of Chaos or Tzeentch. Those are pretty healthy to mix into such best of 3x3 matrices to keep the Vampire Counts in check. Yeah, man. What's cooking? You haven't seen him playing counts lately. I'll have to check out the back. He's been playing a lot of counts, yeah. He's been playing them. He's been practicing those. He has indeed. No more Bretonnia. Players cannot replay factions for anybody who's a little bit newer to the community. They cannot replay them. So you can only play it once in a best of 5. Granted, if it were a different series versus a different player in the same tournament, you can play the same factions. But in one best of 5, you cannot do that. Have I seen the custom outfits for Vermintide, King Lewin for Kruber? No, I haven't. Are they part of the game or are they like modded? I haven't seen those. It's kind of cool. King Lewin, Vermintide, you're saying? King Lewin, Vermintide. Oh, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, he doesn't have a mustache though, which is pretty hilarious. I never played Vermintide. I would definitely be interested in it, but it was a little bit too much clicking for me. It was just like super spammy. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Bomb, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Big T, did dropping your name, was chatting with Korth? Oh, okay, no worries. Yeah, no, I read both of them. I have a chat that combines both Twitch and YouTube, so I can see everyone's comments there. Okay, so what do we get? Daniken, probably Greenskins on this map, I would wager. Okay, so we have the picks here from Ent. He's going to be sending them over, so let's do this. So these are what the players have declared is going to be played for this matchup. We have Anticity on his Forbidden Wood Elves, High Elves, and Warriors of Chaos. If I were Daniken, how would I play this? I would definitely ban out the Wood Elves as much as possible. That's Ent's other best faction. Because Warriors of Chaos and High Elves are both very... You know what they're going to do, right? I would probably ban Wood Elves and try and get Empire versus High Elves, or Empire versus Walk is fine too. Greenskins versus High Elves is totally fine. I think it's even good for Greenskins. And Greenskins versus Walk is very doable too, because you can contest the Hellstrider. Cathay on a Borderlow landing is not going to have a good time, in my opinion. Cathay would be fine against High Elves, probably. In Wood Elves, I don't know how Cathay is going to beat them on points. So these are the 3 factions that we are seeing here. Cathay, maybe with Crowmen. Cathay against Walk, you can actually do some weird tech. You can use Crowmen to wreck Hellstriders, and you can have some successes there. But yeah, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. No, I haven't played Darktide either, no. I've watched gameplay of it, but I haven't played it. But yeah, these are the 3 factions that they're currently in the process of picking and banning for this round, for this next game. Yes, that is what they're doing. Oh my god, there's like techno bangers playing next door. Neighbor sowing a fat rager, dude. It's going down. All right. So Borderlow landing, quite good for Wood Elves, I think, because Wood Elves can Vanguard Dryads on your back objective and Vanguard like Wild Hunters of Kurnus. So like Ent, for example, if he gets Wood Elves against a slow faction, he could basically triple cap you within like 15 seconds. With 2 Glade Riders in the middle, Vanguard Dryad on your back point, double Dryad on your opponent's home point. It's a very Wood Elf map. I would totally ban out Wood Elves if I were Daniken in this match. Make Ent play Warriors of Chaos or High Elves, both of which are not going to be able to do nearly any sort of shenanigans. Maybe High Elves can, but... yeah, Blackwater someday, maybe. Someday, maybe. Tide games aren't made for old man hands. It's true. Yeah, it's so much spam clicking. And I have that stupid autoimmune disease that just aggravates me for if I game too long. Yeah. But curious to see. Danikin on the Empire. Empire is all right. Empire versus Walk is fine. I don't know who's favored nowadays in that matchup. Danikin has a very unique style. Probably would play Empire like Hawkland style, like long guns with nets, I would expect. Yeah, all sorts of fun stuff. Turn, if CA drops 40k Total War, who are you maining first? If Chaos is in the game, I would be some Chaos shit. Otherwise, Imperial Guard. Yeah, like Guard. I love the flavor of the Imperial Guard for the Imperium, and then obviously Death Guard, Warriors of Chaos Space Marine, something like that would be my sauce. Yeah, that's what I would expect. Stellaris has a lot of political intrigue. That's fun. Yeah, probably if I'm going to dive into a Paradox game, it would be Universalis 5. Once we finish with Anno, not finish, but get some solid Anno gameplay, get some hours in there. We'll maybe try EU5. We'll tickle the pickle. See if you guys want to watch it. Yeah, Ents Wood Elves are really scary. I mean, I think they've won every game today, right? We casted, I guess we only casted one of his other series. But his Wood Elves did do very well for him in the Waywatcher game. And that clutched him the series versus Charix when he won with the triple Waywatcher play. It was very, very nice. Bretonia lurking. The ghost of Bretonia remains. It does. Man, those new Nurgle minis, man. The temptation is real. The Chaos Dwarf line was neat, but I don't know. I think I prefer the old Fires of Asgore or the Tamarkon era Chaos Dwarves as opposed to the Sigmar ones. But these Nurgle models for Age of Sigmar basically just look like updated super updated, fantasy-esque models. Although they're not meant for rank and file, obviously. But yeah, how many matchups left? So this is a best of 5 grand final, and the players are tied 1-1. Oh, we got a fighty matchup: Warriors of Chaos versus Greenskins. So the die is cast. The factions are on the table, guys. We know what it's going to be. Danikin probably will just go for a Rampage Lord. Probably a little Night Goblin. Something like that. I mean, Azag is decent too. You can go Azag Spirit Leech spam and kill Archaon that way. Yeah. Man mode matchup. There will be Blorks probably. Ent will bring Mass Hellstriders, obviously. That's his favorite. Yeah. Mass Hellstriders. Did you Total War before Warhammer? Yes. When I was a 10-year-old, I had a little Ultramarines army, a couple minis, but I didn't actually play. I just painted them and stuff. I didn't start playing tabletop aggressively until 2017. Then now I have a half a garage full of freaking very, not really, but a couple little shelves full of minis. Yeah, so Blackworks, I mean, no way we're going to see Grimgore Chad hide. I wish Grimgore was good. He just sucks so bad. The only, Gorbad can be used, but I don't think he's the right choice. I think that the Rampaging Squig guy you got to watch out, though, because what Ent will do is Ent is going to send Manticores and Spirit Leech him, most likely, which is tricky. Bacon-wrapped dogs for tonight. Sounds pretty good. Yeah, very American. What was that? Oh, no. The Chihuahua is going ape. I need to go. I think she needs to go outside and pee. I'll be right back. Looks like there was just somebody at the door. Somebody lurking outside. Okay, so Orcs versus... Oh, Anticity. Do not use that banner, dog. That banner is so similar to the Greenskin one. Oh, he's using the Valkia banner. I would be pretty excited to see a Festus blob in the middle. Just totally catch Danikin off guard. Just a couple of Chosen with Festus or something. But I don't know how well that works. Greenskins are really good at killing infantry between squigs, trolls, and colossal squigs. They're pretty good at dealing with heavy infantry. Yeah, I'm actually curious. I'm going to run a poll right now on both platforms. Hang tight, one sec. So there's this. I'm going to start a poll. Who do you want to win? Daniken or Anticity? All right, so the poll is up on YouTube. Let me go over to Twitch. I learned how to do polls, dude. I'm really coming along in the world. Let me go over. Okay, let's do that. And get this. And /poll. Oh, dude, MLG Pro Player poll. All right. Anticity or Daniken? All right, the poll is up. Vote away, my friends. Vote away. Let me know who you want to win and who you... We can do who you think's going to win later, but there we go. All right, Anticity is ready. Looks like right now we have 83 votes, so we have 1,600 people on Twitch. Let's see what you guys think. Excuse me, on YouTube. Daniken, it looks like 58% of you guys want Daniken to win so far. Glory to the Rat Clan, yeah. Yeah, all right. Nice. 60-40 for Danny, all right. Ant is a follower of our master mistress, Slanesh, so I have to pick him. Yeah. Overall. Who do you want to win overall? Yeah, that's what the vote is. Okay, Ant picks a proper banner. Thankfully, it's not going to be... it'll be very starkly different from the Greenskins. Dude, if he picks Be'lakor, that would be insane. He picks the Be'lakor color scheme, the Shadow Legion, and then legit picks Be'lakor. That would be a huge, huge deal. It's pretty down the middle. Yeah. It's pretty down the middle. Yeah, Daniken, we got about 55% of the votes. We'll let it keep running. Certainly Daniken is more of the underdog. Anticity is the defending world champion. He is indeed. Let the good times roll. Okay, Danny finalizing the build here. Warriors of Chaos vs. Greenskins is locked in and solidified. Oh, wow, it's almost 50-50 now. All right. Anticity is approaching the Patriots villain status. Yeah, he's like Bill Belichick, like filming his enemies' practices. I remember that scandal. And in the early 2000s, I remember like rooting for teams that were not the Patriots because they just dominated everybody so hard. Tom Brady, man. I mean, that guy had a freaking run. What a dynasty of a team they had. Okay. I want to peek at the builds. Okay, I'm going to do it. Hold on, guys. I got to see. Okay, that is not what I expected at all from either of them. Damn, son. They're both fine-tuning their builds. It is not what you would expect, I can assure you. What the hell is this? Damn, dude. All right. Wow, that's wild. That's wild. Okay, not to get you guys, blue ball or anything, but those are some builds. You were living in Boston at the peak Patriots. It was awful. What, you weren't a fan? No. I mean, Hellstriders are such an auto take on Warriors of Chaos. I kind of almost wish Hellstriders weren't on Warriors of Chaos, but then they also wouldn't see much play if that were the case, because they're just so good. Yeah. There are some Eldritch Horrors in these builds. Yes, there are. It's funny because I was watching them build their armies, and both of these guys are switching back and forth and back and forth. Like they finish and then they delete 3 units, and then they go back and they do it again. Just over and over. It was absolutely pain watching Belichick and Brady put belt to ass. That's a funny expression. Every Sunday for a decade, yeah. It was. There was some good football in the early 2000s, man. We had I remember USC, because I used to be really into football. I mean, I played for 8 years. USC was pretty with Reggie Bush, that whole era. I think one of the craziest games of football I ever watched was USC versus Texas, and it was the game with Reggie Bush versus the Who was that quarterback for Texas that was really good in college, but then he got drafted by the Raiders and he was just like terrible? He just got like super obese and just couldn't. But he was a beast in that. That was one of the best games ever. I can't. Yeah, something Young. Vince Young, was it? I think it was Vince Young. Maybe. I can't remember who it was. But yeah, I remember that game in like 2005 or 6. One of those years was like pretty goated. Did you commentate the football games? No, I didn't. No. Reggie Bush was Vince Young. It was Vince Young, yeah. Reggie Bush was really fun to watch in college. He had some cool kickoff returns for the Saints when he was in the NFL, but certainly didn't have. I thought he was going to be the next Barry Sanders. That's what I was really thinking with old Reggie Bush, but not quite. Not quite it. Oh no! Wait, no. It wasn't Vince Young. It was Jamarcus Russell. It was Jamarcus Russell. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, I remember that. All right, guys, look at that. We have the Savage Orc Great Shaman. What the hell is going on with that? Wowza. That is an off-meta pick if I've ever seen one. Yeah, I remember. I remember the Raiders just suffering with Jamarcus Russell for a long time. They're like, he's going to carry us like he carried in Texas, and then just nothing, just the pits. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to Warhammer. Here we are, Game 3 in the World Championships Grand Finals. Anticity versus Danikentrop. Rat Clan versus ODM. Spawning in on the south side of the map, it's going to be Anticity with Archeon the Everchosen, a brutal character. Great fighter, Spirit Leech on top of enemy Greenskin Lords, and Burning Head to clear out the infantry. We have the giant dildo cannon. Going to be dropping fat payloads on the faces of the Greenskin army. Brilliant choice here by Ent. And then we have Marauders, Chaos Warriors, Chosen. Wait, no. Oh, I got excited. Chaos Warriors of Khorne with dual weapons. Still very much. This build is not an Anticity build. But he's trying to trick his opponent, I think. Look at this shit. He's got 4 Chaos Warriors. This is like what build I would use. What the hell is this? With Aspiring Champions on the front line and a Hell Cannon in the back. All right. No Hellstriders. No Horsemen. Homie just getting in there. All business. Now, taking a look here at the Greenskins, it's going to be a very off-meta Savage Orc Shaman with Gaze of Mork and Fist of Gork. Oh shit, he's going to Gaze of Mork the Hell Cannon. He's going to try and snipe it. Oh, I love that. All right, we got Skirmishers. The rest of the army is going to be boys, Black Orcs with great weapons, and a Doom Diver Catapult to try and snipe the Hell Cannons offline. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. All right, guys. The battle is on. The Dreaded Wyvern is going to be flanking. Spirit Leeches are going to be active. But that thing is going to get gazed super hard. Daniken is going to give it a nice, long, sensual look in the eyes and see if he's going to be able to take down that Dreaded Hell Cannon. Because if the Soul of Damnation dies early, I mean, that's a huge win for Daniken. Huge win. Marauder Horseman Throwing Axe is being called out. The first artillery snipe is active. And oh, damn, that Chaos Dwarf crew got friggin' hammered. And did jump off the artillery piece quick enough, but, I mean, he's very close to losing that piece now. Now, Marauder Horseman going to be lurking nearby, and the Doomdiver Catapult's going to be shooting what? Is it in range? It's about to be in range. You see that little red bar moving up? That is going to be shutting that shit down pretty hard. All right, Archeon eating some arrows, but, he's totally fine for it. He's got 7,000 HP. The Greenskins contesting the point. Black Orcs waiting in the wings to deal with the armored infantry. And what is Daniken going to be calling in? Probably stuff to kill armored infantry. So pump wagons will be good at that with good micro. Hell Cannon shooting into the Ruglad's Armored Air Boys, but the Doomdiver Catapult should be zeroed in now on the Hell Cannon, which is for sure going to die. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the battle is on here. We do see the Forest Goblin Spider Riders engaging with the Marauders here. Another Hell Cannon shot going to be coming in. And Burning Head and Hell Cannon taking down the Doomdiver Catapult. Clutch. Very, very clutch. All right, so moving in, we do see the Savage Orc Shaman. He's going to be trying to get another Vindictive Glare and shut that down, but the Doomdiver Catapult getting KO'd like that is really big for Ent. Black Orc's going to be moving in the front while the Ruglad's Armored Orcs continue fighting, and the Savage Orc Great Shaman, is he going to get the snipe on that Soul of Damnation? He needs to kill that. Hellstriders coming into the backfield, being kited a little bit. Warboy Biggins coming in to deal with them. Pump Wagons charging into the Warriors in the front. Black Orc's going to be getting hit by some sort of witchcraft. Not sure what. Looks like it's going to be a Searing Doom from Archeon. Nice. Archeon bringing 3 different spells, actually, which is a little bit unorthodox. And it looks like the Hell Cannon is finally going to be knocked offline, but not before it does some good damage. Now, will the Doomdiver Catapult crew come back? I don't know if it will. Moving in, Archeon the Ever-Chosen getting into some of the archers there, but the Greenskins unstoppable Chappas and Fist of Gork. So they're going to be cleaving through these Chaos Warriors and these aspiring champions. And right now, they for sure are. Boar Boys rear charging into the Warriors as well, Archeon being a menace. And the Hell Cannon is offline. Ent has lost the Hell Cannon. The Dildo Cannon has paid the Troll Toll. So having that offline is pretty good. This is risky. Going in with the Savage Orc Shaman when Archeon's nearby, and Hellstriders. That is a very dangerous play. Daniken might have thrown here. Getting surrounded by Hellstriders and throwing axes with Archie nearby is a dangerous, dangerous play. Now, we do have some Savage Orc Arrow Boys at the ready, but that is a potential risky throw there. Looks like Daniken going to be relocating his Black Orcs, and he gets away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. So he did get away with that right there. In the meantime, we do see the Savage Orc Arrow Boys continuing to shoot where they can. Boar Boys moving in, and close fight. I mean, slight value lead for Daniken, but ever so slight. This game is real, real close here, guys. Chaos Warriors do get broken. The Wog is going to be going down, and that's going to favor the Greenskins hard. They have a lot of sustained fighting now. Black Orc's going to crush these aspiring champions. Chaos Warriors eating a lot of archer fire, and the Shaman is doing a great job. And look at the value differential. Like, he just jumped up by like 1,000 value against Anticity there, man. Looking really, really good. So the Wyvern continues doing its business. Fist of Gork on the Orc Boar Boy Biggins. And honestly, it kind of looks like the Greenskins are taking over this game a little bit. Daniken's Greenskins are no joke. They are no joke. Boar Boy Biggins fighting a grind versus Hellstriders. A good trade for them if they... Oh, they're Savage Orcs. Never mind. A little bit of a harder trade. But they do have the Wyvern there. And Archeon is coming across to try and help where he can. Daniken at 5,700. Chaos Warriors here getting mulched down. And the Broken Tusk Mob is coming. Archeon is probably going to go for a Lord Snipe out of desperation to try and get Danny's... leadership out of the game. But Daniken, the big key for Daniken here is to make sure that the Savage Orc War Boss stays healthy. If that thing can avoid dying, he could use it to snipe these various armored infantry units. Anticity has had the objective in the middle, but Daniken does look like they're in the process of wrestling it. As Savage Orc Boar Boys continue hunting, but just turn around and fight Archeon. It's honestly not a terrible fight with some Orc Boys here. Savage Orc Lord thinking about charging in. Back objective for Ent is not being defended at all. You could probably go park some trash over there and maybe steal that. Pump wagons are going to be pumping the brakes, so they do get in there and run down the Chaos Warriors with Grey Open. So very, very nice stuff right there as they pump and grind. Pump wagons are solid. You know, they have the nice anti-infantry bonus, armor piercing. Very, very good against armored infantry. Greenskins have so many options. Squigs, pump wagons, whatever you're into. But Daniken definitely well ahead in this game. This is Daniken's game to lose. I mean, if you look, it's a lot of green tied everywhere. Green, 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 green. And the Chaos is very consolidated with a couple Haggard units. And Archeon is a carry for sure, but I don't know if he's going to be able to put this entire game on his back, you know? Wyvern's in good shape. Daniken has been playing a very clean game with the Wyvern, not getting it caught. I think triple capping Ent here would be a good play with some Boar Boys and take the Wyvern over there. Because in the middle, you know, he's got all these Error Boys and Boar Boys here. He's not going to lose the middle. It looks like no Collins right now. The Black Orcs also very clutch here. Archeon going to be dropping a Searing Doom. No real dodging that probably at this point. You just got to eat it. And he tries to move in to avoid it, and the Searing Doom does a little bit of damage, but nothing too disastrous. Fist of Gork going down, Burning Head. Archeon, you know, blowing his full payload here to try and get back in the game. Searing Doom followed by Burning Head is a lot, risky sending that character in. The Savage Orc Shaman. Is there any follow-up from the Greenskins? Ent is just spam clicking on the Orc Boss. No, don't throw it here. The War Boss just needed to sit in the sky and chill. I mean, diving it in is certainly not terrible under some situations. Daniken going to be sacrificing Forest Goblin Riders to try and get the War Boss out, and he does. Just barely, dude. Just barely. Holy shit, that was sketchy. In the meantime, Forsaken piling in to help out as well. Manticore getting a little bit beat up. Arrow Boys should be able to make quick work of the Manticore there. Archeon is fighting Broken Tusk Mob, which is not good for him. As more Savage Orc Boar Boys come in, nothing's playing the back objective. Daniken just trying to value trade here. And Ent's army is getting smaller and smaller. But that gave me anxiety, man, seeing that freaking Wyvern jump in there with Archeon and Hellstriders and Manticores. There are two Manticores on the field, which are really good at sniping, but if Daniken just plays conservatively and keeps his Lord safe, the Boar Boys will eventually outgrind the remnants of this army. Forsaken will take a lot of damage against the Black Orcs and from the Savage Orc Boar Boys. Greenskin's looking real good today, man. Boar Boys diving deep here, going after the Hellstriders. Hellstriders going to be retreating, and the Wyvern character should really just be looking for safe fights. Like, off away from Archeon is where that Wyvern character should be fighting. Because now that there's two Manties on the battlefield, very dangerous. But Savage Orc Arrow Boys shooting into the Wyvern, it's going to get rampaged and probably killed there. Hellstriders being spammed out, and has Daniken gone too greedily and too deeply? I've noticed Daniken really likes to dive very hard, Sometimes to their detriment, sometimes, of course, can win games. The Orc Boar Boys do get some nice buffs here, but are surrounded by Hellstriders and Manticores. So Daniken's going to need to group up here. Nice little magic missile, does some damage, nothing too crazy. But now the Greenskins are calling out some Morgums, Magi Marauders, and Skirmishers to pressure the back point. Greenskins definitely should pull back, not delve too greedily and too deeply into Anticity's cookie jar here. Otherwise, Ent is going to be able to scrap back value. Currently, Daniken is up in value a little bit, but still a close enough game that if, look, no, don't do that. No. Anticity's going to butter his bread if he keeps doing this. I swear, it's gonna be a throw. He moves into Wyvern. Looks like there's going to be a Searing Doom getting dropped right there. Hellstriders are getting it. Daniken does have a lot of capture weight here. Going to be getting a triple cap on Ent. Blackwork's coming in. Oh my god, the way he plays makes me so nervous. I mean, it's good. He gets away, but dude, I would get caught and killed 100%. That would not go well for me. All right, Archer's shooting there into the Manticores. Triple cap right now. That is very, very big, considering he's ahead in value, but not by that much. The value is only 600 right now, but a lot of the value Anticity has is tied up in Archaon, right? And the two Manticores, both of which are not good at contesting the field, right? In the back, more Boar Boys coming in. Oh my god, he's diving again into the Hellstriders, but he does have Boar Boy support here, and he's going to try and break the Hellstriders. Archaon going for the kill every single time Anticity goes for it. He sees Daniken land, and I can hear Anticity ravenously clicking his mouse. Just going after that Wyvern character, man, every single time. Boar Boys, though, are grinding down Archie. Archie's down to 4,800 HP. Hellstriders here diving into the backfield, but the Ruglets, Armored Orcs, actually fighting back reasonably well with more Boar Boys coming in. And this is the kind of fight the Wyvern should be taking, like safe fights away from Archaon, away from those Manticores. But Daniken does have his opponent's back objective, man. He's got Ent triple capped. Those victory tickets are going against him right now. And this could put Anticity in a rubber match situation. Not rubber match, but yeah, essentially the ace match, where Daniken is able to win another game after this. That would be the end of the series. All right, nice play, using the capture weight speed units to keep Ent from even being able to grab his own home objective. Forsaken trying to move up, but Forsaken are about to get in there and go after those, the Boar Boys will go after the Forsaken. And Forsaken only have 20 melee defense or some shit. So Boar Boys, even though they are anti-large on the charge, can still do a lot of damage. Nice dodge there, Daniken avoiding that shot. Going to be moving the Boar Boys into the Manticores. The Terror Blob is definitely scary for Greenskins, but Boar Boy Biggins, as long as your Lord isn't dead, they can hold their own. The back objective, Ent still has not been able to get it. He's got Marauders coming across, Hellstriders harrying and fighting with the Savage Orcs. He moves in again. Daniken really is teasing Anticity here, and it almost makes me think that he's doing it on purpose. He moves in, he charges, he teases a little bit, lures Ent after him, and then barely escapes, dude. It's like I feel like Daniken is playing like Teemo in a top lane from League of Legends. You guys remember that, where Teemo always escapes and lures you into a mushroom? It's exactly that, dude. Look at that! Again, he just barely gets away. Archaon and the Manticore come for him, he escapes, and now we do see the Swamp Things coming in. A good choice, because Ent is going to be spamming probably infantry here, although mainly horsemen for now. Yeah, we do see 1,000 points for Daniken. Anticity, is he going to be able to get his back objective? He still doesn't have it yet, but the Greenskins are looking a little bit flimsy here as things are getting folded up a little bit. Wog going down here, Savage Orc Airboys fighting in the woods. Manticore or Wyvern character landing in the bushes against the Hellstriders, maybe going to help break their leadership. The Wog here going to be pretty clutch. Savage Orc Airboys are solid fighters, but Ent is getting momentum, guys. He's getting a little bit of steam back in his sails. The Troll Toll coming in, and Daniken should have this game. Unless he doesn't, but he could still blunder and lose this game, 100%. But, if he keeps the Lord alive, keeps playing the objective game to keep Anticity from getting momentum, and then eventually prepares a Helm's Deep on the back objective, he should win it. He should. But Ent has pulled ahead in value, guys. Anticity's value trading is doing very, very well. Trolls moving into fight, but Hellstriders, Archaon, and Manticores are going to be a hard fight for those Swamp Things. And look at this. Ent has the momentum now, but he still hasn't gotten his back objective. Daniken needs to move the Boar Boys on and play the points. This is a points game now for the Greenskins. Oh, do not land in there, dude. Keep that. He needs to keep that War Boss alive and start playing his back points. That is for sure. Dimmy, thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate it, boss. Appreciate you, man. You're always hanging out here. All right, so Daniken going to be coming in with the Orc Boar Boys. He's got to just Helm's Deep now. This is the time when you sound the horn of Helm Hammerhand once more in the deep, all right? That shit needs to go down, and he is starting to do that. He's calling out a lot of mobility, a lot of capture weight. So the idea with these skirmishers is you get them on the middle point. He cannot lose this middle point right now. He needs to hold it a little bit longer because Ent has a lot of mobility. He's going to be able to blitz that back point. Daniken needs to summon some Orc Boys and start running over here right now. So the War Boss is staying in the sky, which is a really good call. Middle objective is in flux, but the Warriors of Chaos are in the process of getting it. 1,400 points coming very soon. Ooh, Danikin needs to go for this. And is he doing it? Yes, he is. This is really, really big. So Danikin is moving for the back point, which is going to be a really stressful situation because then Ent has to send a Hellstrider over here to stop it. Okay, middle objective is in the process of flipping. Is Danikin going to be able to hold it? Ooh, and it flips. Okay, 1,400 points. Danikin needs to go back to his home point and hold right now. He needs to get back there. That point has flipped to the Warriors of Chaos, but look at this gremlin-ass play over here, dude. These archers holding it down. Some Marauders are coming here, but this is good because this Marauder unit is now not going to be pushing over there. He's retreating with everything. The Warriors of Chaos are coming with Hellstriders. The Boarboy Biggins and the Savage Orc Wyvern are going to have to hold. Swamp Thing's coming back is very clutch as well. And now it is time to make the last stand, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so the Boar Boys have formed up ranks. Spiders are getting in, and this is where you fight. You know, this is where you do it. The Air Boys and Boar Boys coming in, and look at that. Spider Riders coming in as well. But this is huge. It's forcing Ent to send a ton of shit over there instead of consolidating his strength down here. The Wyvern character, if this War Boss dies, that's probably going to be GG. 1,450 points right now. I think the Greenskins got this one with the Swamp Things and more Boar Boys coming in. They're fighting with their War Boss, and this is why keeping the Savage Orc Shaman alive is so freaking big. Because if he had died earlier, this game would have been over like 100%. So still a little bit of time for Walk to come in. They need to make sure they're fighting on the objective. The capture weight is flipping. The Boar Boys are screaming towards the objective. Currently on the backside, it looks like Anticity was able to deal with that. Spider Rider's coming over here. And the Boar Boys are up on the point. They need to fight now. War Boss has to fight. All hands on deck. Oh my god. Look at the score. 15 seconds left. Is Ent going to be able to flip it? We do see pump wagons coming over. Trolls need to get on the point right now. Marauders have arrived. Everything needs to path onto the point. Oh my god. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Danikin wins by like 2 seconds. Holy shit, what a game. God damn, dude. God damn. That was crazy close. He was like 2 seconds away from losing the game, man. 2 seconds. Crazy, dude. All right. That's Grand Finals material right there, man. All right, GG. Danikin going up 2-1 in this best of 5 series. So now if Danikin wins the next game, it is over, and he is the world champ. Wowza. So let's fasten our seatbelts and get ready for the next game here. Dude, man, that Wyvern play was so sweaty. I was just nervous for him, man. Anticity's build was really off meta, too. Like, an armor check for him is so different than his usual playstyle, you know? But it worked. It did good. I mean, Ent almost came back and won that game. Yeah, not even close, boys. That's right. World Series level drama. Damn, son. So let's see what the next map is. So Anticity cannot use any more Hellstriders in this tournament. They're off the table for him. Has Ent played Wood Elves yet? My brain's a little bit all over the place. I don't think so. You need to ban Ent's Wood Elves, I think. You cannot let him get the Wood Elves. That's how he gets back in the series. Unless you have a really confident Game 5 tech against him. You know, it's going to be tricky. All right. So we have the Norskin Rise. Great map. Really, really cool map. No, Danikin isn't like John Jones. He's too much of a good sport to be like John Jones. Best of 5. Best of 5, yeah. The Shaman, dude, the Shaman was the masturbator, dude. 100%. That guy was just like going for it over and over. The Shaman play was stressing me out so hard, dude. Oh my god. Every time it landed and Archeon was like 2 feet away from him. Yeah. It's crazy, man. So we'll see. Is he going to be able to close it out? Yeah, the Dryka game was earlier. It was these two. Yeah, correct. So Danikin was on Wood Elves, Anticity on Bretonnia. Okay, do I need to add him in anything? I don't think so. These guys are both great sports and great homies, so. And Total War is a little different than other RTS games when it comes to like, because we do have a fair amount of disconnects and peer-to-peer issues in this game, so you have to be a little bit more forgiving with that type of stuff usually. Yeah, but it's been smooth today. We just had one issue, but both players wanted to do the same thing, so it worked out great. Good sportsmanship all around. Shaman baiting all over Archeon, yeah. John Jones would be Manfred von Karstein. I can see that. He's got some Manfred energy, like win at all costs, villainous. Although, Yeah, I don't know, because Manfred never pretends to be a good guy, right? That's the difference there. Yeah. Archeon was looking at the shaman like a chicken dinner, but could never get a bite. I know. It's you guys know that meme of the guy fishing, and he like pulls the fishing rod when like the guy's about to grab something. Hey, Crazy C4, thank you for the $2, man. Hell yeah, dude, thank you. Okay. Where are we at? And wow, votes are pretty much down the middle on who you guys want to win. So 52 for Daniken, 48 for Ent, according to the poll there. He would poke Von Karstein in the eye. Yeah, the eye poke, yeah. Hey, Too Fat, thank you for the subscribing, man. Thank you so much, brother. Dude, eye pokes in MMA are really rough. Have you guys seen, did you guys see the Cyril Gahn eye poke against that happened recently? It was like, what, 2 weekends ago? That shit was nuts, man. Yeah, it was nuts. Tom Aspinall just got like literally like the guy's full finger like at the back of his eyeball. It was savage, dude. All right, what's cooking here? What are they gonna pick? This is an important one, yeah. Oh my god, the eye poke thing is savage. Ogres definitely could be played here. Daniken is a Khorne player. I feel like we could see Khorne versus Wood Elves right now. Like, Daniken is going to play Khorne maybe, but he still has High Elves too. Daniken's a good elf player in general, but I don't know how good he is at High Elves. I haven't seen him on them as much. Mortal Kombat. Oh yeah, Events St. Preux had a nice run in the UFC. He did. He did indeed. Daniel Cormier did get Stipe pretty good with the eye poke. He did. Yeah. Daniel Cormier and Stipe, two of my favorite fighters. I was a big Daniel Cormier fan. He always kind of like looked like an underdog, but then would just like ragdoll people around. It was, you know, he was like shorter than most of the heavyweights or light heavyweights and heavyweights, but he was just so fast for his size and just such an athletic wrestler. He was very fun to watch when he was fighting. I always had hoped that Daniel Cormier would take down John Jones, and those fights were so heartbreaking, you know. But yeah, the villain won that story. Oh, dude, Yuri Prohaska is awesome, dude. That guy's ridiculous. He's just like, he's so fun to watch. Yuri's a great fighter to watch, and just like a huge personality too, you know. Ent may have a deeper bench of factions than Daniken. Yeah, who knows? Daniken, I mean, look, is a high-level player. Greenskins seem to be one of his best factions. Daniken seems really good at Greenskins and really good at Druki. Yeah. Chama, yeah. Alex Bahia is fun to watch, too. Yeah, his fights with Israel Adesanya were pretty epic, pretty legendary. And he fought the Dagestani fighter recently. I haven't eaten in a long time, so I'm starting to get a little forgetful of things that aren't Total War. But yeah, that fight was pretty good. Hey! Oh, dude, Grubby, thank you for the raid. Holy shit. Oh my god, Grubby raiding Total War multiplayer. What is this? We're just waiting. We're in the grand finals, the World Championship right now. For all of you guys just getting in here, this is the World Championship. Dude, you guys just missed out on one of the best Total War games we've ever had. The one that was just before this raid, Grubby was like 5 minutes too late. You know, he was so close. Hold! What's going on, homies? All the Warcraft 3 Chads hanging out. I was playing some Warcraft 3 the other night. I got absolutely spanked. The rust has certainly taken hold. Yeah, this is the World Championship. Yeah, right now. This is to see who the best... This is like Happy playing against like Lynn or something, you know, in Warcraft 3. Or Happy... I don't know who the top dogs are. I assume Happy still is. But Happy versus whoever, you know. Yeah, man. It's good. I think I'm 70. Hey, man. Voran, I appreciate that, man. Well, guys, welcome. Yeah, so right now what's happening is, for those of you guys who are new to Total War multiplayer, the players in this game, there's no base building like Warcraft 3, but what you end up doing is you pick the army you want to play. There's a pick and ban process, and then from there you build an army with a set amount of resources you have. So the players will have like 12,400 gold. Each unit costs different gold costs. You build an army, and then you fight on the battlefield, just like Company of Heroes, sort of. There's 3 objectives. You get victory points for holding the objectives. So it's a combination of playing the objectives while having your army trade cost effectively with your opponent's army. So yeah, that's pretty much it. But thank you guys so much for joining, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys had fun on the Grub stream. And we're streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. So whichever platform you guys are into, you can, I don't know if you can rewind on Twitch. Yeah. Will we see some Skaven action? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Skaven are the worst faction in the game. Probably the worst faction. They're terrible. The game we just had was Greenskins versus Warriors of Chaos right now. So yeah. Skaven are rough. They're not very good. You can rewind if you're subscribed. Got it. Oh, that's kind of troll, though. Why? You should just be able to rewind no matter what. That's kind of dumb. Can I enable it so anybody can rewind, or does it have to be based on subscription? Nurgle is better than Skaven, I think. I think Skaven are worse than Nurgle, honestly. No, I can't do that. Oh, that's a shame. That's how they get you, man. That's how they get you. Papa Bezos doesn't want it. Yeah, the Dark Lord of capitalism doesn't want it. You should be able to do it, actually, yeah? If that's the case, you can message me about that. Yeah, no Skaven. Well, we have 2 champions here. So they're working out their matchup for the next series here. So let's go ahead and show you guys the factions that are on the table. So right now, they do a 3x3 grid system to decide on the picks and bans. In this case, Anticity has chosen either the Dwarves, Grand Cathay, or Vampire Coast. Whoa! Going back to the old school. Wowza. So I haven't seen him play Vampire Coast in ages. And then on the other side, Daniken Trop, for his 3 factions in this match, is going to be choosing Empire, Tomb Kings, or High Elves. Now, some tricky matchups here in some ways for both sides. Vampire Coast versus Empire is very even. Empire versus Cathay is winnable for either side. But Dwarves versus Empire is a hard counter for the Empire. The Empire typically gets dicked pretty bad in that matchup. Tomb Kings versus Coast is an evenish matchup, although lately it seems like Vampire Coast has been winning it more. Tomb Kings versus Cathay could go either way. And Tomb Kings versus Dwarves is massively favored for Anticity, for the Dwarves. High Elves versus Dwarves is evenish. High Elves versus Cathay can go either way, and High Elves versus Coast can go either way too. So tricky to see how they're going to play this one. For sure it could go either way. For sure. All right, folks. So we will find out what they're actually going to be playing here in just a second. And we can take a look at the brackets real quick for today. So these are the brackets. I got a little bit cut off there, so let me fix that angle on that. Let me find this and this. There we go. And okay, perfect. So we started with the round of 16. Earlier today, it was the top 16 players in the world duking it out. And now we have reached the top 2 players in the world, both of which had contested semifinals. So if you guys go to YouTube, you, of course, can watch the entire stream. We had Anticity versus Charix and Blood Penguin versus Daniken. And now we have Anticity versus Daniken here. Daniken is currently up 2-1 in the series. If he wins this best of 5, he is the new world champion. Or if he wins this match. Yeah. Yeah, and the Warriors of Chaos build was very off meta there. That last game is very different. So for those of you guys joining from old Grubby stream, how was the what was he playing today? Was it Warcraft 3? I was thinking about hitting him up to see if he wanted to do some Roman city building game, the Anno game we were talking about. I think that'd be pretty fun for multiplayer. Dwarves versus High Elves. Oh shit, dude. The War of the Beard. All right, so for any of you guys who do not know the lore of this universe for Warhammer Fantasy, this is one of the most ancestral, ancient, like, hate boner grudge matches. The Dwarves and the Elves, it's just the classic. So this is going to be potentially the deciding match for the World Championship. The literal grudge match. Yeah, it's time. So fasten your seatbelts and get ready to go. This is for all the marbles. Now, if Anticity wins this, we go to Game 5, which I am not going to complain. Game 5 is always great. But I would imagine it's getting late. For Anticity right now, it's 8:30 at night. And for Daniken Trop, who's playing from Ukraine, it is currently, like, let's see, 7 plus 2. So it's going to be like, what, 3:30 or 2:30 in the morning? Super late. Who's the reigning world champion? Anticity is. So the player who is playing Dwarves is the defending world champion right now. So basically, we have a season which lasts between 2 and 4 months. The top 16 players on our tournament leaderboard get invited to the championship, and then obviously we determine it there in a 16-man tournament, 3 to 4 a.m. Brutal. Yeah, brutal, brutal. Easy for Daniken? Yeah, Daniken's taken like 100 smoke breaks in this tournament, so he's going hard. Please win, Daniken, you gotta sleep. All right, well, they should be ready soon. So again, they're building their armies now. So instead of like Warcraft 3, where you just have that early phase where you're not really doing a whole lot other than building your buildings, you skip that in this game and you just build your armies and go straight into fighting. Yeah, 230 in Poland, so it must be similar in Ukraine, right? Daniken just pounding energy drinks, just going hard in the paint. Who's from Ukraine? Daniken Trop. He's the player who's up 2-1 in the series right now. Correct. So he is there. Rise, champion, rise. Daniken's 2 packs in by now? Probably, dude. I don't know. Yeah, so in the Total War community, we have so many strong players from Eastern Europe. They've always been really, really good. I mean, Poland, Ukraine, Russia, very, very dominant champions from those regions. But honestly, we have great players from all over the world. There's been a lot of U.S. champions. Anticity is, of course, Canadian, as you guys know. Pork Chops, thank you for resubscribing, man. The tar in his lungs gives him power to fight on. Yeah, that's right, man. High Elves Dwarves is it. Oh, boy. And it looks like Anticity is ready. He's selecting his banner, so you can kind of change the color scheme of your army before you load into the games here. High Elf Chariot's going to dominate. Oof, man, I don't know. If only turn your hand did not weaken. Yeah, it's a big problem. I can't train as much as other people. Like, I have the RTS chops, but I just can't put in the time. I can only game maybe, like, sweaty gaming. If I'm try-hard sweaty gaming, I can only play maybe 4 hours in a day. And then my hands give out. I can't train more than that. So, Daniken is Ukrainian, and Anticity is Canadian. Yeah. All right. So, let's get it. High Elves are ready. They're going to be bringing in the Lions, the Witch from the Wardrobe. I'm sure there will be some Narnia lines. Is Anticity going to go for a Forbidden Thunderbarge? Now, the Thunderbarge is a meme pick, but, I mean, that's a huge gamble. It can either cheese you an easy win or you just lose the game. I don't think Ent's going to gamble there. I don't think he is. I think he's going to play it safe. Will we see the Forbidden Swordmasters? As a late game call-in, maybe yes. You're probably not going to see Swordmasters in the early game. They're just too risky. They're too risky. Yeah, man, I'm pumped for this. It'll be fun to show all you guys the what Total War competitive looks like. This is a bit of a strange match. Dwarves have a very polarizing style that's different than other factions. But yeah, they are very, very menacing to deal with. And Anticity is a good gunline player too. It's probably a lot of guns, a lot of good stuff like that. And let me make sure he's not messaging me for something here. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. Phoenix Guard call-in for Dwarf large targets? Yeah, no, definitely not Jimmy. Dwarves do not have any big targets. Granted, you might still see Spearmen just to hold the line, but yeah. Swordmasters are a cool-ass unit. I mean, they're basically Jedi. They can literally deflect arrows out of the sky and shit, you know. I love how in Total War, Blood Bowl, and every Warhammer game, people hate playing against dwarves. It's true. Dwarves are just an annoying faction to play against. Playing against dwarves is like having to rush like a human expansion that's just like towered up. It's just like miserable, you know. Playing against dwarves is how I felt when I got wrecked by Sing Sing in the grand finals of Grubby's tournament. That was basically the same feeling. Like, you just can't get into their goodie jar. Everything is defended, you know, and you pay the price. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to the World Championship here. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it's going to be our High Elf champion. High Elf's going to be coming in with a very erect battle line of the White Lions of Krace. Now, these guys, let me get into the front line where he's actually going to be deploying them. They're awesome against dwarves. Not only do they have great weapons which pierce the armor of the dwarves, but they also have built-in missile resistance. So getting shot by dwarven guns and or bows, they will be mitigating that damage by 30%. Now, archers, you might think, wouldn't be good against dwarves. You're like, oh, they have so much armor. Archers can't pierce armor effectively. But dwarves call in slayers all the time, which have no armor. So using the archers to keep the gyrocopters in check and also to shut down the Air Force is good. Alariel the Radiant, Earthblood to heal the Elven army, and Tempest to shut down gyrocopters, a very, very good combo. And Daniken also going to be vanguarding some sneaky horse archers, Illyrian Reavers, up on the high ground, which are going to be surging forth. So quick crash course for all of you homies who have come from Grubby Stream. Basically, there's 3 objectives on the battlefield. You have one here, and one over there as well. So each objective will give you 1 victory ticket per second. The first player to reach 1,500 victory tickets wins the game. So over the course of the game, you have to push and pull and fight for the objectives, maneuver between them, or just, annihilate your opponent off the table. Sometimes you don't even need to play the objectives that much if you can win the fight. And we do have some sneaky elves in the tree line as well. So the elves do have rangers lurking in the bushes. So the rangers are hiding in the trees and they can't be seen by their opponent. So they're going to be moving through the tree line there and pushing in. Now looking at the Dwarven Army of Antiquity, it's going to be an artillery build. Okay, so we have a front line of dwarf warriors. We do have a couple of cannons as well. So the dwarves are going to be using Malachi Makaisen. This dwarf lord, what he does is he buffs nearby artillery and makes them just much more effective. He gives them accuracy and reload skill and also range as well as additional damage. So the cannons are going to be feasting like the heathen kings of old, and the elves are a little bit nervous about advancing. So dwarves are going to be getting their objective number 1 for now. Objective 2 is going to be going to the dwarves as well. And I love this play from Antiquity. These guys, you guys don't see it, but they're invisible. They have the ability called Stalk, so they can creep around and ambush your opponents. And they are a gun unit that hits very, very hard, so they're going to be able to push. All right, so the elves are sitting back and deciding to build up their army. So each player gets a certain amount of supplies every couple seconds, and that's how you call in reinforcements. You can call in basic reinforcements from here, and here you can call in vanguard reinforcements, or units that can appear closer to your enemy. Cannons shelling the elves downtown right there. Brutal stuff. You can see a lot of the elves get absolutely hammered by that cannon fire. And Daniken, Antiquity is going to masturbate him here so hard, dude. All right, so these guys are invisible. The elven cavalry don't see it. They think there's an opening to run through and cause some disruption here, but that's not going to be the case. Antiquity is going to set up shop, and the dwarven ambush is in full effect. Here they come. All right, they're going to start shooting, and those cavalry are going to get mowed down, absolutely mowed down. They immediately see that shit. They're like, oh my god, they lost like 60% of their HP. So they move in, and they do get on top of the Grim Delvers, but that was a very good ambush there by Antiquity. Very, very clean. But Daniken is ever a cunning foe. He has his own elven ambush coming out of the trees. 2 rangers waiting in the tree line to ambush and move into the backfield. And now the elves, they're going to need to move up soon, guys. This is not cost effective at all. And now the cannon's going to be shooting across. Antiquity's gun line doing a lot of work. Brutal. Man, losing those 2 skirmish cavalry out of the gates is rough. I feel like Daniken should have just pushed. Instead of trying to do this cheeky little flank like that, Daniken should have just moved the whole army in and bum rushed him, Because now he's lost about 1,000 gold worth of units here. These guys getting hammered into the Shadow Realm right there. And over here, we do see the Rangers getting ready to fight against Slayers. That's actually really good for Daniken if he takes the engagement. Slayers will not trade cost effectively into Rangers at all. All right, when are the elves going to sound the horn of war? They're being really conservative here with their play. Daniken trying to ninja this woodland engagement here. Slayers will downtrade into Rangers pretty badly. So the elves do ambush out of the trees, but the dwarves are going to be calling in their armor. And now we get dwarf warriors. Longbeards coming in. Longbeards will beat the brakes off these Rangers. They have really high armor. Rangers do not pierce armor effectively. They're using like cutlasses basically. So that's going to be a bad trade for them. We do see Warlines of Grace coming, and Daniken is sounding the horn of war. I feel like the elves took a little bit too long to play this, and now Ent is going to be trying to ninja the high ground point. But elves do have some archers that are going to try and keep them in check. The horse archers should be able to skirmish with them. And here comes the elven battle lines. So Rangers versus Longbeards, not great for them, but we do see Warlines of Crace coming in. So the Warlines of Crace have arrived. They are the Lion, the Witch, and the Wargrove gone wild, and those guys are going to be circling around, maybe thinking about charging in, but as long as they can avoid Slayers, a healing spell coming down, Earthblood activated. He's kind of luring Ent into the woods a little bit where maybe he can get us around. Rangers coming in there, and now the White Lines of Crace are advancing. I can't help but feel if Daniken had just advanced earlier, the archers could have then gotten on top of the cannons, but we'll see if it works out for him. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's find out. High ground fight is underway. Slayers are chasing the Illyrian Reavers, and they do have an opportunity to maybe steal the 1 Elven point here. More dwarves are on their way up, and he does lure the Slayers off the point, but Antiquity notices and is going to be moving back to the point here. Here comes the Elven battle lines. The archers are now going to be unleashing on the baseline infantry. Granted, Daniken needs to move the archers up and get them on top of the cannons, because the cannons are very heavily overextended. Larry fighting in the woods, and it does look like the elves might be able to clutch this fight. With Star of Averlorn and Earthblood, the dwarves are being enveloped a little bit, and the Eagle character here, of course, is a very good fighter as well. So as long as you don't get surrounded by giant Slayers, Larry should be okay. She does have some Rangers nearby, so we will see how that goes. Yep, the elves are overwhelming the dwarves on this point. Looks like they might be able to win this one, although these guys are wavering. And the White Lines of Crace have gotten in range. Now the archers, man, they need to move up and get those cannons offline, in my opinion. But They're shooting into the Trollhammer torpedoes, which is a viable choice as well. Narnia line's on the way in. Great weapons are moving forward. Giant Slayer's going to be clashing here. Daniken needs to get these archers on top of the Giant Slayers right now. Cannons are also a very good choice too. Either of those, very, very viable. So how's this fight going on the flank? We do see Longbeards winning their respective fight. The Rangers still grinding it out. Narnia line's trying to help, but the Longbeards holding very, very firm, although the War line should be able to grind them down. Archers on top of the Iron Drakes are doing some work, and more archer volleys will be able to get that cannon offline. In the meantime, on the high ground, we do see the dwarves have stolen this objective. They're using a miner there, so sending a chaff unit or a lion to go shut them down would be very, very good. All right, guys, the battle continues raging on. Trollhammer torpedoes shooting where they can. Larry flying overhead, diving that cannon to get it offline wouldn't be bad. And are the dwarves going to endure on this side? They might be able to endure, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of Narnia lines, though, and Rangers still fighting. 69 Rangers left, the blessed number. Dwarves coming in with mass reinforcements of chaff here to this point. So maybe they're going to be able to edge it out. We're going to have to see, guys. So one cannon does go offline here. We do see the archers moving in, and the dwarves are losing in a couple points. The white lions do defeat the dwarf warriors there, and now these dwarf warriors can have another rough fight as the archers is trying their best to shoot in. One cannon taken offline, the other cannon potentially going to be shut down by Larry as well, which would be nice. But we do see Anticity is up in value, but it doesn't take into account the healing that the elves have gotten over the course of the game. Narnia Lions still ripping and tearing here on the side. Rangers doing what they can, but the dwarves are going to stabilize this point. So really for the elves to win this game, they need to win the big center engagement here. That's going to be very, very important for them. I feel like this game was winnable for either army for sure, but we do see the Lions now surging into the backfield. This could be trouble for Ent. Lion going here, Lion here, and Lion here. And these Lions are really good. Anticity unsummoning his cannons out of desperation, knowing that he's going to lose it. Although maybe unsummoning is a bit of a mistake. So he's going to be sending it back, Archer shooting in, and it looks like the frontline fight is just pure attrition, pure violence right here. So cannon does get unsummoned. We are going to see the doggies getting, or the cats, getting on top of the dwarf Iron Drakes here. And they will rip them up, although the dwarves, you know, they're not going to let their brothers go down without a fight. The dwarven guns do set up at the back, unleashing a hellish salvo into the advancing white lines, or war lines of Grace. So those guys do get folded. Battle's getting chaotic, but remember, the dwarves have all three objectives during this chaos. So the elves playing that defensive style and not wanting to push, it could come back to bite them later on. Granted, the elven healing is very much in effect, and it looks like on this side, what do we got here? We do have Rangers grinding against Giant Slayers, very good. And not Ent, but Daniken really needs to find a way to shut down the shooting here. These freaking Grim Delvers have been just ending his career over and over again. Right here, we have a couple Slayers fighting Archers. Larry's very low. The Elven Lord is on the precipice of death. She's going to be coming across with her eagle to help clear out some of these units, but has to be very, very careful. Gyrocopters being called in by the dwarves. Oh, gyro bombers. Oh, these things are so cool. If you guys haven't seen this game, flying dwarven machine gun planes that also drop steaming hot payloads on their opponent's face. It's a thing of beauty. So they're going to be cruising in. Lure Master, thank you for subscribing. And they're going to be trying to snipe the Elven Lord. Larry needs to get a heal on herself. She's very beat up. Alarielle not in good shape. But the elves have called in an eagle to deal with this. A brilliant play. So the eagle of the elves is going to be able to chase it down, and a Tempest is going to be activated. If Larry, oh my god, Larry broke though. The Elven Lord got killed. The Gyro Bomber able to take it down before the Tempest goes off. Oh, what a play from Anticity taking down the Elven Lord there, guys. That's so sweaty. So Larry is off the table. On the high ground, the dwarves are sending Slayers to go defend this. It looks like these cav units, big misplay by Daniken. These cav units should have been sent in like 4 minutes ago and run those units down. They could have probably captured that objective. The elves are pulling back in value a little bit, but they are leaderless now. The Gyro Bomber doing steaming hot runs on these guys, dropping bombs on the elves in the forest. Absolutely brutal. As the Great Eagle is going to be coming in trying to intercept them. And it is doing damage. The Gyro Bombers are taking a little bit, but you know, it's going to take a while for that to go down. Daniken's still in this game, but looking pretty good for the dwarves right now. Although dwarves are very bare bones out here. They don't really have a lot in the epicenter of the battlefield. Granted, they are holding on to these points tooth and nail. The Chad Dwarven Miners holding right there. Elves pulling value back right now. Losing Larry was very, very unfortunate. Grim Delvers trying to move in, and they're going to get a couple shotgun blasts before they go quietly into the night, setting up a shot. And you see the Elven Infantry getting mowed down right there. Absolutely brutal. A couple of them do get up, but they are going to be broken. In the back, we do see a cannon being called in. A bit of a misplay by Ent, probably, as that cannon is going to get run down here. High ground is looking to be flipped to the elves. It depends if the Slayers get there in time. The Slayers might be able to get there. Each unit does have different capture weight values. When you're competing with another unit to capture something, you weigh that. Oh, Apocalypse Now time. Here it comes. The bombardments on the elves. Oh, steaming hot payloads from the gyro bombers. What a cinematic battle. As they continue dropping bombardments on the Elven archers, and the Eagles are trying to save their troops, but look at that. Absolutely steamrolled those Elven archers off that point. Now on the other side, we do see chariots coming in. Lion chariots of Krace are a good hard counter against these dwarven units, so that objective is probably going to go to the elves. Middle objective to the elves, and high ground to the elves as well. So Daniken is sweating so hard right now, rotating in circles, trying to stay away from the Slayers. It's possible and doable if you have good micro. But Anticity is really close to winning on points. Daniken needs to get an objective right now, but Anticity is looking really raggedy on the battlefield. Daniken cannot afford to lose anything here. The cannon in the backfield does get stabilized. Giant Slayer is able to fend off those cats, and now they're going to be heading to the middle. And we do see the elves flipping this point right here, guys. They are doing it. The Eagle still chasing down the gyro bombers. At this point is for sure going to flip. Middle objective is contested. Archers being run down by Slayers. And on the high ground, Daniken has to run in circles basically nonstop to keep the Slayers from capturing that. That is how that has to go down. So Reaver Cavalry to play the objectives is probably the right play. Dwarves doing what? Another Slayer being called in. We do see a Giant Slayer being called in to try and wrestle the middle. And this objective is slowly going to the Dowie here. That is savage. All right, so right now what needs to happen is Daniken, if he wants to have a chance here, needs to rotate some of these chariots over to the middle. He needs to get those Lion chariots to the middle. He cannot afford to lose this. Up on the high ground, Rangers coming in to counter the Slayers, which is good. So this objective should be good. And for Anticity, it's a very clear game plan. You Helms Deep on objective 2. You clutch it with your grubby Dowie hands. Oh, that's funny because grubby just raided us. But actually, greedy dwarf hands. And you just try and win that way. On the outside here, dwarves, of course, can do some split pushing with their units. But the dwarves are anchoring it down. The dwarf lord sitting with his repeater gun and being a very useful asset here in the late game as he is able to pick off some elves. He's going to fire and reload here. So here he comes with his long rifle. No, decides not to shoot. Going to be doing something else as the elves are going to be sandwiching in there. So right now, guys, all hands on deck. This is for all the marbles. Giant Slayers coming in. Nice play from Daniken. Definitely take that cannon out. It's a free target right now. White Lines of Krace coming across. Dwarves split pushing. Dwarves are split pushing. They're bringing some dwarf warriors, some longbeards over here. The elves are going to need to send something to deal with that. This is Ent's not making it easy for his opponent. The Rangers are going to need to collapse on the middle as well. Cannon is going to be getting taken offline now, so the cannon is shut down. And the Chariots charging into Giant Slayers. I mean, they'll do damage, but those Giant Slayers are going to rip up these Chariots. Daniken needs to micro this thing like, you know, he's serious, that's for sure. Rangers coming. The Dwarves are going to split push you here. There is an Eagle. It got the Gyro Bomber off the battlefield, but the Gyro Bomber does return. Ent is going to need to rally that thing. Cannon offline. Rangers coming down here to help out as well. And now we have a big pit fight. Elves might be able to get it. What a grand final. This is so good. Eagle coming to intercept the Dwarven units. Elves are going to need to send something here. They do. Nice. White Lines of Krace with an Eagle should be able to defend this point. Granted, it's in flux right now. There are already units on there. On the high ground, we do see the cannon being taken offline. Daniken's going to need to get his cav and go intercept this dwarf unit who's going for his objective. Because the middle is probably going to flip to the high elves. The high elves are going to win this fight most likely. The White Lines of Krace and the Rangers will be able to outmuscle the dwarves with the chariots. But will it be quick enough is the question. 80 seconds left. If the dwarves can hold that one objective for another 80 seconds, they'll win the game. Gyrocopter being taken offline here. The White Lions are trying to roll over here. Cav coming this way. Dwarves split pushing the high ground as well. Anticity really putting the pressure on, guys. As the Dwarves are running out of steam here a little bit. You can see the middle objective. The Dwarves have lost the capture weight advantage. That's why it's turned red. It is now going in the favor of the Elves, man. Very sweaty. Advancing in, Dwarf Warriors with great opens. This one Dwarf Warrior could win the game. If the Elves don't get a Reaver or something up there to deal with them, it's going to be real sketchy. So Cav coming across. This objective could also flip. The Dwarves are really good at doing this, just sending cheap units that are very hard to deal with onto the side points right here. And right now, the Elven Cav do get there, providing a little bit of capture weight. These ones will get there. And I think the Elves might be able to hold it. They're going to need to call in a Reaver. They need a Reaver right now here, or else they're going to lose that point. In the middle, it does look like the Dwarves lose it. These cats need to go over here. They got to reroute those cats over here because now the Dwarves have the capture weight advantage. The Eagle's going to need to come over here and help out as well. And then he also needs to address the high ground because this is going to flip to the Dwarves if he's not careful. Anticity is currently 29 seconds away from winning the game if he gets an objective. The Dwarves are trying their best to get this one. They do get the chaff units over here. The Lions are coming and the Chariots to intercept that. The Elves have a firm grip on the middle. And the White Lions are now heading up to the high ground. They should be able to get there in time. What a knockdown, drag-out fight. Elves doing this. If this point flips, it's probably GG. Oh my god, it's so close. War Lions are coming in to intercept. We do see the Great Weapon Infantry fighting the Dwarves off here. And the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is coming over. And that should stabilize the capture weight. Holy shit, Chariots are going to get it. And the capture weight does get stabilized, and the dwarves are going to get routed. So now Ent is all in on this. He's all into the high ground. He's got 3 heavy units coming over here to get this. White lines are coming. If the dwarves slip that for even a second, it's going to be GG. We do see Daniken running some units over there to try and match their speed and keep that in check. Over here, the dwarves do get shut down, and they're probably not going to be able to win this fight between the white lines of Krace and the Narnia lines. So Daniken, it's all about stabilizing the high ground right now. The dwarves are routed on many, many fronts, and the points are catching up for Daniken, but he needs to fight for quite a while longer, and that's the advantage of getting the points quicker. Oh my god. If these guys get the point, that's going to be GG. And there is another minor unit coming in here. It's going to be incredibly close. Lions sprinting in. Rangers are sprinting for the high ground. Rangers probably need to stay in the middle here. Dwarves completely routed off over here. So this is stable now. Everything is going to come down to objective number 3. And the dwarves are currently in the process of getting it. Ent is trying to run a screen. He does have units coming in here. It's going to be close. He needs to get the war lions here. He needs some reavers. What a knockdown, drag-out game. And if he does get this, he probably just wins. All right, so the lions are going to get on the point, which is going to provide 3 capture weight against the 4, or 5. So he runs onto the point. Rangers are coming from the flanks. He needs to just stall for a little bit longer and get those white lines up on the point. And if he does, he probably wins the game. Daniken does have Rangers coming. And in the woods, we do see Illyrian Reaver archers coming in. He needs to just force path those guys onto the objective right now. Rangers will come and provide much-needed capture weight. He needs to get those guys up on the point, and he does. So the capture weight is faltered for a second. Rangers coming in, Reaver cab as well. And now it's back in the favor of the dwarves, so the Rangers need to get up on the point. They need to go. They need to go. It's so close. If it flips to the dwarves for even a second, it's game over. All right. Here they come. Rangers getting there, and they will stop the capture weight if they get there in time. They do. Is there anything else going on in the battlefield? No, dwarves are basically all in here. They're all in on this high ground point. Daniken is catching up in points, ladies and gentlemen. We do see the white lines of Krace grinding it out, and I think maybe the elves have been able to win the War of the Beard here. We do see the white lines of Krace moving up, dwarf warriors pulling back, but the capture weight is going back to the elves, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know if he's going to have enough time. The elves have a critical mass here. The dwarves are behind in value a little bit now with healing being taken into account. And the white lines of Krace are bonking down a ton of these dwarf units, really getting a lot of work done. And I think that's going to be it. Currently, 1,400 points. Look, if Ent captures an objective soon, he still wins, but that's not Dwarves' strong point. They're not good at that. The Eagle is also probably going to kill the Dwarf Lord here, so those two are going to battle it out. Eagle should clutch it. Ent is going for a desperation cap here, and oh, he taps out. It's over. And currently, Daniken wins the game, and now we have a new defending world champion, Daniken Trop of the Rat Clan, able to get the dub with a 3-1 victory in this best of 5 series. Dude, those games were cracked. That entire series was nuts. High Elves of all factions coming in and getting a dub there. So the Rat Clan and Daniken Trop can celebrate. Anticity was the defending back-to-back world champion. He will be back, I'm sure, to reclaim his world champion belt, or at least make an attempt at it. But Daniken Trop is going to be the new world champion of Total War Warhammer Competitive. What a game. What a game. And that's a great game for all of you guys who hadn't seen multiplayer in this game before to come in and see what it's all about. And that's cool. I'm glad some folks got to see it. So Daniken is going to be the champion. Dude, every little play from Daniken had to be perfect. Literally, the game came down to 2 seconds of decision making. Oh my god, that was nuts. Because the beginning was a disaster. Daniken lost his lord. He got cannonballed. His flank was a disaster. The dwarves were super far ahead. But that's going to be a 3-1 victory for Daniken, winning the world championship and earning a spot in the Creative Assembly official event, which is going to have several $1,000s of prizes coming up. So very, very fun stuff, guys. GG. Well played. Now let's look at the value. I love Malachi Makaisen. He's great. 1,600 on him. Cannons did good. Grimdelver's 2,100 value on them. That was nasty. And the rest of the build, pretty solid. The Gyro Bomber was a cool tech, but the Eagle, dealing with it, awesome stuff, man. Awesome stuff. All right, guys. So, for all of you homies on YouTube, I see about 1,700 of you guys hanging out. If you enjoyed this and you want more high-level Total War play, please do drop a like on the stream. It helps out quite a bit, especially in these slower days that we're enduring now. And for all of you guys on Twitch, if you enjoyed what you saw, consider following if you liked it. And yeah, that is going to be it. So the top 4 players in today's tournament, obviously the title of world champion is on the table, but the top 4 players in today's tournament earned a spot in the upcoming Creative Assembly official major tournament, which is going to be sponsored by Creative Assembly and Sega. And that one is going to have guaranteed prize money just for qualifying. So each of these players will probably get between $400 and $500 just for showing up. And then on top of that, there's going to be probably between $2,000 to $3,000 worth of prizes going down. So, Yeah, it's going to be great. So awesome prizes for those guys. The Eagle was very Chad. It was. So 1400 there. No, the Eagle was really good. If the Eagle hadn't dealt with that gyro bomber, it had a lot of ammo left, guys. The Creative Assembly event will be sometime towards the end of the month or early next month. We're still working out logistics of it, but yeah, that is that. All right, guys, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for joining. We'll see you around. And yeah, man, that was an amazing finals. Dude, if you guys, the game before this one was just as good. It was chef's kiss, man. It was brilliant. All right, guys, I appreciate you all. Crazy C4, thank you for the donation to close things out. And ladies and gentlemen, congrats to our new world champion, Danikin Trop, bringing the big win home to Ukraine and to Rat Clan as well. All right, folks, see you around. Take care of yourselves. That is it. Adios. Do widzenia. We'll see you on the other side. And thank you guys so much for watching. Cheers.
Thank you.